attached to a balloon across the entire nation and nobody batting. Oh, it's just China spying, whatever.
I was thinking about getting my hands on a weather balloon. For like publicity, just send it off and
it's
say like
$15.
I got footage. Yeah.
$15 for, well, the helium's the most expensive part, but $15 for a cheap weather balloon. You could put a tiny computer on there and it'd track the movements of it.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna do it and then take videos of it saying I saw another Chinese drone.
Yeah.
To like stir up drama.
Oh God, you don't want to do that.
I was gonna use it as a publicity stunt, but I can still do it.
Well, you have to ask permission to launch things up into. You don't want to get in like federal trouble or anything. That's
shit.
That I do.
Is it actually against? It was an accident, and I had it tethered down. I was testing it and got loose.
I'm just saying, you
get
might
my story straight.
It, you know?
Yeah. Don't mind me just violating federal aviation laws. Nothing to see here.
Okay, let's see. Okay, well, it's not illegal in my state.
Oh, sweet.
But you do have to have approval from the FAA.
I remember somebody had one of those Mylar birthday balloons, and it got stuck under a power line, and it shorted out the power in my neighborhood for like hours.
Oh, snap. Dude.
Yeah.
There's only 10 states that prohibit large balloon releases or single balloon releases, and North Carolina is not one of them. In fact, the only federal law that it has for that is I can just go get a weather balloon right now if I wanted to and release it. I'd still probably want to ask for permission. Make sure that I don't put it right there in the flow of traffic. Trip out a pilot. I saw a UFO.
No, I got a drone, and I live directly over two intersecting flight paths.
Yeah.
And I'm supposed to check it first, and sometimes it won't even let me. It's smart enough; it's all connected to the GPS and stuff, where it won't let me if there's a plane coming by.
Oh God, that sounds pretty controlling.
Yeah, it is. It's Chinese spyware. All those DJI drones, yeah. And for another thing that's ridiculous, there's this prison for they're called conservation camps, and they put prisoners at the end of a long sentence out there to help if there's a forest fire. And so they're out in the woods. There's one that shut down a couple years ago, and I still can't fly my drone there because it's they made it to where you can't fly it around prisons, even though it's not a prison anymore.
I have a feeling that's going to get a lot worse, dude. So much worse.
I can see why there's some regulation, because this thing's dangerous. I was landing it on my hot tub cover with the autopilot, and it messed up. And it ripped it open it was, went through it like butter. And this thing can go 100 miles per hour. I'm sure it'd take somebody's head off, if it hit somebody. So, but yeah, some of these regulations are really stupid.
And then if you remember back in 2015, some idiot put a gun on one, and then the feds started investigating that guy, and a bunch of talk over it.
Yeah.
And another one is talking about people put flamethrowers and other crap on it. Of course they would.
Well, the drone itself, if you're just gonna kamikaze it, man, you have to really not like somebody. But
if you give a man a new toy, he's gonna find a way to weaponize it.
Yeah. But even the thing itself is a weapon. Like they're dangerous.
Yeah, like you
I
said.
hate how they make me. I'm supposed to have somebody watching me when I fly it, so I have to like give my neighbor beer to sit there and watch me fly my drone. And it's like the stupidest thing ever. I can see it. I'm the one operating it. But they're like, no, you need a spotter at all times.
Like you need a co-pilot to sit on the ground with you.
Yeah, I mean, my neighbor's like on disability. He's like, he's slow or whatever. Like he's not gonna help anything. But the law says I have to have somebody. So yeah, just stuff like that. It's ridiculous. They're using them in Ukraine.
Probably some of the ones closer to the other things I was talking about just a minute or so ago. Military grade bullcrap. Eventually, war is just going to be that, blowing up robots. There won't even be people. It'll just be robots blowing up other robots.
Yeah. Well, they'll blow up people too, but
it'll get to the point though where it'll just be like, actually, that would be awesome. I would not mind watching a war where it's nothing but robots beating the crap out of robots. Just go ahead and record that and put it on pay-per-view.
Oh, well, there is a show like that. It's called BattleBots.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I was just thinking that, but like people got serious, and now it's just, but nobody wanted to die, so there's no people involved. It's just robots versus robots. Like, this is how war should be fought. And then the loser has on. All right.
There's a movie based off a book called War Games, where they basically just have like a virtual video game war, but it's like an actual world war. But they like all agreed to it. And so they like train all these kids to be like the most epic gamer for their country.
Isn't there another one where they're like training these kids to fight something, but then they end up actually... God, what is it? I can't remember that. That was a pretty good one. It's like some alien invasion type thing or something, and I don't.
Ender's Game.
That one, yes,
yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, I saw that.
That was trippy, and I kind of ruined the end by. Spoiler alert. Go ahead and retcon in my spoiler alert before I keep going.
The book is even better. I think the movie did some injustice to the book.
That's how it always is, though, ain't it, man? They never do it right.
I've had it. My Netflix got hacked 4 times now in the past 2 months.
Yeah.
And now they changed the password on me, so they got it and I can't even get in and I pay for it. So I'm just canceling it and I'm going to go back to ripping movies. Maybe I'll go back and pay for it in a few months because they'll give up. But, like, I've changed the password multiple times and I give up.
It's been weird lately. I've had no interest in playing video games or watching movies or anything.
That's probably a good thing.
I've just been here for the past, 6 months. I think. 6 months now? 5 months. I don't know, man. It's like I feel like I've wasted most of my life doing stupid. Like as far as when I was younger, and I'd rather just create things constantly, or discuss important stuff with people.
Are you into prepping?
Kind of, sort of, but not really.
Well, do you at least have the bare minimum?
Yeah, I believe in preparing the mind more than. Here's my point. If something were to happen and I have a whole hoard of all food, I'm not going to put it in a Santa Claus bag and tote it with me. I wouldn't be able to carry it if I had to leave. Like, I can't just instantly go. So sometimes preparing too much can be detrimental, especially if you have no choice but to leave. And then you kind of got the cognitive, but my stuff is here.
I'm just asking if you got like a bug out bag that has like 3 days of food and water and clothes and essentials, and then a week's worth of food and water in your garage or whatever for each person.
Yeah. We got stuff like that, but like the more long-term stuff, I don't know, man. I don't see a point in storing up things like that when I can survive off of the land itself. I'm not afraid to eat stuff that grows out of dirt, and I know where food comes from. So, I feel bad for the city folk who don't know where food comes from, though, and they just starve. They would never kill anything to go cook that. They'd never go pluck something out of the ground and try and eat that. They don't know what
I live off the grid in a camper trailer out in the woods.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm gonna get power on it, but I need more money right. I'll be getting my tax return any day now, and then I'll have somebody come out here and hook it up.
I really do want to set up some like homesteading type. Where I'm at, I can't do it right now.
I have goats.
Nice. They are trippy. Goats are funny as hell.
I hate it. My goat's an asshole.
Oh, they are, but it's like endearing. Like they can annoy you, but then if they pick on somebody else, you kind of don't even want. It's funny.
Yeah.
They'll guard
I
your
need
house,
to get another one. Yeah. Right now I only have one, and I gotta get another one, because they get all depressed if they're by themselves.
Yeah. They'll be trying to spend every moment hanging out with you.
No, this one's like feral. It doesn't like people.
That might be better.
It'll come up to me if it's hungry, but that's it.
They'll come up to you and be like, what? And then you give them grain, and then they go off and whatever.
Yeah.
That noise they make is hilarious, too.
Yeah. They get all excited, and their tails just like wing, 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 wing.
Sorry, but do you milk it? Do you draw any benefit from it?
No, it would have. I was supposed to get it studded out and have goat babies, but I moved and I hit a deer with my truck, and then I bought another truck because it was really bad, and then that truck had problems, and so I missed like the right time to do it. So now I don't really know what I'm doing. I'm just gonna get another goat and then wait for a better time to get more.
We had Nubians.
I don't even know what kind I got. It's fatter than heck though. It looks like it's bloated, but it's not. It's just fat. I had it checked out.
Yeah, they just do that. Yeah, they'll look like they're bloated out, but that's just how they get.
But it's older, so it's a good one to have for like a mama. They do better with that. So
yeah,
whenever I'm ready, I'm gonna do it. But
I'm
not.
I'm thankful we don't have goats right now because we tried to do a garden last year. That didn't work at all. They will escape whatever pen they're in and eat everything.
No, I went ridiculous. I bought hog wire fruit for it.
Oh,
so they're not getting out.
That should keep them in.
Yeah, it's expensive, but I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna half-ass this.
Yeah. You do it once, do it right the first time. You don't have to chase a goat around.
Well, I live by a people with kids, if I had like a really big billy goat and it got out,
yeah, that's.
I would probably have to put it down.
Yeah. Oh, and they'll go wherever the hell they want to too. Like we had one, and he walked all the way down the road, but then it wouldn't. This door open. Goat walks into his house and walks down the hallway, climbs up into the master bed, and lays on the bed like he belongs there. Full size goat. We made the mistake of bringing him inside when he was. So, I mean, he almost died. He was like paralyzed, and we had to give him shots of some kind of like, I don't know, vitamin E, and we had to feed him a bunch of supplements. So, but then he ended up becoming a really big goat, and he thought he was an indoor goat. Like he would act like a dog too. Like he'd just go trotting up with the dogs and try and go in the house.
The only way I hear you can do that is if you like spend all your time with them from like right when they're first a baby, like every day. Then they're basically like a dog.
Yeah, he was but we never got him fixed, so then his hormones kind of took over, so every time we went in rut, he'd get all weird.
I don't have a horse trailer, and I'm trying to get one. A few years ago, they're like $200 used, and now they're like all over 1,000.
That's what I'm thinking. They probably
what happened?
They printed 3/4 of all the money in existence over the course of 2 years.
Oh yeah, that's right. Man, I screwed the pooch on that. Now what I'm gonna have to, like, I'm driving a Suburban, and I had to like hog tie this freaking goat to get it over here, and like beg my friend to sit in the back and hold it down. He was like, "No, I don't want to. Just do it real quick. It might kill you, but just do it anyway." Get it over here. It's not right at all. Like I really could use a horse trailer, but maybe that's just what they cost now.
Yeah. I wonder how much my bus is worth now. I bought a bus right there while the economy was shifting like that.
Like a school bus?
Yeah.
That's dope.
We took out most of the seats. I need to take the rest of them out.
You should get yourself a rocket stove. You don't even have to like do all this stuff like I'm gonna do for my camper trailer. So I don't burn it down, because that's just metal.
Yeah. There's a lot of things about it that don't, because a lot of people will take out a lot of the metal on the inside, or remove parts of the floor, do this, that, and the other thing. I kind of want to leave it the way it is. Naturally, it's already a Faraday cage. So why would I change that? I want it to be a Faraday cage.
Is it registered?
Yeah, like it's in my name. It's my bus.
No. I sold my trailer because I was tired of paying registration because I'm never going to move it. And they won't let you. They'll literally take it out of your bank account. In California anyways.
I'm pretty sure that I can get that nullified.
Yeah, so I sold it and I bought one with like no paperwork. Like I have it, but I never filed it, so I don't have to pay taxes on it.
No, I was just thinking though, due to my medical conditions, I'm actually on disability, and because of that I could probably actually get a lot of that stuff nullified. I don't even have to pay it, because it doesn't apply to me.
I don't think I've heard about tax breaks like that for disability.
If I owned my own house, then I wouldn't have to pay the taxes on my house.
Well,
so
I never heard of that.
Yeah, I just don't have my own actual fixed abode.
Do you know about the first-time homeowners loan?
Yeah, I've heard about that. Well, see, my credit, even though it was good enough, my disposable income wasn't high enough, and they wouldn't let me do that. Credit. Like I maxed my credit out just so that I could try and get a house loan, and yep, They said no because whatever. I could afford to go rent an apartment, but I couldn't afford to go and pay for a house that would have cost me half the price of the apartment's cost per month.
Do you know how to do
Stupid as
creative
shit.
financing?
I don't know. Probably not.
You just
I can't
gotta
know everything.
you gotta ask. You gotta just all right,
Well,
so basically you go to a realtor and then you find a place that you want and then you contact the owner yourself personally and
yeah.
just cut them out of the deal. And
Well,
then you work out a deal with the homeowner. And if they're willing to work with you, it doesn't matter because they agreed to it
yeah.
and you're a willing party. And if you stick to the agreement, everybody's happy.
Yeah.
That's how I do it. I don't deal with mortgages or anything. I
Most
just
of
I find
that
somebody
system's-
that trusts me enough. The problem is a lot of people want to deal with banks and all that.
Yeah, they think the bank makes it official.
Yeah, but it's like realistically, like we have paperwork here that says like if I quit paying, it's not my property. Like I still have to pay. It's like a rent to own scenario. So it's just as good. Only I don't have to like pay all these fees to a bank and all that crap. And then obviously you don't get your money as quick because like the mortgage is like they get all the money right then and you're the one paying payments to the bank back. So it's like if you're willing to just have like a monthly payment and with a down, you can get properties and it's cheaper that way in the long run. A lot of people won't go for it, but you'll find people that'll do it.
I'm gonna run and go grab something to drink real quick, and I'll be right back, man.
All right. Anybody in here?
Alright. I'm back.
You're back.
I
I
have
think it's
returned.
just you and me.
Right.
Everybody else is gone.
That or they're just kind of listening and chilling. Whew.
So if I go out there with that laser, like we were talking about,
Yeah.
like there's cows out there. Like, am I gonna blind a cow with this thing?
I mean, if you shine a laser into a cow's eye, probably. But if you don't, then you should be okay.
Man, that'd be kind of funny. Like, accidentally blind a cow and then go to jail, and people are like, "What are you in for?"
That's dark. I was trying to prove that the Earth was flat, and I accidentally fried a cow's eye. Like, how are you gonna? How would you explain yourself to anybody? The magistrate look at you like you're retarded. The inmates would be busting on you the entire time. Hey, look, it's Cowboy with that flatbread. Wait, what are you talking about that there's cows out there that you're trying to... Are you trying to measure... Are you trying to level a field?
No, it's a lake, but on the other side of the lake, there's cows, and if I go the other direction, there's a road.
I'm trying to figure out how cows have anything to do with water. That's what I'm like...
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, no, they're on the other side of the shore.
Yeah, that makes sense. I believe that anybody who is doing any measurement tests or experiments when it comes to this should try and keep their nose clean, stay out of trouble with it, because it could make everybody look bad if anybody tries to do anything weird or crazy. But like everything you're talking about sounds normal, forward.
It's not like I'm going to be doing it on purpose, but there's a chance that some cow's going to get, like, swiped. Probably not a big deal. Especially at that distance. But it is a really powerful laser, too. I'll be wearing eye protection for sure, obviously.
Yeah, that's the type of thing where it's so bright, if you look at the beam close, not even staring at it directly, it can hurt you.
Yeah.
Wear like a welding mask.
Yeah. And I'm not going to skimp on the eye protection. There's stuff that comes from China. You can buy off like Wish.com. I wouldn't buy that.
Yeah, don't get the cheap ones.
Yeah. I'm going to get some real deal ones. And I wear regular glasses too, so I'll get the like over the eye, like full-blown goggle ones.
Yeah.
Over the glasses ones. OTG. Are there other cameras besides the P900 I should be looking at?
I'm sure, but those are the ones that are normally referred to by everybody. The P900 ends up being the standard.
I'd be willing to pay a little bit more for a camera that does that, but isn't like a one-trick pony, and to where I could use it for like more like normal stuff.
That P900 you could use for a lot of things. Like you can film with it as well. You could do video.
Yeah. But the only thing it's really good at... The only thing it's really good at is filming stuff from really far away.
Well, dude, I'm saying is you could film up close as well. Like, say you were going to do your own YouTube channel, and that camera would be perfect to do your episodes for that, and it would be in very high resolution. Movie quality.
I've heard it's not that great for that stuff, but I don't have one, so I don't know firsthand.
Maybe I'm wrong, yeah. Well, I was just thinking all the different lenses that you could put on. Surely there's a way to set it up to record video well. Holy crap, this one's like freaking $20,000. And that one's $79,000. What the? Well, that makes sense.
I just found a website called Ghost Stop. It's ghost hunting gear, and they call it the Phasm camera with built-in night vision. Onboard infrared, full spectrum.
Nice. I see why this one's so damn expensive. Yeah, these are like Hollywood level cameras. Apparently, as of March 10th, 2023, the Sony A1 is the most advanced, powerful camera on the market. And that one's $6,000. That camera's the same price as a used car. Wow, that's cool. The space.com actually has a article on the Sony A1. Crossover. Space and cameras.
If you make it on YouTube, you get to like basically write off these like $20,000 cameras on your taxes, but you have to make enough money where you actually owe taxes first.
Not only that, but I can write off paying my children too, up to a certain amount of money. There's
If
a
I
bunch
got
of
to
other-
be in charge, I would go to a flat tax.
If I ever started a business, I wouldn't even keep anything in my own account. I would just pass it all on to my children and create like trust accounts that they can have when they're older. Like, here you go. That was the entire point. So that y'all would have something. Take care of them great-great-grandbabies in the future.
That's smart. And the return on investment and the fact you really can't get to the money. Like, it'll stop any temptation
Or-
because it's not a choice anymore. It's like, I
like-
literally can't.
I'd like to buy each one of them a piece of land. Just be like, here you go. And like, let them select it as we're traveling. They can pick out, and it doesn't matter. They could sell it in the future if they want to get something else. They just would have something that I know is going to increase in value.
I don't think my uncle owes me anything, but he's lives in a $150 million penthouse. He owns it, and it's like he never gave me nothing. If I were him, I would at least like buy me a new truck or something. Who knows? Maybe I'll get some inheritance. We'll see. I don't know. I guess you don't get in that situation by giving people free trucks.
Yeah.
But I would give me something if I were in his shoes.
I'll
But
put it
that's
this
me.
way. A fool and his money are easily parted. So if somebody's holding on to their money, they're certainly not that foolish.
Yeah. I mean, this guy's just, he's so weird. I don't think it's really him. He's like in a high profile situation. So he's like not allowed to have an opinion about anything, I guess. He won't even be honest with me in private. And it's like all this flat earth stuff that he wouldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, but he won't even talk about 9/11 with me.
And we
So
can't
it's
even
like-
talk about that anymore.
Yeah. It's because he's the dean of a university, and I think it's like no matter what opinion he has, somebody's going to be offended. So it's like he just stays out of everything and acts
Oh.
stupid.
So he's politically neutral just so he can keep his job.
Yes. And even
Yeah.
when he retires, he's still going to do this crap because he doesn't want to get it kicked out of his fancy little club with all his fancy little friends.
Yeah, because they still meet up after all that.
Yeah.
With,
It's so fake.
with their wizard robes.
Yeah. I mean, I work at a farm and I live in a trailer, but in a lot of ways I think I'm smarter than him.
Well, there's a lot of people who have degrees in whatever bullcrap that they wanted to study, and they don't know where food comes from. So,
Yeah.
at the end of
I
the
think
day,
deep down he really knows what's going on, but he'll never admit it.
yeah. There's a lot of people who are living in that cog dis fog where they know that at any moment the lights could be turned off, and that's it. It's time for everything to change, and they are in complete denial of the possibility. They know it's possible, but it's like the cog disc keeps them in denial. Like, I'm just going to keep living life, and whatever happens, happens.
For a lot of people, I think it's pride, and they're like so invested in this, they'll never admit they're wrong.
Oh, you're talking about the glow? Yeah. I'm telling you though, this shifts over. There's a lot of people who are going to act along, and that they were just not saying anything because they didn't want to be persecuted by people or something. they're gonna jump ship and try and like buddy up with the flat earthers. They're like, we remember fucking mad crap, yeah. But welcome. Stop being weird and come home. I think it's kind of hilarious how much, like, we have this unending forgiveness for their ignorance. A lot of us have heard some wicked stuff that we won't even repeat here on this channel. And yet we still want them to come in and just talk to us so that we can explain to them what we know and what we know that they can know if they just look. You don't have to believe in random fairy tales. I know plenty of people have wished me death.
Well, these servers get attacked. I don't know if it was this one, but specifically, it's hard when there's multiple servers out there that have like the same name, or close enough. But I've seen these places get like raided, and then mass reported, and then even though nobody did anything wrong except for the people trying to take it down, and then the server gets taken down.
Brigading, and then they, yeah. Because it's a game to them, like a war.
Yeah. I haven't seen it recently, but years ago, I've seen it more than once.
For a lot of these globies, it's not even about the globe. They could that. It's about debating and winning a debate using like their wit and whatever, winning arguments. They don't care about being right.
No, some people that actually are into debate, like real academic style debates. Oh, you're not talking about that? Okay.
No, there are. I agree that there are ones that they, that they actually take it seriously to try and debate and discuss things properly. But then there's this other mentality out there. Let's see. Like this is, oh, here we go. This is from, oh, that's not the one that I wanted. There's somebody who he commented, and it struck me wrong the way that he posted, because he just did not care at all about the subject matter of the thing. He just wanted to argue, and he openly admitted to it. Which kind of made me realize that's probably what a lot of these kids are doing. They're just in here to fight. They don't really care about... It's a meme to them. Let's go bully on these dumb flat earthers who probably don't know shit, and then they come... Crap. They know more about the globe model than we do. And then they end up spiraling.
And they can't even make any good memes. I mean... Yeah, usually they're all lame.
I'd say they make the best memes. They just need us to make them for them. By taking pictures of them, or taking the stuff that they say and just showing it to them.
Yeah. How about jokes? Like, are there like any, do you know any like flat earth jokes that are any good? Like, I can't think of any. Like, I don't know any like globe earth jokes either. But
my flat earth comedy routine is just observational, like pointing out the obvious. They tell you that the sun's standing still, and you can tell it's standing still because you see it move over your head. Just stupid shit like that, but it's true. It's funny because it's true, even though it's like almost a dad joke.
Yeah. Hey, what do you think about Ken Ham?
I've actually met him. It was a long, long time ago, but...
I just wish he would admit the whole flat earth stuff. He's a young earther, but he denies all this flat Earth stuff.
I think that he's afraid to. There's like an embarrassment type thing where he's either afraid to jump on that with confidence, or he's in complete denial of what he already knows to be absolutely true. Cogdice either way. I don't believe Isaiah was an idiot. So if somebody claims to believe the Bible, claim to believe that the major prophets knew what they were talking about, and at least have some respect for the minor ones. So Isaiah should be one of the higher people, and you would assume that he's intelligent enough to know the difference between a ball and a circle, since he uses both words in proper context throughout Scripture and chooses very specifically when to use those words, and he never calls the earth a ball.
Yeah, I do gotta give him props for a lot of his work is just brilliant, but
Yeah.
that's my one gripe with him.
Well, that's why I'm not accusing him of being intellectually dishonest or anything. I think that it's just cogdice that's got him kind of stumbling over himself.
Yeah.
Because I like the guy. I think he's done a lot of good work for the studies that we're into ourselves.
I have this old book from some of his earlier work that I like. It's out of print. I need to go get it.
Yeah.
What?
There's one thing that I remember he was explaining how, because the mainstream tries to act like fossils or bones that are trapped in rock, and that's not at all what they are. For the most part, they're bones that have been replaced by minerals. It's just a stone that's shaped like the bones.
Yeah.
And there's not even DNA there or anything to test. Which is interesting then when they come out with this, found a T-Rex bone that has blood in it. Oh, how the hell did that survive millions of years?
Even the testing, I don't know if I even trust it. Like,
They're
when they
carbon
look
dating
for
bullshit,
viruses and stuff, and they put it through that centrifuge thing. They're not. It's not just like they're separating stuff out. No, they add monkey liver and all sorts of crazy wacky stuff to it, and then they say, "Oh, there's the virus. We isolated it."
I don't talk about nothing like that, because that's all speculation into the laboratories of pharmakias. We don't even know what's in there.
Yeah.
That, and it's a sensitive subject. What was I looking up? Dang it.
Do you know anything about the P950?
Not much. I'm assuming that it's somewhere halfway between the nine. I don't have one of those type of cameras, not yet. I think a lot of people they're afraid to lean into certain things because of public appearance. They don't want to be seen as crazy. They feel like they'll take away from their message, the more important message that they have. So for a lot of believers, the flat earth type thing is not really a salvation issue for them. So they're not going to even try and talk about it. They'll try and focus more on the gospel type stuff. I disagree with doing that, but I understand why they do that. So, you know.
You gotta narrow your optics. I mean, it basically has to be if you want to believe in the Bible. I mean, there's a timeline, and it wouldn't make sense.
Here's where it gets weird. Let me see if I can picture. I hate how I treat my computers. I abuse them by organizing my file. Everything is scattered, and in turn it hurts me. Okay, here it is. Okay, so this wait. There's a title. There's a book version of. I'll share this one first. So this right here is kind of the geocentric Christian alternative to the heliocentric model, which I'm under the assumption that there's a large portion of Christian believers who are actually into this. They're somewhere caught between what we talk about and the heliocentric stuff with their ball Earth, but everything rotates around that. This particular picture comes from something that's it's even weirder. I gotta Google image search. Find it. Reverse
And the other
search with
is
Google.
the ball and stationary in that view.
This is well, hold on, if it'll find it. It's some book that this guy wrote, and it's an anti-flat earther book. But this is like an alternative Christian cosmology type thing, where they're trying to say that that's the Where's that?
It's like Scientology, taking a lie and warping it even more, making a mess out of everything.
Yeah. See if I can find the. There's an actual book cover, because I cropped that out of a book cover just to separate the picture. I'm trying to find the original. It'd kind of simultaneously make you laugh and be a little bit frustrated too. And I'm taking too long to find it. The frustrated part is more like face-palming towards their ignorance, because they're trying to twist scripture in order to justify what they're saying.
I have a system to keep me from doing this. Whenever I have sources that I think I'm going to want to cite later, so I don't lose them, I'll Facebook Messenger myself the link, and then I'll put a little keyword and text that, and then I use the search function, and then it'll pull it right up for me. I've had to learn the hard way, because I'll be like, oh, I'll just Google it again, and then the search isn't going to be the same as it was before. Other stuff's going to cover it up, and then I'll have to sit there with my dick in my hand trying to prove a point, and it ruins everything.
Google removes it completely, and you're like, I knew it was there. Yes, I just got a screenshot from yesterday, and then now it's changed for one reason or another.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this stuff, it's actually intentional. Sometimes it's just not just the way it is by whatever's more relevant or whatever at the time.
It's just algorithms doing their thing.
But you agree, though, some of this stuff is actually targeted?
Oh yeah, there's specific buzzwords that they'll censor or push down, like shadow ban from the list. And you can't even, back in the day, you could click 10 or 20 on the Google search. Now you just show more, show more, show more, and you keep scrolling it. You can't actually jump way back.
DuckDuckGo went woke over Ukraine, but now there's not a single actually unbiased search engine available. DuckDuckGo is still better, but still they basically ruined the whole thing they're founded on.
William. Oh, he said, I guess he was talking about something else, this J-Star guy, Casey, but that's not the... There it is. Okay, yeah. Picture of this. Alright. This is what I was talking about. So, this is the actual anti-flat earther, Christian, whatever, antithesis to what we talk about. These people are the actual opposites, not the Globers. Globers are just neutral. They were born into it. These people are actually openly combining heliocentric with the Bible in order to create this. That's something else. The mental gymnastics that they have to jump through in order to do that.
Darn it.
You can see why I cropped the image out of it. I don't even like the cover of that. It's just such a blatant lie.
Yeah, I haven't looked yet. I'm doing something here. I spilled some coffee.
You're good, man. No worries.
It's what I get for trying to do this type of stuff in the dark.
Have you read the book, AG? Like, can he make it work? Like, for a Christian that is reading this book and knows about astronomy, does it work?
I don't need to read a can of beans to know that it'll give me gas.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, I look at it and I know it's good to start.
I agree. I think I should probably actually buy it so that I can give it a valid read, talk about it, and debunk what's in it.
Don't give them money. Just pirate it.
You know what? You're right. Just download the PDF. Yep. Why would I give them money? I get the PDF and then debunk it. In fact, I would suggest that since this is out there, it's probably going to be relevant to conversations in the future. Anybody who is on the Bible side of this, you might want to look into the book, because this is coming down the pipe at us.
Is this guy more like Abrahamic, like Jewish?
Probably. It's probably some like Hebrew roots stuff mixed with the heliocentric junk.
Yeah, well, whatever that's in the bottom in Hebrew. What's all that about?
I'm pretty sure that, let me see, I think that's the name of God. Like, a lot of people use that, though. They'll grab the old...
Isn't that the thing you're supposed to put above your door? Like, for the rapture or something?
Or for the... You're talking about the Passover with the blood, the lamb?
Yeah. But then they also put that on there or something, and then like a little scroll.
And don't get me wrong, I'm all for studying ancient languages and stuff. I love it. Like, it's part of the history. If anything, we all should be studying, Latin, Greek, Hebrew, all of it. But there's certain people out there who are taking it completely out of context, making it their entire identity, into twisting scripture in order to fit their worldview, and that is idolatry. They're making their own god.
Yeah, probably.
And that's where my problem comes in, is when people start trying to twist scripture and make their own version of what it. No, it is what it is. We don't get to choose. Can't change it. It's what it is.
Some of that might not even be intentional. They might mean well even in their hearts and just get it completely wrong for whatever reason. But I think a lot of it is people doing it to suit their own, justify their own misconduct. I think that's probably the better half of it, if I had to guess. No way to prove it either way.
Paved with good intentions?
Yeah.
Using the Bible to prove anything is kind of dubious. Saying that the Bible says this, so it must be true. Yes.
Well, that's not the argument at all. It's more so about biblical scholars should know the Bible. Just like I would expect somebody who's a scholar of Islam to know the Quran.
Yeah.
And a Buddhist should know, the teachings of Buddha, so on and so forth. So if a Christian's twisting their own doctrine, then say I saw a Muslim twisting their own scripture, what'd you do? That's not what the Quran says. What are you doing? And I'd say the same thing to the Buddhist who's not being a Buddhist. I'd be like, what did you do? That's not what Buddha said, dude. So when I see the Bible,
Yeah, exactly.
Same thing.
There are thousands of denominations of Christianity.
Why did you post that A1 Sony camera?
Oh, I was looking up the best camera, the most powerful camera in existence or whatever, and it was interesting that it was space.com that had the Sony A1. Okay, so a space website is telling you this is a good camera for taking pictures of space with. Alright. But it's also telling you it's super expensive, and unless you're going to make money being a photographer, it's probably not a good idea to get one.
No, it doesn't even look expensive.
That's what I gave you a rundown of the article. It's what their review said.
God, if I had to guess, I would think that's like $250. Just looking at it. Looks old and outdated. Some of that stuff is ridiculous. Just like, like real deal, like news cameras. Like, I did some sort of like community service so I was ditching school and they made me do it. And, I was doing something for like a news station, and I just had to like carry around the equipment. They're like, "Do you have any idea how much money that microphone costs? That's like $2,000. This camera's worth like $50,000." I'm like, "You're bullshitting me," and they're like, "No, I'm serious."
Oh my god, this camera costs $6,500.
Yeah.
Amazon.
They've got some pretty expensive ones out there. I was commenting on that before. The camera is about the same price as a used car.
I need my concealed carry permit. Like, if I'm walking around with something like that.
Camera's so expensive it should be registered as a weapon.
They should put GPS in them, honestly.
For that amount, yeah, they really should. If it ever got stolen or something. Like, you got tagged your phone.
Man, that's gotta be brutal. Like
What's that?
Karen's, like you know how people would be like streaming, like in public, like IRL streams, and then some Karen will be like, "Stop recording me! It's illegal to record me without my consent." And then they like slap the camera out of their hands and like have like a public meltdown. It's like, but the camera's worth like $6,000, but it doesn't even look like it. Oh, they'd be so screwed. Go to prison.
The fists of justice are unisex.
Maybe that's actually a good idea.
The
Go
Batman quote.
to a counter protest, like an Antifa rally or something, with a really expensive camera to try to get it broken on purpose, so they get in a lot of trouble.
And see, now you've already conspired to do so, and there's a record of you doing so that's been recorded on a live stream. So that's premeditated, man. Now you definitely can't. Should have kept that one to yourself, dude. They got you in 4K. I get what you're saying though, and they're so easy to. But it's probably a bad idea. It's kind of like,
I have better things to do with my time.
yeah, you won't make us or anybody else or yourself look any better by picking on like the slow kids. Just saying.
Yeah, it's pretty low hanging fruit.
Yeah. Just don't make people freak out, because they'll just make you look bad. It's kind of like you never argue with an idiot. Their level and beat you with experience. Or onlookers won't know the difference.
And with the court systems, how they are, they'd probably get away with it anyway.
Though I would like to set up one of those tables and be like, Earth's flat, change my mind. Just set it up at random colleges.
I used to do that when I was in college. He got spit on. Like, feminists would, like, punch me.
Well, now you can identify it as a woman, so punch back. No, I'm just never engaging. But actually, that's the coolest part. If you had it recorded, you could probably just turn the other cheek and let the system do their thing.
Yeah, we always record everything,
Yeah.
but we don't
Never do
really
anything
care.
back.
We don't actually try to get people in trouble. It's just for our protection. We'll just let them spit on us, wear it like a badge of honor. It kind of proves the point. We'd get them in trouble if we wanted to, but we're just trying to do our thing.
It's kind of like Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
Yeah.
I get it, man.
But if we wanted to, totally have all this stuff. Like, we like to hold on to it as, like, almost like leverage, like maybe we will release all this stuff if you, like, attack our group, like, or try to get our group taken down.
Contingency plans.
Yeah. They really tried hard to take it down.
I was just thinking more like kind of a dash cam when you're driving type scenario. Keeping track of what happened just in case.
If you're a bad driver, you shouldn't have one. You destroy it. Even though it's your camera, you can't get rid of the evidence. So if you're doing speeding and stuff, you shouldn't, like, snitching on yourself.
I guess that's why they're not standard, like, cameras built into vehicles, because you don't have to incriminate yourself or whatever.
Yeah, in Russia it is.
Traffic laws are weird. Like, if you think about it, you go into traffic court and they automatically assume you're guilty. Any other type of court system, it's innocent until proven guilty, but with the traffic stuff, they go in under the assumption you're guilty and you have to prove that you're innocent.
Yeah. And then you don't get a lawyer either. You have to defend yourself. I defended myself, and they said, like, no, you're guilty, but I'm gonna give you a break here. If you don't get another ticket for the next 6 months, then I'm just gonna throw it out. So it's always good to go anyway.
He was in the Air Force or something, and he ended up putting a novelty plate on his truck. He got tickets, but he took it to court and won. He used to be in the Air Force. I don't know how he won. But, right to travel. He didn't have to get real tags or anything. Like, he just slapped some novelty tags on his truck and kept going. He actually won in court, though.
I got pulled over a year and a half ago with no license, no insurance, and no registration. And they let me go.
Yeah. They don't... That's the thing, is they really don't have to do anything. Like, everything's all just judgment calls.
I was desperate. But, now I'm all legit. But that would have been really bad.
And there's a lot of good cops out there that they'll have mercy on you knowing that point A to point B to get your stuff straight. And they leave you be.
You just gotta act like you really need it.
You just gotta act
Still
like
not
a
gonna help
normal
you with
human,
everything.
man.
Yeah. It's
So-
kind of ridiculous.
Once they humanize you in their mind, they recognize it's another person trying to, get by. But if you dehumanize them by treating them, cops are going to tend to think, oh, well, you must be a bad guy then. Hide.
Yeah.
They assume. But people also assume that the cop's just trying to bust you, and that's not always the case either.
I got pulled over with a black guy in my car recently. And I was like, oh man, does that mean I don't have white privilege right now? I'm like, oh. I actually got a little bit more nervous just because I had a black guy in my car. It's like, oh wait. It would be way better if I were just by myself right now.
Oh Lord.
It probably doesn't make a lick of difference, but I actually did, like, low-key, like, get a little bit more nervous than normal.
Did you guys see that Fight the Flat Earth guy? His troubles with the law?
I don't know who that is. You should post a link.
I don't know if I want to give that guy any credit or any links. I don't want to give him any hit. You don't know FTFE? I'm amazed. Well, good on you, I guess. He's like a anti-flat earther, anyways. But what was weird is not only the way he behaved, but he did a stream on it with another guy, which I guess you don't know. And they squeezed so much super chats from their, I don't know, idiotic audience. I think the most impressive thing for me was seeing the mentality of his audience. I don't bring the model into it, but that was insane to see people give super chats to a guy uh, convicted of assault. It's crazy.
Mm. Assault's not that bad.
Well, yeah, I guess. But if you know, you're lucky you don't know who that is. But if you know the context and you know the person, it paints a whole different picture.
You know, maybe I do, and I'm just confused. That's kind of why I wanted a link. But
Fight the flat earth. You should know about him. Craig.
if he's really prominent, then I probably do. I just can't remember.
What are you talking about? Fight the flat earth? Craig? Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Oh my god.
Oh, sorry. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, flat earthers really don't like him.
Did you donate to him, Brandon, when he did that stream? Him and Ranty?
He didn't give me anything. So you're saying he gave me something? I'm sorry, it's your accent.
I said, did you donate to him? Give a super chat?
No, I've never done that, but I'm a fan. I watch him as much as I can.
Apparently, he just got banned and did a stream about it from here.
He did.
And he got arrested. Yeah, I don't know who this guy is. First time hearing of him.
He got banned. Do I have a link to that stream or something?
Well, I'll post it, but I asked for it. I had to go look it up. He didn't want to post it. I'll do it though.
Brandon,
hold on.
All that guy has, Fight the Flat Earth, has claims. Nothing else. He appeals to authority. He presents as proof a globe model in his hand. Come on. I mean, he might be cool, you might like his personality, but when it comes to the debate, that guy has nothing. Do you know he said to a guy...
I don't think so.
Fight the Flat Earth, told somebody, Red, you have a mic.
My mic's acting up?
Yeah.
Really? I haven't done anything differently. That's weird.
Anyway, this guy thinks other people who teach their children a straight line is straight, he says they are child abusers. So I don't know how you can stand behind that, Brandon.
he got banned from Discord server for asking for a map.
My mic should be fine.
What?
You were saying I was having mic issues. I don't think I am, though.
Well,
I didn't
that's
say
not
that.
the link, but yeah.
This isn't the link?
No, there's a stream he did with another guy, Ranty, where they talk about the assault and squeeze their not so bright audience for super chats.
Oh, he did get banned, but it was from Discord server.
If you think that guy is cool, I don't know. I think you have a problem with morality and the principles and stuff like that.
Morality, really? How is fidelity moral?
Well, I'll start saying he is the kind of person who his identity on the internet is fighting someone he thinks they are stupid. So he has no identity of his own. Even his name implies or makes sense after you learn about his that he's violent and has problems to keep his anger, right? Plus, if you get to see debates with him, he has nothing. Just appeals to authority, just claims. His proof is calculations that take pre-assumptions from the globe model. He has nothing, no measurements of his own.
That's a fallacy. He doesn't have to do it himself.
Yes, but his proof is based on calculation, nothing from reality. He has a plastic globe in his hand and he tells people, I saw a stream recently where he got banned from Tartaria, I think, and he was presenting the globe, plastic globe in his hand, using it as an argument. Nothing besides that. Just a clown, in my eyes, anyways. And I would say that his audience are very toxic people to support.
52.8. That's not bad. I wonder how much, like, who do you think the most popular Flat Earth YouTuber is? Probably, like, Eric Dubay. You think somebody else has got more? I'm gonna see how much he has. Yeah, he's got 181.
So this is funny. I'm doing what Drace was doing before, asking very specific questions. ChatGPT. And it's telling me logical fallacies. It's funny.
I need to get that set up. Start using that. I'm gonna do it to make descriptions for my YouTube videos and like fluff them out. Supposed to help. I'll just have it do the writing for me.
That's one way to do it.
I don't understand why it would make a difference on videos, but people that have more views than me tell me I need to pad out the descriptions, and it'll help. But I just don't see how it would make a lick of difference. I'm gonna do it anyway. Plus, I don't even have to now because of ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. I was thinking of another experiment I could do, and this would take more doing. But what were you talking about? We were talking about black swans in our area, and I was like, well, I was talking about the lake. I drive by every couple months or so. I go up there. Anyway, there's this other thing. There's a mountain about 350 miles away from my current location, and I can see it on a cold, clear day. And if I got that camera, I mean, being able to see something from that far away, I'd have to do like adjust for altitude or whatever. But I was thinking maybe I could hike up that mountain and put like some sort of reflector on there. But it's way too far away to hit with a laser, so I'm not really sure what I could do other than photograph it from farther than I should be able to. And then do the equation and see like how much of the mountain I can see and how much I should be able to see.
Yeah.
I don't think I really need to hike up there for anything. I don't have to actually go there. I think I just, once I get the camera, photograph it and then, yeah.
In that live stream, the voice text. Those are the responses that ChatGPT gave me.
You got all super quiet.
Yeah, I was working on this really quickly. I was listening to you, but I was also kind of multitasking.
Yeah, but now your volume's like really low.
What?
Yeah, it's like hard to hear what you're saying now.
No, it sounds the same as always.
Oh, okay. Well, me? Huh.
I don't know.
This is hilarious, this ChatGPT who's done that.
Yeah. Well, Drace inspired me to do this because he was already doing something to it. So I figured I would format a question and then just change the other half to the question, see what it gave me in responses to the logical fallacies.
Yeah, I like the bit. I'm just going to say I like the bit at the end where it says, this statement ignores all the other evidence we have that supports the fact that the Earth is round, such as satellite images or observations of curvature of the horizon. Who's made them observations? Anyway,
Yeah.
bring them here.
The chat
Post
GPT
hoc
good.
ergo propter hoc.
I've never heard that one before.
Yeah.
It basically correlation does not imply causation. Is pretty much.
I'm gonna have to use that just to like confuse people at some point.
Post hoc ergo propter.
It
That's
freaks me out.
What did he just say?
Freaks me out that maybe both parties of a debate will start using ChatGPT more and more, and that's so unsettling.
Yeah.
Journalists used to have to like go read 100 articles from other journalists and then take like a paragraph from each one to like write their articles. And now they don't even have to do that. They just use ChatGPT.
I thought of an industry that will get a boom, perhaps, because of ChatGPT's ability to create images. Tattoo parlors. Right?
Tattoo parlors.
Yeah, like people will get inspired to get ChatGPT to create a picture based on their words, and the art is pretty cool. So
Somebody's still got to put the ink down.
Oh my god, guys. Oh my god, this one's the best.
I'm saving these.
I know that was the best one so far.
can you ask ChatGPT without giving it the bias, where you write down, explain the logical fallacy, because ChatGPT then, right? You know what I'm saying?
The regardless of fact removes the
Yeah.
bias, and then it just strictly talks about logical fallacy. That's why we put the regardless of fact, because then it's going to take the assumption that, oh, well, this is facts, and go with that if you don't put that in to begin with. You
Yeah,
can either say regardless or irregardless. It means the same. But you're right, it has an information bias towards the globe Earth worldview. So in order to negate that, do the regardless fact thing. Because their facts are fiction. And we just want to know about logical fallacy. I'm trying to think of another common one that they...
Let's appeal to ridicule. No?
Regardless of fact, explain the logical fallacy in this statement.
Regardless of fact.
I know the moon landing's real because I saw it on TV.
No, flat earthers are dumb. Yeah. Yeah, do that one. Flat earthers are dumb.
Yeah, so we'll get that hominem.
It
Yeah,
won't,
do the ad hom. Do the ad hom and ask for the logical fallacy, which is obviously going to be appeal to the ridicule. That's good though. I think now we know a way to bypass the program,
Mm-hmm.
regardless of fact.
That's... yeah. Did he figure that out himself, or did Where did you figure that? How did you figure this out?
I got that from Drace. Like that's what I was pointing out.
Of course, it would be Drace.
Yeah,
Of course
Drace was posting this in the lobby, and he was doing something similar to this.
Drace is a smart debate motherfucker. Man.
Yeah, he's been playing with the Chat GPT about as long as Indio, I think.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Elijah hasn't come in here and talked to us about.
There's a limit on it, apparently. You can only ask 10 questions, so I'm down to my last question. I'm trying to make sure. I'm trying to think of just the right one.
That's lame.
I could link you guys in, though, and then you get 10 questions, too. Here you go. Ask the Oracle.
Yeah.
Explain the logical fallacy. The Earth is round because of where I stand. I don't know. Because that to me that's like what's that thing called? Circle of view. Of course,
Yeah, field of view.
Your field of view is a circle all the way around you.
Yeah.
And dude, if people just knew how vision worked.
That's one of the biggest problems with this discussion. Most people don't even know how their own eye works. And if you don't know how your eyes work, then discussing perspective gets really difficult.
I'm not going to stay out here for fucking 8 hours if that's a good thing.
Are you supposed to use like parentheses like you normally would?
I just type a regular sentence, but then put in quotes the logical fallacy statement.
Quotes, yeah.
If you use proper grammar and syntax in your conversation with them, it has to adhere to the laws of the grammar.
Yeah. That's why I typed it very specifically, even with the colon there, so that it would separate that part of the sentence with the other.
Because it actually has an appreciation for like proper grammar, proper information.
That's also one of the reasons why I can get very specific images generated with the Deep Dream generation stuff. Etymology helps. Honestly, though, studying words is going to help a lot of people in the future. The ones who aren't going to be coding, they'll just be using AI. They should study language then, words, because that's how they're going to talk to these things.
Yeah, they're not going to write it down anymore. They're just going to communicate it.
Yeah,
they're going to spit out what they tell it to.
Language models, yeah.
I got a good one. Check this.
So I didn't need to learn computer programming at all. All I got to do is learn language, and then when the time comes back, I'll be back on top of everything.
I'll be right back.
Watch out for zombies.
Oh, damn it.
What? That's hilarious. The Earth is a globe because of the super fact of the sky is blue because it's blue.
Yeah, man. It's consensus. That's what.
You went the other end of the spectrum and got the most irrational response possible. How did you get it to do that?
Besides fact, I told him to ignore logic and explain, I guess, the mindset.
It's just nothing but appeals to it's nothing but logical fallacies. The entire paragraph is just a logical fallacy. I should copy this and put it through and be like, explain to me the logical fallacy of this statement and make the Chat GPT correct itself. Oh, Hey, Dodo.
Have you ever asked the question, why does the Earth measure flat?
If the Earth is round, why does it measure?
It's not a logical fallacy.
I know that's like that's hilarious. If the Earth is round, then why does it measure flat? Just straight up ask.
Yeah.
Got one question. If you only had one shot, one opportunity.
The Earth is round because in 1957, NASA discovered it. Before that, Aristotlenes did the sticks and shadows. But nobody else has ever been able to reproduce the same fucking thing.
I got the ad hominem.
One scientific observation was good enough for the entire world. That's all we need, one scientific observation. Ridiculous.
You guys got any other ideas for me for this this lake experiment? Like, what else could I do out there? We talked about the laser and the sunrise in the mirror. Any other ideas?
You could do a mirror with a laser, right? Like 5 miles across, but use a small mirror where you have to actually pinpoint the laser onto that mirror and put that mirror like 8 inches off the ground. And put the laser like 8 inches off the ground, or even a foot off the ground, and show that like that's how much precision it is. 5 miles, 10 miles.
Yeah, we already talked about that. I was looking for other ideas. I mean, that's enough to work with or start with for sure. But I was wondering if anybody else had other. Is there other things I could do, like maybe surveying equipment or anything else come to mind? Apparently not.
This guy was like, I can open up the valves. It's not my job to open them. It's a union. Damn it. Oh, it's so scary stepping over a gap when you're like 20 feet up in the air.
And you're discording while. What are you doing?
I worked out in the oil field.
You must be on the East Coast. Is there even oil over there? Well, it's like nighttime. Still. It's still dark. So the sun just rose?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
that makes more sense.
Probably like around 15 degrees in the air.
I found another chat OpenAI that doesn't have any limits on it, I don't think. So there you go.
Is it Chai?
It's just another one.
CHAI?
Doesn't
Were you
seem
there when
very
I
long.
were you there when I put Chai into Cogdis
No.
with the 3 points?
Maybe. I don't know. You probably did show me that. If it's happened within the past 5 months, I've been on most every day. Probably did show me that. It's been a while. Well, most every day. I honestly believe that that's why the world leaders are calling pause for a hold on all this AI stuff, is because too much truth is being released and people are learning how to play with the system in a way to get information they don't want people to get. They want to scrub all of it.
They're trying to lock the programs down, too.
Yep. They want to scrub all of it, and then they're going to use this as a framework for the next training thing, but they want to make it so it's clean. Whitewash it. Brainwash the entire internet. One go.
Yeah, no. The whole TikTok thing, too, dude. Like, I used to think it was kind of like, China's spying on us or whatever. And now I'm like, they can't hide the algorithm of flat Earth on it.
Yeah. I think part of it
the
also has
biggest
to
thing.
do with... I'll be right
I
back.
think they're trying to give Facebook and Instagram a monopoly on this stuff. They'll be able to censor and control what people see more easily if they have domestic control over it.
Well, Facebook and Instagram are owned by the same company, but Dragonfly in China was the startup for them for their framework. So China has their own search engine that they use, their own Google search engine, and so their program is called Dragonfly, and it only allows you to search the suggested programs that they give you. Like anything outside of that, it's off limits.
I think they're trying to tie this all into the CNBC and give people a social credit score and make it where you can't really have free speech if you want to be able to go to the store and buy stuff. Kind of like what's going on in communist China.
But back to flat Earth, off the politics, and back to flat Earth.
Got more questions for ChatGPT? I'm trying to think of something else to ask him. Ugh. Excuse me.
All right. I don't know if anybody's around. Music on or
Even Chat GPT, without even me asking about flat Earth. So I ask a question, and Chat GPT injects flat Earth into the discussion, into his answer. I think that's good. Yeah.
Well, I'm wondering if it keeps basically when you start a session, if it's using that you've just had, or if it's injecting it like separately. Because sometimes what you've just asked her can affect other things that it'll respond to. But also, it is trained by Globers. And we flat earthers have been playing with things since it came out. So it's being trained some Globers and my voice is probably breaking out a lot. Fix. Doesn't.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit, but I think it's intelligible. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's because there's a heater in the background. The buzz from the heater is kind of the echo cancellation. There's a new song out. Somebody named Salt Lake Stacy. I've been like subscribing to Flat Earth music type YouTubes. Oh, I just did another one. Chat G for the moon landing. The moon landing happened.
You posted it in the lobby.
Oh, damn. Yeah, I did fix that. I'll up that last line. Last sentence.
Yeah, ChatGPT is a bit confused. It would seem like, anyway.
I love that the last one's hilarious. Blindly trusting it or what we see on TV. Chat GPT throws shade and don't care what it goes. Regardless of fact, explain the logical fallacy in this statement. Gas can be
You cut out.
there. I said, regardless of fact, explain the logical fallacy in this statement. Gas can be contained without a container. And then it went on to say that, therefore, to contain gas, a container of some form of confinement is necessary. Oh, let me screenshot it. This is great. It actually kind of stays neutral.
The last one is kind of stupid.
Which one? The one I just.
Yeah, and the mass attracts mass.
I thought it was. Some of these
You're cutting out.
silliness is what. Some of the chat GPT stuff is silly, but the silliness is kind of what exposes it for what it is.
Yeah.
It's weird how it's scripted to put begging the question or circular reasoning, and in other cases, the circular reasoning or begging the question. So it just swaps those two fallacies around,
Yeah.
like in the last two questions.
I want to see what it says when I. What? That was weird. Conversation not found.
It had an aneurysm from that.
I broke it.
Cannot compute.
I haven't tried signing up for this. Does it take a long time?
Oh shit, dude! It did it. It did it. It says that Newton's law of gravitation is a false cause fallacy.
Oh, that's funny.
Like it contradicts itself at the beginning. Like, well, it's a law, but then it's like, but it's also a false cause fallacy. Trying to think of other questions I can ask it since I found one where I have unlimited questions. Neovia. Got ChatGPT correcting NASA.
I ran out of questions, but can you ask it questions in the about the definition of a straight line and how it applies traveling on this their model?
Yeah, you just have to ask things in a specific way. It should respond. It's like,
The Earth's mass is what gives us weight. So without that, there's no mass. What? What?
Please give in ChatGPT the riot act.
Yeah, this chat GPT thing is trippy. It's gonna still give the wonky answers that kind of centralize around the globy if we're not careful. But sometimes that's okay because of the fact that they contradict themselves. Oh, here we go. I think y'all like this one. Why would they lie? Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Jedi. Finish typing your thing. What I posted isn't that important. I did another one asking the question, implying that it's harder to fake it.
Yeah, I think you could have been more specific with the question. Because the second paragraph just spirals.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, you can make the bot spiral and out. It's kind of funny.
Because I think it's struggling with the definition of go there, right?
They're trying to redefine all the words now. They want horizontal to mean bent. And they're trying to... Yeah, I'm not even going to mention the other words they've redefined. It gets into touchy subjects.
You mean those gentlemen who fashioned their E into a V?
Whatever you want to say, man. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Old Polish proverb. Regardless of fact, explain the logical fallacy in this statement. I trust the government.
Oh god.
Alright, I got it. I'm not even going to read it. I'm just going to screenshot it and go ahead and send it.
I thought it would play just to give you an audio of the anthem.
I wish it would. Now I'm going to read it. The logical fallacy in the statement I trust the government's authority itself. Yeah, that's about right. Keeps it relatively neutral, too. I like that a lot of the responses aren't too extreme. They just keep it neutral. Like, it is what it is. Oh, that occurred to me last night. So, there's a difference between phenomenon and Nomenon. I can't even pronounce it. I can't talk right now. Let me get the words. Let me go grab my screenshots. I'm going somewhere with this. I have a reason. Of course. This will be easier. Not. It reminds me of Helio, though, because there's this, it is what it is, and then it do what it do. Well, phenomenon is that it do what it do, and the nomenon part is it is what it is. I'll show you what I mean. Morning, Wave Mixer. Hope all is well with you, man. That's what I was talking about. The bottom one's kind of a it is what it is. Top one, it do what it do. I don't know why. I just thought that was funny to me.
This
Just
is
'cause
like Lou's rules.
It's just funny because it reminded me of what Helio said. Sometimes people say it is what it is, and he'll respond by saying it do what it do. But when you combine those two together, they're quite literally the definition of these two words. Etymology jokes. I guess this is something that I'd find. That or I had too much coffee. Oh right, I'm on pain medicine today. I don't ever take any pain medicine. I'll like suffer, deal with pain indefinitely until somebody like makes me take something. Like here, okay, fine. I don't like because it makes your brain sluggish. I hate it. I'd rather be in pain and think at 100% capacity than have everything cut in half. But it is what it is, and it do what it do. For context, I'm passing a kidney stone right now, so things aren't too pleasant for me.
It sucks, dude.
This too shall pass.
Drink lots of water.
Yeah. That and cranberry juice. This ain't my first rodeo. I've been through a couple of these. I actually thought I was going to go to the hospital yesterday because it was hurting so bad. But I'm also stubborn. I don't want to go to a damn hospital. Here's one that's kind of interesting. I'm actually surprised it gave me an answer. I'm going to sit here and probably play with the chat GPT most of the day and try and keep myself distracted. Here we go. I asked ChatGPT the ultimate atheist question. ChatGPT basically says that atheism is a logical fallacy.
Atheism is a logical fallacy.
ChatGPT says atheism is a logical fallacy. I love it. This is awesome. I took a screenshot. It's in the live stream, the voice text. That's great. Because these people come in, they'll act like they're absolutely certain. There's no, and yeah, that's a logical fallacy. You can't be certain, so you're agnostic.
Would you get?
What's
Sorry.
that?
Would you get the same result, more or less, if you said, "I am 100% certain that there is a God"?
Let's see what it says with that. It'll probably say the same thing. Or something similar. So one's the argument of ignorance and the other is an argument of certainty. Screenshot this one as well. There we go. I didn't read the whole thing, but it's a different one, but similar. Kind of the antithesis to the one that was just there, I guess. Yeah, the last line's even the same. It's just funny to me that it debunks atheism, or at least certainly doesn't believe in it. It considers atheism itself to be a logical fallacy.
For the questions and stuff, does it mostly just answer?
Yeah, it doesn't
Answer
ask you
questions.
anything or talk, but yeah, it just answers questions or gives you responses based off of what input you put in there.
Okay, so
There is a way that you can write stories. There's another one that's like a dungeon AI something, and it's actually kind of a text-based game on Steam. It's free, and you can write stories with that. But that one's more for fictional things, whereas this is more of a automated, I don't know. It's like an oracle. People can ask questions to. Yeah, I still consider these things just to be a glorified calculator. It's not intelligence. It's just calculating paths for words. It's doing the same thing with words as what we do with TI-83 for numbers. Graphing. It's just scary because it reveals a lot of stuff about humanity as a whole that people don't really want to face. But everything that these systems show that we don't like, that's just a reflection of something that was already there before the systems were ever. Dodo found his native country, his home city. Now we just got to build the time machine, man. I didn't. That is kind of weird though that there's a place named that. And of course, an oracle of Zeus. Are you saying you're the oracle, Dodo? Or the Dodo oracle?
I'm looking forward for ironically made packages for AI that mimic the Big Brother in the movie 1984, like for a workout routine in the morning, right? It's gonna be popular.
I just took a direct quote from Neil deGrasse Tyson. Told ChatGPT to show me the logical fallacies in it. Of course, posting the wrong one. This. It's weird because the way that he actually says that is like he's kind of chosen one. The universe chose me to be the savior of humanity. To protect them from all of these evil flat earthers who are going to ruin the indoctrination.
Was that Neil deGrasse accent?
Nah, I'm just being dramatic. This is what he said, though, and I'm there to see what the ChatGPT would say about it. It's kind of... Which he does admit it's not scientific. I just thought it would be funny to put it in there.
So the universe is in cahoots with someone else, at least, because it said, join us. Yeah, Neil is just an actor, a bad one.
Really, really poor improv actor.
I remember watching this one video where he was doing some sort of car valet. He was dropping, like a parking, or you drive up to the door and then someone gets up, someone drives your car to a parking spot, and then when you get ready to leave, they bring your car back to the front door. He didn't know how that worked. Like, he was completely confused. Like, where do I initial here? Do I sign there? Who do I give the keys to? Like, I'm like, holy shit, dude! Like, you're that fucking stupid. I mean, like, sorry for swearing, but like, you can't figure out how this process works. You've got a guy standing right there with, like, holding his hand like this.
Well,
you got one dude handing you a piece of paper. Like, you can't figure this process out. Like, somehow you're a genius. You got the whole universe figured out, but you can't figure out how a car hop works. You're just stumped. You need some sort of Big Bird and Barney, break out the crayons and figure this out for you, right?
Well, that actually makes sense, though. Like, these people get stuck in their own heads, overthink anything, something that simple. They'd overthink.
Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, he just overthought it. Like, he just somehow, like, like, in his mind, it was this huge, elaborate process. And when the guy just says, hey, give your keys to this dude and initial this piece of paper, he's like, what?
Yeah. He's trying to have all this big brain thought, like, it must be so complicated. And nah. That's not how life actually works, man.
It was funny too because when the video came out, the globalists kind of explained it away because there was a bystander who was filming him and just asking him some random questions. He's like, he was distracted. He couldn't. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. He wasn't he wasn't asking him to do complex calculus or something, or asking about the life and universe and everything. Just like, hey, what do you think about Musk? Like just basic chit chat, like gossip, if you will. Like the guy's sitting there gossiping and he can't figure out how to hand his keys over to somebody to park his car for him.
He probably can't chew gum and walk at the same time.
He's distracted. It's like you see him tripping all over the place and be like, wow, he's dumb. He can't chew gum and walk. He goes, he's distracted. And these are your geniuses. These are your guys who somehow have all the answers. They got all figured out. They get distracted by even the smallest things. Okay, they're not that smart. Okay, they're barely functional.
Oh, like an idiot savant. Useful idiot savants. I reckon they collect them.
I got one for you. So, here, this dude on a chimpanzee, he decides that at some point I'm free entertainment. So he'll never block me no matter what I say or what I do. So don't try to have him block me because he'll never block me. I'm like, okay, dude, that works, right? Because if you block me, I can't send you the news stories anymore. I can't give you reasons not to freak out over flat Earth. And even better, if you find this entertaining, that works too. It's infotainment. So basically, I said, like, he goes, I see blocking as just one soul that'll be lost in the breathless tide of triggered Karens who can't deal with somebody who disagrees with them. So then he says, back to me, I'm unstable and I need to grow up. I go, that works too, right? Because you find things that are unstable and immature, that to you is entertaining. And then I can use that to make sure you don't block me so I can always keep sending you the news stories. And then he says, stop messaging me, right? And I'm like, holy shit, dude, you've got the memory of a goldfish. You just said a second ago that you like what I message you. It's entertainment for you. Then you also said that it's funny because it shows you how unstable I am and how much I need to grow up. Then you want me to stop, okay? Did the content leave your smartphone screen? And now you don't remember what you just said. Goldfish memory.
Eight-second memory.
Yeah, and then he comes back. It's like, tells you about some family emergency. I won't disclose what he said. But basically, he's got some big issues going on today.
I hope all's well with him.
Yeah, so I'm like, okay, sure. You've got some big issues going on, and maybe a little distraction might help you. He's like, no, stop messaging me. I don't want to talk to you. I go, yeah, you say that as you keep messaging me. If you didn't want to message me, if you didn't want me to talk to you, you wouldn't have messaged me in the first place to tell me that you don't want me to message you. I would have sent you something and you just would have ignored it. But then you
I'm just
contact me.
messaging you just to let you know. Don't message me.
Yeah, I want to let you know. It's like, hey, like, don't talk to me. And I'm talking to you to let you know I don't want to talk to you by talking to you. You can tell I don't want to talk to you by how much I'm talking to you. The more I talk to you, the more I don't want to talk. I mean, like, that's how broken their worldview is. So then he says, then he talks about how old I am and, whatever. Okay. Like, seriously, dude, I give a shit how old you think I am or whatever. Like, I can change that. Like, somehow I'm going to roll back time. Oh, if I just take a couple years off, See, this is like whatever you disclose to them, they think they can weaponize it against you. But you've already disclosed it, so it obviously doesn't bother me. And then then finally, because I didn't understand his problem, that now I lack any human emotion or the ability to empathize with the other. Okay, so I stopped messaging him at that point. Okay, I'm like, you know what? This guy's too triggered. I'm just going to leave it alone.
He started making you feel bad.
Yeah, so what does he do next? What does he do? What's the next thing this guy does?
Start messaging you again?
No, worse than that. He goes on to Chimpanzee's server and does a profane rant about how much he hates me.
Oof.
So I'm like, wow, dude. Okay, so you don't want to talk to me. You only want to talk about me, but you don't want to talk to me in the DMs. But you want to talk with me, but you want me to stop talking to you. So then you go to a public place to talk about me. So basically, he said, Crit is essentially a psychopath. I tell him I can't play today due to, he says in public chat, so due to a funeral. And now he's blown up my inbox with strange insults and insinuations.
Well,
all I said was, dude, they're going to announce which 4 astronauts are going to go to the moon. That's all I said. And everything after that has been one-on-one engagement. I'm going to have to use that, though. It's like, hey, dude, what if I have a funeral today? Would you leave me alone about Flat Earth? Like, see what they'll follow their logic, right? Like, for him, having a funeral today means that he can message you, but you can't message him back. As he messages you. So then when you stop, then he tries to start drama in public. And then when you don't respond to his drama, what happens next, right? What happens when you flip the script on him and see what he does next?
he just wanted a hug, man.
Yeah, and by the way, this guy's supposedly a medical doctor.
Life is tough, though. Stuff hurts.
Yeah, he's got like
hard.
This is a guy like years ago I had asked him about the shingles vaccine. He told me that I can get it because I've already got autism because I'm a flat earther.
What a derp.
Yeah, I know. I go like, seriously, that's your trained medical advice. I asked you about I asked you about the shingles vaccine, and you tell me that it's okay to get it because I'm already autistic. I go, that's your medical advice. That's your trained medical advice.
He's trained to Adham, Strawman, Twitter, all.
Yeah, it's like, why would anyone believe your medical advice after that? Like, haven't you just fully disqualified yourself?
I don't know. He did it in one sentence.
Yeah, just like that, you know?
I guess the training worked.
Yeah, he could have said, hey, here's a link about it. You know, like, did you have chicken pox? Or just a few simple questions. And it was really just trying to connect with him at a human level, you know, trying to diffuse the situation. And no matter what you present or whatever, no matter what you say, they're on the verge of a full meltdown.
Even if you ask a serious question, and they'll think you're just being sarcastic, and you're just being honest and trying to ask a question.
Yeah,
it's always, yeah.
Yeah, full cards on the table. I didn't give a shit what he was going to say about the shingles vaccine. I was just kind of curious if he could do something other than spurg out about flat Earth. And he really can't. Even when he says he's an expert.
I think for a lot of these people, it's like a game. They come on my, and yeah, look at the live stream voice. But a lot of these people, the Globers, they come on here, it's a game for what's true or not. They care about just winning arguments, making themselves look cool in front of their friends. Like being able to laugh about stuff.
I frame that two ways, right? So they're trying to build up their social credit score. Number one, they want to seem cool to their group of friends. Or number two, it's really this entertainment. It's like top 10 flat earthers, number one will surprise you. TMZ sort of BuzzFeed style interactions with the internet. They don't really know anything about flat Earth or the globe for that matter. They don't know anything about rockets or space travel. All they want to do is pick a position they think they can speak from winning, like they're winning a winning side, and then use that for some sort of cringe internet purposes instead of an actual advancement of humanity. Because for them, it wasn't a giant leap for mankind. The trip to the moon was just a way to talk shit to people.
Yeah, I kind of looked at it like a pissing contest between U.S. and Russia. They wanted to show off who's the biggest dog.
On this like free speech debate server, guy responds to one of my headline gifs.
Wait, hey.
Yeah.
Is it about the Earth?
What?
I'm just picking on you because old dude was trying to. I'm joking on you before you can have a chance to talk.
Oh,
so
yeah.
Don't go that direction again. But is it about the Earth, bro?
Yeah. I don't remember which news story. I was just trying to look to see what news story it was because I didn't check back after I messaged them. So I was trying to remember. But I think it was the best space pranks one, if I remember right, the April 1st. So he said, I don't know if it was that one or it was the powerful X-Men star class space, rays coming from the sun. It's one of those two. So he says, the guy or the woman or whoever it was says, crit VC. I go, what for? And he says, to talk to me. I said, about what? About how stupid you are.
Oh, jeez.
And I said, no thanks, right? And I was going to check back to see
You there? You kind of got out? Out?
Oh, I'm back. I disconnected there for a minute.
Hey, what's up? So I just posted something else in the live stream. I'm trying to think of the dumbest Globy questions that we hear all the time. Or the statements that they'll say. Like, I know gravity's real because I'm not flying off into space. Or the question about it. Got another good one. This one made me laugh. I saw the ISS, so outer space must be real. This is the logical fallacy in the statement, I saw the ISS, so outer space must be real, is the hasty generalization fallacy. This fallacy occurs when someone draws a conclusion based on insufficient evidence. In this case, the statement assumes that because the individual saw the International Space Station, outer space must be real. However, this reasoning is flawed because the sighting of the ISS is not enough evidence for the existence of outer space. There could be other explanations for the sighting, such as the ISS being a man-made object that exists within the Earth's atmosphere. Moreover, the statement assumes that a single observation is sufficient to make a generalization of the existence of outer space, which is not the case. Therefore, the hasty generalization fallacy in this statement demonstrates the importance of evaluating evidence and arguing critically, rather than relying on insufficient evidence. It is essential to consider all possible evidence and arguments and evaluate them critically, rather than accepting claims based on incomplete or flawed reasoning.
It always has that last part. It's kind of a canned part, I guess.
Wanted to see what the AI had to say about Elon's statement regarding that car. First time I've seen it mention the incon.
Morning, guys. Morning.
Good morning. It gave an interesting response when I put in the one small step quote.
It's memorable, therefore there's no fallacy. That's stupid.
That's kind of what I was laughing at, man. It's weird, but it's a line from a movie, so I guess it would be a memorable thing that doesn't require logic or validity.
Yeah, but I guess you just specified the sentence exactly. You didn't tell where it came from or any of that.
Yeah, it knew all that on its own.
What if I just came up with that, like, on my first day of learning how to speak? Because it should, like, independently just explore this statement instead of assuming where it was said.
Yeah, that's why I say these things are kind of like a glorified calculator. Processes words instead of numbers. I do think these things can be pretty dangerous, though. pretty quiet in here. Yeah. Guess I could play some stuff. I went to go put some music on, and a lot of them mention certain things that we kind of don't talk about here, and it makes me leery to even put any of that music on. Even some of the FE stuff, certain things that mention sensitive subjects.
Yo. My mic may have been too close. I do that a lot.
On then.
I do that a lot. I put it like way too close sometimes. I don't know how to gauge it because I can't really healing. So it's hard to gauge how far my mic should be.
There's a way to go to your audio settings.
Oh.
The voice and video thing.
Oh, okay. Those are testing. Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
shit. Okay.
There you go.
Alright, cool. Edible.
I wasn't really seeing anything controversial being said in the live chat. Besides, if it was in another language, like if it was Russian, then they would, like, the two times I saw Russian, it was kind of calling out the bullshit. What is this drink like? You open it and it equalizes with the pressure, and then there's nothing inside.
Good evening, everybody. Tonight we're going to be debating the flat Earth. And to start us off is Ozian, and he's going to do a screen share. So the floor is all yours, Ozian, and thank you for being here.
All right, sharing my screen.
Oh, lots of colors.
There it goes.
There we go.
Yeah, sorry about that. All right. Let me pull up my PowerPoint. All right. Hey there, folks. Good to see you, Mike, and thanks for moderating this debate, Ryan. Welcome to the Flat Earth debate. Let's take a moment to talk about satellite technology and how it would work on a flat Earth. Specifically, let's take a look at the SES-3 satellite, which provides television signals to various locations, including Denver, Colorado, Guadalajara, Mexico, and Quito, Ecuador. I apologize in advance, but I must go over some boring technical jargon. Built by Orbital Sciences Corp of Virginia, SES-3 is beginning a 15-year mission to deliver educational, international, high-definition programming. The subpoint is a point on Earth that the geostationary satellite is directly above. The subpoint of SES-3 is at the following coordinates. Latitude of 0 degrees, that's the equator, folks, and longitude of 103 degrees west. This subpoint location is in the Pacific Ocean, west of South America and east of the Line Islands and the Republic of Kiribati. The altitude of the SES-3 satellite is approximately 35,000 kilometers, and for those crazy Americans like myself, it is 22,000 miles above the Earth's surface, as it is positioned in a geostationary orbit. Now, back to our regularly scheduled flat Earth debate. If we assume that the Earth is flat and the SES-3 satellite were only 100 miles above us, we would be in trouble. In this scenario, the elevation angles for Denver, Guadalajara, and Quito would be drastically different, and we couldn't get our TV fix in. Similarly, if the satellite were 22,000 miles above us, as it actually is, and the Earth were flat, the elevation angles would be different, but still not ideal with only a good signal if you adjusted another 20 degrees in elevation as per dishpointer.com. But here's the thing. We don't have to worry about that because the Earth ain't flat. Using actual elevation angles, we can adjust our satellite dishes to receive those sweet, sweet signals from SES-3. For example, in Denver, the approximate elevation angle is 53 degrees. In Guadalajara,
what debate is this?
66 degrees. And in Quito, it's 81 degrees. Of course, if we were on a flat Earth, those angles would be different. In fact, if the satellite were only 100 miles above us, the elevation angle would be a measly 20
modern day debate.
42 degrees.
God, this is bad.
Degrees.
Flat Earth versus globe Earth.
And if the satellite were really 22,000 miles above us on a flat Earth, the elevation angles would be much higher, much steeper, at 80 degrees, 84 degrees, and 86 degrees. So let's think about that for a moment. Let's imagine we're on a flat plane, and this.
Can we fast forward all this? Because like we've heard all this before.
And the satellite is 100 miles above us. The distance from Denver to the equator is 2,700 miles. You could drive it, I think. Anyways, 2,700 miles, a mile above us. That explains why the calculation would be 20 degrees if the satellite were like on a dome or something like that, 100 miles above us. But we don't. We point the dish at 53 degrees, not 20 degrees, at 53 degrees, almost like a 45-degree angle, right? Now, if the satellite were 22,000 miles above us, above the equator, that would and 2,700 miles to the equator, like this, right? That explains why that angle would be 80 degrees, but it's 57 degrees.
Yeah, I don't think I can fast forward or anything. I can just skip it.
That angle is from
But it would skip
level.
the whole thing.
Level being
Yeah, I don't hear this guy's whole intro. This is ridiculous. Why is this on the bot? This is like
center of the mass of the Earth. So that's what your levels to the little.
It got too
spirit
quiet.
level with the ball, the little bubble inside of it, levels to the
Cut
center
off
of
the
gravity.
knees, decided
That's
to put it on.
57 degrees above that. So if you've got this curve curved up this angle, it stays the same point in the same spot, 2,000.
It's something that Helio
miles
tried to
above,
play
but
before, but
the
wouldn't.
curve, the angle is less steep, which is where we get the 53 degrees from. So there you have it, folks. We can rest easy knowing that our satellite TV is safe and sound thanks to the fact that Earth is actually round. And who knows, maybe one day we'll discover that the flat Earth theory was just one big April Fool's joke. Not only is the Earth not flat, but space is also real.
Reading his entire intro?
Stationary orbits over 22,000 miles away. You can prove this yourself. Just travel around the world.
He's reading his entire intro, isn't he?
Fancy dishes at those wonder devices in orbit above us. I've got one more juicy example to share with you all, and this one's a doozy, straight from the Modern Day Debate Discord, thanks to one of our founding members, Anathema, also known as Surgeon General, who's a moderator in our YouTube chats. Probably down there right now. Thank you, Shane. Surgeon General, being the cool cat that he is, shot some drone footage for us all to enjoy. And let me tell you, it's a thing of beauty. As the drone ascends, you can clearly see the curvature away.
Holy Christ. How old is this?
It's like a big, beautiful ball just hanging out in the sky, waiting for us to explore it all. And if you're thinking, well, maybe that's just a trick of the light or something, think again. The curvature is there, plain as day. It's undeniable proof that the Earth is round and that all these flat Earth theories are just a bunch of baloney. But wait, there's more. Did you know that as a drone ascends 190 feet?
Oh my God, I thought he was wrapping up his intro.
Crazy, right?
This is like the end of the Lord of the Rings.
Trigonometry and the curvature of the Earth.
This was made 13 hours ago, so this is new, I guess.
So 13 hours ago, he used a drone as a claim the Earth has curvature?
Relate the angle of the drone's altitude.
This guy's a moron.
Do some math, which I'll spare you from. It explains why.
Oh, do some numbers and math, which I'll spare you from. Of course.
That big, beautiful light in the sky to reappear for us to enjoy.
This is why we don't do this format here.
It goes up again to the same altitude, but the sun's set further down. It's not a boring flat Earth shape, but
it's just fallacy after fallacy after fallacy.
As the drone ascends, the angle increases, allowing it to see further over the Earth's curved surface, causing the sun to reappear over the horizon. Boom! The trigonometry supports the Earth's curvature.
Oh, he did the boomer boom.
There you have it, my friends. We've got drone footage. We've got
Is Charlie Kirk in here?
We've got satellite television and internet. All of these things point to one irrefutable fact. The Earth is round. And if you're still not convinced, well, I guess you'll just have to keep arguing with us cool kids over on Discord who know the truth. Or maybe you can take a trip to space and see for yourself. Or Antarctica, if you want. Just a thought. And that's it for my opening.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that opening, Ozian. And I'm going to remind everybody that our guests are linked in the description. So if you like what you're hearing from either of our guests, you can certainly give them a follow with their links down there. And also in our description,
I debate everything from memory.
2.0. If you put even just
while I'm playing Souls games
into our crowdfund, you can watch.
I don't have to read anything
live, and
I don't have to remind myself.
If you're able to,
this guy had to read
to make
a
it
speech
to Texas.
Holy
Unfortunately,
shit.
I can't make it on April 22nd to Texas, but if you can, that'd be awesome. And for now, we're going to kick it over to Mike. Your old pal Mike is here for the first time ever, and he's got a screen share that he's going to do here, and we'll hand the floor over. Thank you so much for being here, Mike. Not sure if you're on mute. Are you on mute, Mike?
These are also useless. These are the most useless debates ever.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Can you hear the video?
Not yet.
Try that again.
It's like old recordings or something.
No, unfortunately, I don't hear the audio coming through. Just bear with me here. I might be able to.
This boomer's only coming through on one channel.
Video that I pre-recorded.
Okay. Let's see if I can.
Isn't this like a professional debate channel? Can't they edit this out?
Yeah, professional in like quotations.
I can. It's all pre-recorded.
Okay.
Can you hear it now?
No, it's the guys.
Not yet. Give us 1 second, Mike.
These are two guys talking in the video, isn't it?
If I can find out how to put that through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, professional.
Through screen share. Sorry for the technical difficulty.
These guys have been going for like a decade, right? Modern day debate.
All right.
Like they haven't figured it out yet.
So when you hit the share screen, select the down arrow just to the right of the share sound.
Why is this Luddite only coming through in one channel?
And switch between mono and stereo. That's not helpful. There might be
That
something
is
in
weird
there, so
because
let's just see.
just in one ear.
Audio.
Sorry guys, I didn't know how to work the OBS.
Some people might know what to do.
Christ.
It's always fun when we run into a technical issue. I'm so sorry, everybody.
It's just going to become me lampooning this thing. You know that, right?
I exit the share, so I exited it right now.
Yeah.
Let me try screen sharing it again. Maybe it'll just fix it. All right, is it sharing right now?
I see the screen. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Click it. It should immediately have sound. If it doesn't tell me, I'm going to click it right now.
Okay.
This is exciting as a White House press briefing.
Share with audio in Zoom. So people in the chat are saying that you need to click share the audio when you do your screen share. Sorry, I wasn't aware that it was going to be like a video like that. So
I wasn't aware.
I wasn't totally prepared for that. So sorry.
Sorry. So it's not muted. It says it's not muted, and I'm not sure how to get into this.
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Like we really can't fast forward to these incompetents who cannot operate their own channel. Jesus Christ. It's embarrassing.
I think I found it.
Okay, perfect. All right.
First off, can I say that if you have this type of image in mind for what a common flat Earth or geocentric model is, then please wipe this image from your mind. This is just the heliocentric model with a flattened out Earth, and the illustrator of this image only demonstrates the complete lack of understanding of geocentrism. Is this what it looks like? Or this? Can I be upfront and say that I don't know? Can I be upfront and admit that there are too many missing pieces of the puzzle to make a completely accurate picture at this time, in my opinion?
He's not much more exciting, is he?
Since 1959, the Antarctic Treaty was signed, which makes it illegal for any private visitation or exploration of anything beyond the 60th south parallel.
Just ask for proof of curvature. Just say there's no proof of curve. Done. Argument's over.
The map on a heliocentric Earth and a geocentric Earth match fairly close in most aspects in the northern hemisphere, like on this modern azimuthal equidistant projection. It's not until you venture further and further south that the maps begin to diverge greatly. And interestingly enough, over 55 countries now uphold a treaty enacted in on everything starting from the 60th south parallel, including Antarctica. It's a bit curious that an alleged mass of ice on the bottom of a sphere is one of the most restricted places on Earth. So I acknowledge that there are limitations, such as this example, that prevent me from being able to fully back any model at this point in my journey. But I will say that I've seen more than enough to make me reject the modern heliocentric model and the globe model Earth. The nail in the coffin for the globe model Earth is the abundance of experimentation that has been conducted to test the convexity of the Earth's surface. These ever-growing examples repeatedly demonstrate that the required amount of curvature and rate of drop required by the globe model Earth can't be detected and doesn't exist. I have 22 such experiments that I found valuable on my Flat Earth Archive Facebook page, but I have personally seen at least triple that amount of experiments since 2017, and many more than that are in existence. I'm going to share a few examples that can't be viewed in full right now or broken down in detail due to time constraints, but should help illustrate what I'm saying. The first being the very first high-powered laser experiment I saw, conducted over a 7.5-mile distance, where a man used GPS coordinates
Are these guys on Ambien?
Over a frozen lake to test the convexity and demonstrated that the globe model Earth curvature was absent. Or examples of high-altitude footage, where landmarks are visible like mountain ranges that should be behind the curvature of the Earth. Or even experiments using high-powered telescopic zoom lenses with infrared filters.
It's like ASMR here,
which
man.
eliminates a lot of visual interference, also demonstrating the absence of necessary curvature. Or how about this series?
It definitely sounds like he's reading.
Released in 2021, that are the most precise series
he
of
is reading. It's a
experiments in
prepared
existence
statement.
up
I don't
to
understand
point in
this.
time.
Just
Using high-powered lasers
I'd make my
to
entire
test the
introduction
convexity
just
of the Earth.
here's evidence, here's evidence, here's
These
evidence, here's
experiments
evidence.
took place in 2016 through 2020 in multiple locations, in varying weather conditions, and ultimately culminating in a
It's okay to
GPS
not be a
guided
debater,
laser system
right? You don't have
test
to.
for the curvature and required rate of drop for the globe model Earth. And as always,
Definitely, I just come here to hear what's going on, and I talk every once in a while, but I don't necessarily come here to debate.
But in this series of laser experiments, they went as far as to document the reported humidity level at the time of the experiment and factor the amount of expected refraction into their findings. The only other claim I've seen against such experiments is that the calculation to find the amount of curvature in these examples is wrong, because the calculation is based on a parabola and not a sphere. This is a partially true claim. The part of the claim that is left out, though, is that when you Google an Earth curvature calculator, you'll find that they absolutely affirm the rates of drop in these experiments. So are Earth curvature calculators wrong? Of course not. The misunderstanding is that the parabolic calculation being used does accurately work on the globe model Earth's surface, but only up to a point. After around 1,000 miles, it loses its accuracy.
That's right.
Perfectly accurate linear.
All of this is correct. It's just being delivered by,
or anything under 1,000 miles on the globe
somebody
model
with
Earth,
narcolepsy.
which all of these experiments are.
And
The last experiment I want to mention that is
yes,
irrefutable.
I can't explain it. It's weird.
Fraction and parabolic calculations altogether.
How he's speaking is the same.
60-50
It's
high precision.
It's not like he's regularly talking. It sounds like you're paying super attention to reading.
He's got the enthusiasm of a hot girl in bed.
Among other things. It has the ability to hold a point in space and measure for pitch, roll, or yaw, and can detect the slightest deviation in 6 axes of motion.
He's paying way too much attention to reading.
A gentleman drove over 200 miles to see if the MPU 6050 could detect the necessary amount of pitch that would exist on the globe model Earth or anything near it. And once again, the globe model Earth's curvature was nowhere to be found. But taking a look outside of
It should just be attack, 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 attack.
to understand the scale and rate of drop that the globe model Earth requires,
Yes.
then you know
I'm from Canada.
balloon footage at around 120,000 feet is completely impossible. Remember to tell you that standing on the beach,
No, Toronto, bro.
disappear over the curvature of the Earth, which they should, since
Parlez-vous
in just 7
français?
miles, 32 feet of drop should exist.
One of the things you can see yourself with a pair of binoculars is if you actually go out to a lake and there are boats on that lake, the farther away a boat is, the more the bottom of the boat will disappear and you'll basically just see the mast of the boat. And as a boat goes farther and farther away, the last thing you will see is the very top of the mast of that boat. And that's because the boat is actually going over the horizon.
There's people around me.
And that means that as it goes farther and farther away, you see less and less of the bottom of it and more of
Kurwa mać, I'm dead.
You can see that with binoculars.
Satoshi, are you
Dida, vrog eto tam.
That wouldn't happen if the Earth were flat.
What?
Are you hot micing or are you talking?
Time-lapse footage that debunks this claim.
I think he's hot
Were you
micing.
aware that
I
in
think he's hot
200
micing.
miles, over 26,000 feet of
Yeah,
drop
he's hot
should
micing.
exist on the globe model Earth?
Let's not stop him. Let's
That's
see what he's
approaching
talking
the
about.
height of Mount Everest.
It is, bro.
To the horizon. Did you know that from an average commercial airline flight at around 35,000 feet under clear conditions, The average person can see over 200 miles to the horizon. And here at over 100,000 feet in altitude, well beyond 200 miles to the horizon are visible, and there's no visible drop. With literally many hundreds of miles in view on both the X and Y axes. This is an impossible view according to the globe model Earth's own dimensions. If boats can allegedly be seen disappearing over the curvature
Yeah, I
while
speak
standing
English.
on the beach, then there is no excuse for the complete absence
My
of
English is my first language. I'm from Canada.
Parlez-vous français, Satoshi?
are extremely visible and present.
Satoshi, you are hot micing, buddy.
More I could demonstrate.
Canadians don't know how to handle
But I know
technology.
we have a time limit. I'm hoping we can dig further tonight into some of the questions.
call the Mounties, eh?
This type of subject matter.
There's a moose in my computer.
Verifiable examples from
You know, there's a big chunk of Canada that is French.
the modern heliocentric model. I would also like to note, for all the
Like
viewers,
Quebec.
that a live debate is
I
not the
think.
best place to gain in-depth knowledge
It's
of
not
the
French.
subject matter.
It's French
Due to
Canadian.
time constraints and format.
I call it Canadian French.
There's also a very big difference between French Canadian and like actual French. There's a very, very big difference in the dialects.
Flat Earth Archive page on
Well, it's just like the kind of French they speak in Louisiana.
in the description on the Flat Earth
There's more similarities with Cajun.
links to
That's
other
like me
pages
saying
and
there's
channels.
like a big
valuable
portion of
resources on
Mexico
this
sitting in USA because a lot of
Ultimately,
Mexicans are there and
I
they
do
speak
believe this
Spanish.
subject
It's
will lead
ridiculous.
diligent truth
It is. It's Mexico and then New Mexico.
place we call Earth. Just as Scripture states, the
Don't
heavens
you mean
declare the
Azatlan?
glory of God,
You
and the
take back the
firmament
US.
shows His handiwork. Day unto day utters speech, and night unto night reveals knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard.
He's a duck.
And actually, a good chunk of the Louisiana purchase belonged to France at one time.
Bro, are you okay?
That's his voice, Satoshi.
Am I right or am I wrong about that?
You have to repeat it. Don't get so close to your mic, Brandon. You're a little close to it. It's kind of distorting your...
Okay, cool.
There you
How's
go.
that?
That's much better.
Alright, sorry. The last thing I said was a good chunk of the Louisiana purchase belonged to the French at one time.
Yeah. Right, we have the French Quarter down there.
No. Oh shit! I'm on voice activation. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we've been listening to you the whole time, Satoshi. The whole time.
Why didn't you fucking scream at me?
We did over and over.
Yeah, we were
Why didn't you mute me, bro?
Because I wanted to see what you said.
Dude, I've been screaming profanities.
No, we didn't catch any of that.
No, we didn't catch that.
Okay,
It's only been about 4 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry about that.
It's fine.
It's okay. Kind of funny, actually.
This one time, we got a guy whose girlfriend was yelling at him.
Nice. That's why I do push to talk. I don't do voice activity unless it's absolutely necessary.
I see the Flat Earth Music bot is still green. Is it still running, or did somebody mute it or something? What's going on?
No, it's broadcasting dead air.
Well,
I didn't turn it down.
That's what that debate felt like, was dead air. It was boring my socks off. Man, I haven't watched a Flat Earth debate in 3 years. And now I remember why.
Well, who do you watch mainly?
I don't watch anybody.
Oh, when you did?
When I did? I didn't really ever watch a lot of Flat Earth debates. I just got the information. I knew it. I watched thousands of philosophical debates over the past 20-something years since I've been online. And that's how I argue. It's like I don't need all these. I think that people on both sides argue really poorly, for the most part. I think they make really bad arguments. They try and explain too much. That's not what people listen to, and that's not how people reason in their mind. People don't reason with facts or anything like that, or rationality. That's not how people think.
Yeah, it's mostly feelings.
It's mostly feelings, and if you don't appeal to the primal brain first, you're not going to get through to anybody. So all of my debates are on a philo level. They're not on a practical facts level. I just don't believe in that.
The primal brain.
The what?
The primal brain. How would you appeal to
that? First, I ask a lot of questions. I find out. I'm trying to uncover the person's metaphysics before I discuss anything with them. So everybody has beliefs, right? And so I try and figure out what those beliefs are, and then I approach them from that direction.
This server tends, I don't know about anybody in here right now, but this server tends to not really make claims. This server tends to say, I don't know.
Oh, the guy on here?
No, I said I don't know about anybody in here, but the people
I don't make any claims. Yeah, you won't find a lot of claims here, except on Sunday when it's okay. Because Sunday is speculation Sunday, so anyone's allowed to bring anything to the table, which ironically is my favorite time. Because if anyone claims anything during the week, I'm on them. Flat earther or not.
Yeah.
But
hey, everybody, we made our way through it. Thank you so much for.
Oh, it was still going. It was just blank for that long.
To more of an open discussion, cross-examination.
I thought it was dead air.
It was just dead air. They just broadcast 10 minutes of dead air.
Presented in his intro there
on their debate. Yes,
that's stupid.
What a bunch of incompetent mongoloids.
So. Obviously, I showed footage way higher than that drone footage where the curvature wasn't in existence at that point. I did want to show a quick clip if I can find it.
Oh no, he's ceding ground. Why?
I got it right.
Why?
This is, of course. So it's footage of the sun, basically.
Just to push back, I wasn't showing horizon curve in that footage. Okay. You understand that, right?
He wasn't showing horizon. Isn't that where their claim of the curve is? And the flat earther doesn't pick up on it, of course.
No, forward and back.
Man, don't debate if you're going to fall into traps.
That's why the sun reappears.
This guy, I used to talk to these people. I left that server because they spazzed out.
Yeah, I see there where the started sun is going down.
A bunch of stuff.
Listen to him. Listen to him letting himself get bullied. He's letting himself get bullied.
I talked to this Ozian guy. They're moderators. They can mute the globe earther. He can shut the other guy's mic off.
So these things obviously can be done.
Really?
But that wasn't what.
Yeah, the only person who doesn't have mod perms is a flat earther.
We went to a higher elevation.
Yeah, and this is the modern day debate channel, so they're on it. I mean, they're obviously biased, right?
Then the sun comes down the horizon, but I'm just pointing out that you can even do it at the.
How is this globe earther going to say that the horizon isn't where we experience curvature in his model? How is he going to say that?
The drone footage you saw was not analogous.
From what I know, the horizon is the cause.
See, this is the thing. Why engage with these people?
And you were able to zoom.
Why even engage with these people? I don't even understand.
What you saw in my footage was the sun vanishes.
Elijah, New York's got your mic, bro.
Because of the tangent line against the curve of the Earth coming up.
Mic issues.
Seeing further
Elijah,
curve.
It's not working.
Like you would understand that, like with a regular ball, like if you're flat on the ball, you can't see as far around the ball as if you
flat on the ball
above the ball.
Right?
Wow. And Ozian, he's not like ripping into this guy at all.
Perspective works over a plane. The higher you rise, the further you can see.
Who's talking to this guy?
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same.
I don't know, but he's just.
Yeah.
This is just.
But that's because you're getting further away. So
it's your typical.
Take the,
it's a flat earther
let's take
who's trying to be a debater.
Further away from something, does it get smaller?
With people who aren't
letting him speak more and dig himself into a bigger hole.
But you know, further away from your perspective, it does not.
This happens modern day debate.
With drone footage.
Yeah, it's modern day debates, of course.
First drone footage, that 17-second clip. If you watched it, you could see as the drone goes up, the ship gets taller and narrower. So it doesn't get bigger in both dimensions. It gets bigger.
He's letting himself get pushed around like this. This is a ridiculous argument.
Shorter in this dimension because the drone's further away when it goes straight up. So that's only explainable because it's curving away.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I just don't agree there. I mean,
I just don't agree. That's it. Not you're wrong, and that's stupid.
In the footage, there's no curve or drop. But you think because rising above the surface that it is demonstrating that it's a ball, but
yeah, the stuff directly below you is still closer to you.
The higher you rise,
it's still perspective. There's the argument.
It shouldn't get narrower like the first drone footage does.
Oh my God! This guy think things are going to disappear in a horizon line below you?
Portion or whatever, but
I wish I could share that again, but I couldn't really quick.
Jesus, Flat Earther doesn't call him out.
You don't get
what we were hoping
sorry.
to go into like a
go ahead, Brandon.
Examination of what presented in your intros.
I was saying, in my experience, you don't get pulled away from something if you go up.
Commentary.
What do you experience?
There, that's up on the screen.
You're the same distance away when you go up, aren't you?
What are you experiencing right now at this current moment?
So if you look at this video,
stillness.
And so at the ground.
Well, my experience tells me it's stillness, but that's
pixels because it's a pixel.
What I'm experiencing, I'm spinning under the fan over me.
So the first image is at the drone is at.
That Glober's like Sheepdog Legend, man. In our
That's a good analogy. You're spinning under the fan.
Yes, I'm spinning under the fan.
See the drone
that's where the wind is coming from in my room.
And taller. It's something like it gets 25.
But it's because you're spinning, not the fan.
Yes, I'm spinning under the fan. That's the only logical conclusion. After all, it's moving above me.
And you can see in the image. Now it's not perfect, right? Because I'm not using a perfect.
Can you teach me?
Right?
I need some lessons from you.
You just need to ignore all of your senses.
And taller.
And then you will know.
It goes up in altitude and went straight up above me. It's not like it went further away.
Yeah, your senses are highly unreliable.
Straight up. So that's the perspective in both.
Yeah, trust your senses, they tell me.
Differently.
I mean, Flat Earther here, he's getting chatted.
Part about that, though, is
the dude is chatting him.
Over a spherical surface. Then the things in the foreground.
His voice is more confident. It's more projected. Flat Earther's voice is sullen. It's
higher than
inward,
the ship as you raise up.
Humble, meek.
There's no assertiveness.
There's no authoritativeness in his voice at all. The dude who's chatting him is totally in authority. He's in charge.
Lines above the boat.
Yep, he's leading them by his nose.
Yeah,
it has to drop.
No, that's
not that I think these debates change anybody's mind. They don't.
Fast enough. That drop there is maybe like.
There's a demeanor though when you're in a debate like that. You have to have
20 feet.
character.
It's not like you're seeing.
Yeah, you have to. If you're not arrogant, you need to sound arrogant.
1,000 miles is also it's not accurate for. It's like 20% air at 1,000 miles if you use it.
Did he say 20% air? He's not going to get called out. Watch.
Per calculator for the globe is something like 20% difference, but. At 1,000 miles, it's something like 663,000 feet.
Wow. He just let him go. He let him go because he didn't have the facts. It's like 0.001. That's the error at 1,000 miles.
5 miles.
And it's exponential from there. Well, it's compounded, not exponential. Plus, it doesn't increase forever.
Is that even question on how he got those figures?
Yeah.
7 miles, it's 32 feet.
Okay.
So in 7 miles, a boat should have disappeared. Almost
I think it is the Flat Earth's first debate, or at least it sounds like it.
Not your boat, but I'm
this is not.
On my
this is not how you argue.
It's not. Footage where
you either do nothing but lay traps, or you take charge. Those are the two ways of arguing.
The bottom, of course, is going to get more obscured
unless you're in a discussion, which is not an argument.
Water is going around the curve, but my drones. My drone footage shows differently. It shows it coming back into focus, right? So the atmosphere.
He said his drone shows curve. Now you're only going to experience curve on our horizon, right?
It's not like the drones.
And he said it wasn't showing the curve of the horizon, just of the Earth. And it's like he didn't even get called out for it.
At that distance, he's only 200 feet above. It's like if you go up an escalator, the horizon's not going to drop very much.
Escalator. Oh, no.
You can see the water on the other side of the ship.
You know what it is, though, Mimas?
And you can't
What's
see
that?
infinite
There's that saying, honey, hold my beer. And they just want to take a whack at it. You have to actually see what you're doing before you get into a debate.
Yeah.
So why is
You can't
the
just,
horizon
wing
line
it.
that's behind the
No,
boat
you can't.
higher than the boat?
Because
If it should be
you're
going
above the
lower,
boat.
I
No,
understand.
you're above the boat looking down. It is lower, but it's only a couple feet lower. But because the boat's so much closer to you and you're seeing more water behind it, it's your eyes.
I would have
seeing
fed his
that water
bells to
behind
my
it. So the
bullpups.
drop on
For
the
real.
image, if you look at
For
scale,
real.
So if you see to the horizon, let's say it's 7 miles to the horizon.
This is Chad versus Virgin. Like this is Chad versus Virgin, man.
We have Chad versus
I would
Virgin.
have had
Right, so
that distance is a lot
I
further
would have
than
had
it is on
him.
the ship. So that the scale of that drop of the water at the horizon is going to be like minuscule as a percent. of that
Chad
level.
versus
It's
Virgin.
gonna be
That's just doing to me.
compared to the closest ship is really close. Where
Is
you're gonna
what?
see a much more dramatic
His smugness is cringe.
scale with the
Oh, I
change in
know.
altitude of the ship. So you're going to see the water.
Like he knows he's in charge.
So the horizon, if I was to measure it, maybe it drops a pixel or something like that, but I'd actually have to measure it. So I wouldn't even consider that.
See,
to be
he's
accurate.
he's
That's
intimately aware of his arguments, right? He's intimately aware of what they mean and what they are.
the horizon.
And that's all you got to have. You don't have to be right.
All I was saying about the time lapse footage of the boat, which is unrelated to what your imagery is. So don't use it as a refutation to what you're saying. I'm just saying that I have footage, physical footage, where someone time lapse records a ship sailing out to sea. I put in the average speed that this boat could be traveling, and I degrade it and give it an even lower speed and show that it's got to be.
Why be
well
so
over 7
complicated?
miles out.
Why find
Yet
something
the
so
full
complicated?
Boat, other than the obscured bottom from
Because they think
surface
that's where
tension
they
and
have to meet these
atmosphere,
guys.
completely visible when the boat should have been completely
That's
buried.
the
behind
mindset.
The curvature.
I must
of the
meet
earth.
them
I
where
mean,
they're
it's
at on their
terrifying.
playground.
You know,
Yeah,
they
attack
zoom
their
in on
premise.
the
Don't
footage
attack
for
their.
5 straight minutes sailing out to
Don't
sea.
rebut them.
Okay,
Don't
so
rebut their
count
argument.
how many
Never meet
miles
their
it's gone
argument.
roughly.
Go under their argument.
It should have been disappeared yet.
Go to the foundation.
You do get
That
refracted.
guy shot himself in the foot several times, saying that it's in your eyes, that it's not a physical
Yeah,
location.
sometimes it depends on the temperature or the.
Oh, I know. Like if this guy was in here trying to argue, he'd have been trounced instantly.
But that's why that's
Because
not the
everything he said is a fallacy, but he's doing better. He's doing better than the flat earther, way better.
In particular,
I agree.
For the satellite presentation I put up, like you can point
doing the classic
and you can get the
you shift the conversion truth, and the flat earth is trying to debate from that aspect, and you can't.
like how high
That's
do you
right.
think the dome? Do you think there's
That's
a
the
dome
thing. The flat earther, like you said, is
think
not
there's satellites?
taking over the conversation.
I
What he's
believe
doing
there are
is
satellites attached to high altitude balloons and weather balloons. Those definitely exist.
All right,
Elijah, we got the first part of that, which I agree with.
Well, this is my.
Oh, okay. Well,
everything else is lost.
On the model that you.
So it's like
for the
problem with it is he's having a conversation and he's allowing the other person to have a conversation. He's like, well, your points are your points, but my point is this. It's like, no, what you should be doing is telling him what's wrong with his logic
As far as the
and why.
satellite thing, I just think it's
Yeah,
important.
he should be dismantling the foundation.
You know,
But he's trying to meet him on the same level. It's like you've already let him build
triangulation,
the third story of the house, and now you're arguing with him there. Like you don't even have a foundation.
Deca navigator systems.
Evidence for radius, evidence for curvature. Where is it?
So the technology to
Measurable.
triangulate things, the technology that governs pretty much all of our internet and data.
It's like he wants to be, you know what it is?
The other is
I think a lot of people,
cables.
they
If you
want to
just
be
eliminated-
accepted
If you believe satellites are out
as
there,
being
even
on
if
their
you
level.
eliminate
They're never going to
satellites
accept you,
altogether,
ever,
all the
at
technology
any point.
we currently
You might
use
as well
is
embrace the
capable,
chaos.
and probably no one.
Indio calls it
The other thing,
intellectual
too, is
masturbation.
when you look up
Yeah, that's what it is. It's intellectual masturbation.
That's all they're doing right now. They're whacking off to each other.
It's not
That's
like
it.
we can go up there and
Well, one's getting whacked off on.
Wave is going to a satellite, or whether it's going to a tower, or whether it's going to a balloon.
This is why I find it completely pointless to engage these people.
Right? You know, it's being sent out, but you assume it's a satellite.
You can, though, with your antenna. So you can't point it at the
Can you please give us some context of what is being discussed in the background?
Connected to your antenna. So if you ever,
I can't even tell you because the argument is all over the place. Their discussion is all over the place. It's about optics and illusions, and here's my.
No. I'm sorry. I misspoke. I meant the context of who is speaking in the background.
Dish has to be.
Oh, and the Flat Earth Music Bot?
Azimuth.
It's a debate on modern day debates.
Who's to receive that signal from
Ozian, whatever his name is.
Like magically make
versus your old pal Mike.
Well, you get
what the hell are these guys?
I don't even know who these guys are.
At the frequencies we're talking about, too, you don't get that type of skip.
They're randos.
Very, very high frequency, and you can measure them.
Except I feel like the guy was.
So I do.
This is like WrestleMania last night.
If you have any
questions, like one of the matches where you're like, "Oh, I can take a shower now. I don't care about these guys."
So I've lived all over the country.
Dishes
are different depending on.
This is like a bad exhibition before the real match.
Like 30-some or 20-some thousand miles.
Like where everyone's talking through the exhibition
above the Earth. So it can't be balloons that are close in. So if
like we're doing,
like the dome is.
Yeah, like what we're doing.
22,000 miles above the Earth, and we send
the dome is
stuff up there somehow to attach to the dome. I mean, that would be the only way.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. But also, there's the concept of, and you maybe know more about this than I do. I haven't studied super in depth, but about bouncing signals off the ionosphere and whatnot.
Wow.
And all that stuff.
See, I'll tell you what it is on modern day debates is they have cultivated the worst kind of flat earthers being allowed there.
With their satellite phone, right?
They've curated.
It sounds like this flat earther is trying to be convinced it's a globe.
Again,
right, he's trying to be convincing to a bunch of people who hate him, who wouldn't spit on him if he was on fire.
None of us can verify personally
like why?
Where the signals
stop trying to be like intellectually on their level.
Should connect.
Be a monster. Let them. They already think you're a monster. Be one.
Could be a tower
who cares?
You're unaware of. It could be bouncing off the ionosphere. There could be other options.
Be exactly what they think you are.
Do you know where that signal was? Who it was owned by?
I told you I think it was some company in Virginia.
Well, not the TV provider, but who actually owns the satellite that the signal's allegedly going to? Because generally, it's government.
Place out of Virginia. No, it's I'll tell you exactly who it was. I wrote it down. Write that down.
Own the satellite?
Yeah.
Well, see, modern day debate curates the level of opposition they get.
So Witsit had a debate recently where the guy sent up his own satellite. It's not like at 22,000 miles.
My satellite controls all of their satellites.
You can send your own satellite up into orbit.
What's the name of that company again?
Configure to do stuff, and you can read signals.
Let's look for the name of that company.
That's the thing you can
Who gives a shit?
But
for real,
this satellite.
Where's curvature? Where is it measured?
The guys that Witsit debated were complete idiots, so maybe it's not so one-sided.
Ecuador, Mexico, and United States.
But see, the reason Witsit wins his debates is because he speaks authoritatively and fast and enthusiastically.
Hand wave that away and explain it like, oh, somehow we bounce signals off that reflect in that perfect angle and is strong enough with that reflection to get high def.
And the moderator
in all these places, it just sounds magical to me.
You're breaking up there because it's not a debate anymore.
No, it's not.
Provide evidence for a debate.
Transmitter,
and they provide zero evidence.
Well, in a debate, you're supposed to provide a point, a counterpoint, a follow-up point, and then a counterpoint, and then another follow-up point.
So
it's there's supposed to be a structure to a debate. This is not a debate. This is just
above the earth.
It's almost like hearing an older guy lecture a younger guy.
It's not something I can
is what it sounds
verify. So, what can I say on that subject, right? Either it is going to a satellite that's cruising around the sphere, right, of 24,000.
Well, Toby Dog, this guy's speaking truth too. The flat earther, he's speaking truth.
Verify, though, is testing
but he's losing.
The convexity of the Earth's surface.
It is how you
tell the truth, buddy, or something.
It is how you tell the truth that people listen to it.
So maybe
he also completely lets him beg the question and even introduces the begging of the question for him, which is a horrible way to debate.
The rate of drop that
Yeah,
could exist.
how come a lot of the flat earthers on there I've never heard of? We are the biggest flat earth Discord server there is, and I have never heard of
That's
them.
a high precision gyroscope.
Because we're having effect. Because a lot of people are listening to us and other flat earthers out there. They're becoming influenced. They're trying to do their homework, and then they jump in these debates and get massacred.
The pitch of the Earth, if it existed.
Well, we need to get this Ozion in here, or whoever it is.
It depends. But that depends on how.
Somebody DM him.
Gyroscope.
Find out who he is and DM him a link in here and say we want to get him in here.
The pressure on
and lamblast him for his
he said 200
inability to argue.
Angular difference.
Get your ass in
200
there.
miles is
for real.
I think it was 13.
Welcome to
pitch is what he said.
I don't know.
Experiment, but I could be wrong. I have to go back.
Yeah, welcome to training camp.
So, like I said,
here's your butt plug. I've got the whips.
On the globe model Earth.
Yeah, this ain't honey. Hold my beer. I'm going to have a debate. Like, get your ass in here.
That's according to Earth curvature calculators. I'm not just
You and whip you. Let's go.
The math. You know, I'm using a calculator designed specifically for knowing the rate of drop on the globe model Earth.
So me and my son-in-law and a bunch of other guys went up to like a game place for his bachelor party during the
to the point where it could
and we fast-tracked the crap out of that place. No joke. At least 2 of the 6 employees were
throughout the sky. I mean, it doesn't really make a lot of sense.
At least 2 of the 6 employees are what?
Yeah, but I mean, if you want to move on to
they are now flat earthers, like 100%.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, normies are all on the cusp of being awake. All of them.
There was a curvature. I just showed drone footage that showed that.
It's easy to convince a normie that the Earth is flat. It really is. People don't even know. These people that we meet online in these debate communities, they're not real people.
See what type of error there was.
They're terminally online.
We have the
Dude, they don't even know their own globe models, so they're not going to know anything. They just read a script.
That's it.
Change of the gyroscope. And besides the fact, but that's true. You can choose.
Or they read whatever of the script they do know.
This is so much Chad Globe Earther versus Virgin Flat Earther.
You can do that yourself. So
that's this debate.
See the test.
Yeah, here's something interesting though. Someone will be willing to scrutinize the gyroscope test I brought up. But then
gyroscope. Oh my God!
The curve bust out is
where is measured curvature?
That I can't find a model.
Show me, please.
That's it. That's the only part of this argument that counts. Foundational arguments.
Modeling this amazing.
All of these are derivative
of the Earth. You've used it.
Not that one, but when I was in the U.S. Navy, I worked on Hornets and Super Hornets and stuff like that. Before we transitioned to GPS with the older Hornets, and when we changed theater of operations, we have to recalibrate the INS system, which uses 3 gyroscopes. You have an X-axis, Y-axis.
I talked to this Ozian. He said he's in the Navy, but he said he never took an oath to uphold the Constitution.
We had to recalibrate those for where we were at in that new theater.
Okay, we need to get the other guy in here. Crit, can you get the other guy in here, the flat earther, so that we can educate him?
There's one person still on the server that I can talk to and see if they can get them. See if they'll come.
It has exactly to do with that 200-mile change you had.
You're still breaking up real bad, Miggy. Not enough satellite signal.
It does affect the INS system. It has to be recalibrated.
How about now? Can you hear me?
That new location.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Turn it off. You have to level out.
Is this happening live or?
No, this happened 19 hours ago. It says.
But we have to recalibrate the INS. Which was gyroscopes.
Yeah, that's the same thing.
We can speak to him, bring him here. That'd be great.
Like Erie, he made sure to show that he was calibrating it, that he was zeroing out, that he leveled it, and there should have been significant pitch in 200
All these anti-flat earthers are nothing but liars when you got to hold their feet to the fire.
Can change a little bit on its own.
Well, see, that to me, that's the problem. Is I don't think that they're liars.
Yeah. It's on the page.
I know we can't. They're what I would call true believers.
Come to our Discord.
To where no facts and nothing can convince them. And even the things they know that contradict each other, they simply incorporate that into their belief system.
I just want to remind
So
everybody once again.
they're fundamentalist is what they are.
Already, give this video a like and share.
Yeah,
it.
zealots.
We wanna get
Yes,
this
they're zealots.
to as many people as we can. And
Remember Bob the Science Guy?
of changing the screens over.
He was.
Yes.
I told him that Dave Farina said that everybody that believes that 8 inches per mile squared is a con man. I told him that, and he's like, I agree with him.
All our guests in the live chat.
And I was like, how can you agree with him if 8 inches per mile squared, if that's what you use for measurement?
That our debaters have
If Dave Farina
attacking the individual
or Professor Dave is calling you a con man if you believe that.
And we'll
He didn't care.
Flat Earth model for
He's like, I agree with him.
I don't care, bro. Doesn't matter.
All right, so you went over a lot of stuff in your debate, in your opening video, and I just want to focus on the end, really. So, because I personally want to know, like, do you believe that if the Earth is a globe, that it refutes your religious beliefs?
No, because I've seen wonderful explanations from people who believe in.
Here we go with the beliefs.
For this question, why even answer it?
How it points to a creator. So I don't think.
Okay, so you're just gonna skip over all the facts and get to my end conclusion?
Either way, but
Really?
I would say that once you realize,
Please, somebody, Crit, if you can get in touch with this guy, get him on our server, please.
Yeah, I'm definitely on it.
I mean, the guy even gave him a heads up. He's like, okay, I'm going to completely ignore all the physical proofs that you have and talk to you about belief systems now.
You're in
Go.
a closed stationary system. You know, it's a little harder to explain it outside of a creator. Doesn't mean it absolutely points to a creator. I know people who are atheists who also denounce the globe model.
I thought this was a flat Earth thing.
Model, but in general, most
what is
when they start to
why is explanation so long? What is this?
I've met people who have started believing in God simply due to this subject matter that were atheists prior. So
Yeah, so I just want to, like, a closed system means no energy can enter or leave the system, which means it can't be created by external things. It would have to be
that's false too.
existent.
A closed system you can transfer energy.
Unless the source itself was eternally existent, right? And that would be
That's an isolated system, if I'm not mistaken.
It has a way for energy and material to get into this.
A closed system is only conceptual. There's no such thing.
I would agree with that. It's not a.
There is no closed
Just
system.
like it makes more sense to have gas
A
pressure.
closed system operates on a conceptual level. Isolated systems are the only thing that can possibly exist because energy passes through all barriers.
The beauty of the closed system for being necessary to create the closed system. But on top of that, too, like the modern theories of cosmology, some people posit that the universe is a closed system, so which means it's eternally like coexistent. Like energy and matter can't be created or destroyed. But there's other theories of quantum theories where the universe expanded out of
here
or whatever. I'm not a cosmologist either, so I'm just.
This is the stupidest.
But I just want to.
He has got the flat earther.
We don't know if the universe is
by the taint and is throwing him around like a grizzly bear.
Because stuff falls from the sky.
That's where grizzly bears bite you. Between the balls and the asshole.
I don't.
And they throw you around.
From the sky, you're talking about like meteors and whatnot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They fall from the sky.
Yeah, I'm not sure how that would, because in a biblical cosmological model, all the heavy
oh my god,
cosmological model. I don't even think there is a biblical cosmological model.
This is my big beef: is the Bible doesn't give you a cosmological model; it gives you a conceptual idea. It does not give you a model. It doesn't tell you how anything works. It gives you some concepts to think about, and that's it.
Meteorites are coming to the Earth.
That's all it
we can
does.
calculate how long it's going to take them to arrive.
Yeah, people take that and say that's how this whole is. Yeah.
And with all that, we can calculate when these things are going to hit our atmosphere, go into our atmosphere, go around our atmosphere.
I mean, regardless, if the scriptures are true, then the heliocentric model definitely does not work. If the descriptions are at all
not coming from that closed system, it's coming unless you.
I have a big problem with people trying to use the flat Earth to validate.
Then you could say it's
validate their beliefs.
But that's a fallacy to think that you need the heliocentric model
because that puts them in,
these,
immediately paints them into a corner.
You know, like whether it's eclipses or the motion of the heavens.
Your pursuit should be truth, not validation.
Halley's Comet. These things are all cyclical.
Yeah.
These are things that people documented prior to knowing about the heliocentric model.
A lot of people think validation is more important.
It's been around since the 1400s. That
most people,
holds these cycles,
confirmation bias,
comet and whatnot,
which is what the anti-flat earthers hang on, is confirmation bias.
Validation to me is garbage. Like, say for example, like, what if you're in a society and the guy at the top is saying,
in fact, I would argue
the best way to survive is to just kill everybody, just to make your life easier. And they normalize killing. And they have a bunch of monkeys out there killing each other because they think it's a good thing to do.
And it's really interesting because that's
they do that. They talk about population control all the time.
So look at the military complex. That's basically what it is. They're fighting for fake glory.
Would not be doing that, and that's another thing that's been really hard for me. Trying to hold on to the heliocentric model when I was first testing these things was especially the North Star. I could not find a single 3D model that took account of the sun's motion into the model. Anyone can go look it up on YouTube and say, how does, in fact, I have one.
Don't use YouTube. I wouldn't use YouTube.
Didn't they have a whole movie about people going around killing people called The Purge or something?
Sure.
Yeah, it's just
we can do that.
And this guy says Polaris.
Yeah, I'll share my screen real quick.
This guy said Polaris was a problem for him with the 3D model, and then he went straight to the sun. I don't.
Where star is.
Like, it doesn't even seem like he's coherent on his stance. The flat earther.
It impacts the Earth.
That is.
Yeah, they got like Memor had it. They get rid of any flat earther who can argue or debate. And they only keep the dumbasses around.
Yeah, they curate. They curate who can debate.
Stays, above the Earth, right? There's its circuit, but the sun.
They want people to debate about religion,
perspective.
And they want people to debate about these derivative things.
What you get of Polaris. This is what they show.
But they do not want someone who's just going to stick to the ground level and say, where is your measured curvature?
Right here is the motion required by the heliocentric.
Which one are you going on on modern day debate? Right? And none of us are going on modern day debate because of the forum and the way things work, which is why they get the people on that they do.
Allegedly moving. It's
moving. Well, that's the problem is they ban us. They ban us. Anyone who has will not concede to anything except curvature, they ban you.
Staying stationary, looking up at Polaris.
So
it takes no.
They've intentionally created an atmosphere where the only people who can debate there are guys
the speed of our
who are giving them all the, giving them the field.
Type up the speed of.
I've seen Witsit on this debate on that platform several times.
No, he's not on the server though, the Discord server, right? And also Iron Horse, they banned Iron Horse.
Relatively to our North Pole, it relatively is stationary.
Yeah, Iron Horse used to give a little bit of
change.
And see, Witsit does debate in the format that they want him to.
Relatively from day
right?
to day,
But the difference is Witsit is fast and he's enthusiastic and he's authoritative.
430.
So he's he's the only one though.
The speed of light
who engages with this people. Yeah. Well, he intimately knows his arguments.
And it should be moving on its own orbit, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, in its own.
Elijah, I'm losing everything, man.
You can't hear me at all?
I can barely hear anything you're saying. God, it sounds awful.
Far from our solar system, so.
Yeah. So
it's not tied to our solar system, yet it stays directly above us as though it is. And that's what I'm saying is every time they model something, it's honestly using either like a Copernican model where the sun is stationary. It's not the heliocentric model. They're telling you the heliocentric model is accurate, but then when they're giving you a 3D model, it's actually like a Copernican system where the sun would be stationary.
Yeah. So the North Star has not always been, like, it has been a different star, right? It hasn't always been in that location. Like, we have historical accounts of the axes of the Earth changing.
Wow, that is a lie. That is a straight out lie. We have historic accounts that Polaris wasn't always the North Star. What? No, it's a mathematical assumption.
I've never heard another historical account. I do know that modern heliocentrism tells us that like you said, every 100,000 years, the North Star can change, or millions of years, or whatever it is, right? But
it's not.
I'm not aware of any ancient observations showing that the North Star has changed its trajectory.
26,000 years is what I googled, because of the Earth's axis of rotation wobbles.
Yeah, Polaris doesn't change in that.
But regardless of that,
in the 26,000 year cycle, Polaris doesn't change.
Acquired by the heliocentric model. It's if it was, then they would 3D model it, and they wouldn't always use it.
Which, by the way, that's a projected cycle.
Stationary. There's no motion of the sun in that 3D model I just showed you, where the Earth is.
There is motion of the sun.
Yeah,
there is motion of the sun in that 3D model. Like the stars will change if you speed it up super quick, like a million years per second.
Oh my God!
It's just spinning in a circle over and over. But it should be following a sun that's going half.
They're arguing about a model.
You have to make it super fast to see that change. You have to see to see the change in perspective with different stars. You have to see a model.
Jesus,
I don't know if there is one. I could get my Universe Sandbox out, but Universe Sandbox.
See, people complain that Nathan Oakley is too mean to people.
Find a actual Universe Sandbox model,
but he's not.
You'd have to speed it up super fast to see that the other stars are also changing in position based upon their rotation around the center of the galaxy, because everything's rotating in the same direction, or almost everything's rotating in the same direction around the galaxy and around their own stars and stuff like that. You have some bodies that rotate in reverse directions, but I think overall, like the spiral arms of the universe that are pulling behind, where all these solar systems are rotating around the galaxy. Like
I can't believe.
How long does it take for the universe or the solar system rotate around the galaxy?
Take this guy's flat Earth card. Take his card.
Yeah, it's like 230 million. So 230 million.
That guy Mike.
Our sun.
Yeah.
Take his card,
Mike, or something.
Yeah, take his card.
Are you listening to the bot?
Same thing. They're all rotating.
Yeah, we're listening to the bot, but take his card.
So
Holy cow!
That change in perspective means that the different stars have to rotate at different rates. If everything was, and they're not rotating at different rates, but if everything was rotating at different rates, and the relationship between all the stars wouldn't change at all from the center of the galaxy. So that's why.
It's actually the motion. I understand that you're saying the whole course takes 200 and whatever it was, 30 million years to get around it.
Yeah.
But the speed is not slow. The speed is exceedingly fast. The distance is far, but the speed is mind-boggling fast.
Yeah, but everything else is moving with it, though. Like everything's moving at 514.
They're supposed to be on their own trajectories around whatever gravitational point they have within their sphere of.
Flat Earthers arguing about their model and doesn't understand their model.
Governed by our sun and how.
Other guy understands his own model. It's a rarity.
Our sun.
It's a rarity.
Our sun's rotation around the center of the universe is not governed by our sun. It's related to our sun because it's a different.
Yeah, he understands the relative.
Into the overall.
He understands the relative motion argument.
Gravity as a percentage.
Like most of the idiot globers we run into don't understand it. This guy actually does.
Minuscule effect on its rotation. The rotation's based on the galaxy.
Mike, what are you doing?
Like I said, there's not a single model that shows the motion of the sun involved. We can say that, oh yeah, in a long time that sun will show the deviation of the North Star, but it's never modeled. It's only spoken, like you're doing right now.
Like a little mouse,
but never modeled. So yeah. If
may I please share with you
into account the motion of the sun? Rather than just
may I please speak?
Like I showed you in that very first slide.
He's got please clap energy.
An image of how does the pole star stay above us? The sun is just sitting there in the middle.
He's talking about the sky. The whole has nothing to do with it.
To travel around the sun and the tilt of
Elijah. How is it possible that you cannot get a good signal?
Model, but again, that's a Copernican model. The sun has no motion in that image. Nor in that 3D model.
Strange thing is, he's got 5G all around.
No,
I know.
Tracks with us. Well, What's
Problem
the
is,
speed
it's
of Polaris?
1,500 feet
After all
above them.
those hundreds of millions of miles, you're saying that that's tracking with a sun that is, like you said, has no bearing on that star whatsoever, according to the heliocentric model. It has nothing to draw it to it. The Earth has nothing to draw it to it. They're on their own.
Might be getting a solar flare.
Excessive rate.
Yeah. That was last week. That was so last week.
That's exceedingly fast.
So, Crit, are you going to be able to get in touch with this old pal Mike?
I think so. I sent out. I left the server because they put me in the quarantine area.
Yeah.
Because basically the long story short is they said that NASA was not part of the government. It had nothing to do with government.
What?
Yeah, I got all the screenshots, all the receipts too. And that it was run by atheists because of a separation of church and state.
Can't just say it.
So I posted a video of the director of NASA saying that God has spoke to him to lead NASA at this critical juncture. I posted another one that he knows the Lord is speaking through him to make America great again. I'm kind of paraphrasing. And another one where he says, God bless you. All the people following and keeping track of the great things NASA are doing. God bless America. God bless you.
NASA is literally.
What did I say? Like several hundred light years away.
It's literally National Aeronautical Space Administration, funded by the federal government.
Have to look at it.
It's an independent agency inside the executive branch.
Yeah, the CIA is an independent agency also. It's still part of the government. So is the IRS. So is the FBI.
All of them, right? So I gave them the US.gov website. I said, here, independent agencies are in the executive branch. They kept saying that it was fake,
generated stars,
even with the links. So finally, when they got it, I said, you guys would fail 5th grade civics.
Could you post? Do you have the screenshots available? Post them in the live stream.
Like that, but we don't, know everything that's there. We're sort of closed into a smaller area. Then
because I've always known modern day debates swung in a favor. Like I always knew they were biased.
Right.
There isn't. I've looked.
The Discord server. The Discord server. They tell you that this is where flat Earth comes to die.
Speed should be easily
and flat Earth always loses.
They should have a 3D model that's not a comparison.
Well, when you curate like this, first of all, these debates aren't changing anybody's mind. The people who watch debates on this low level are not there to do anything but cheer for their side.
I'm just saying when I
flat earthers and globe earthers alike.
It's very easy to find their speed of.
That's why I don't engage in them. They're useless. They do nothing. They accomplish nothing, and they mean nothing. They're just ego.
Years away it is all that stuff.
They're intellectual masturbation.
In its personal,
wagging off.
It has an orbit. It's not just standing there, right? And your
speed in relationship to what? In relationship to the military.
Speed.
Like this argument here is the stupidest argument I have heard.
Well, distance.
No.
Like it's like we're back in 2015 right now.
No.
In distance.
Like he's arguing about their model with them.
Away from something else.
Right? You remember the old days, man?
Perspective.
I remember those days.
It's relative speed.
When we were on the cusp of understanding, something's wrong. Like we're arguing wrong or something. Something's wrong here.
Per hour around the Milky Way.
We had the lemon birds. We had the
perspective here on Earth.
Yeah.
The sun. It's like we're not.
You know what I mean?
We're just
I remember.
The sun.
I remember
a year. Right, in
we went this server went to a trial by fire, man.
Because the speed is
angry flat
to where
angry
you are located.
Everybody was.
When you ask me how fast Polaris is going,
it was
I
crazy.
need to know in relationship.
It's a Wild West.
To what? Yeah. Are you talking about in relationship to the center of the Milky Way? Because the Milky Way is moving too, and space is expanding. Other galaxies are moving. Like the speeds get astronomical if you really care about relative speeds.
Yeah, when I say I'm asking for speed, like when I look up Sirius, it tells me it's moving 16 kilometers per second. When I look up Betelgeuse, it tells me it's going 30 kilometers.
That's the thing is they can explain all of this in their model.
I didn't make those numbers.
Their model's not scientific, and so they can just explain it in their model. Why would you argue it with them?
I've been telling people about it.
Yeah, it's a measure.
And this is just 1 day ago. 1 day ago, this guy loses this big.
It's moving.
He's losing this debate. He's losing it.
So it
Like, there's no
says
doubt about
Sirius
it. This is an L.
16 kilometers per second.
There's 100% an L.
Arcturus is moving 100. These are off Google. Just Google them. You
Okay,
can go. How fast is Sirius moving?
Okay.
Google
17,000 miles per hour. In relationship to us.
Well, no, it's just in relationship to kilometers.
No, it's in relationship to the sun. So in relationship
that's
to the
not
sun,
what it says.
No, it says right here. And thanks. So I Google how fast is Sirius moving, and thanks to the relative motions of Sirius.
I really hope there's not flat earthers out there saying
inching closer. So Sirius is
complaining that the other side is being dishonest.
At 17,000 miles.
They need to take the L on this one.
So its relative speeds is saying in relationship to the sun, Sirius is coming towards us at 17,000 miles per hour.
At 17 miles per hour. That's a measurement. They're saying it's coming close to us at 17. That measurement. It's not.
There's been a couple of flat earthers that come into this server.
Explain that. Taking a unit of well-known distance and adding how fast it's moving over.
Go again, Mickey.
Distance. No, when I look up Polaris, it doesn't have.
Here's Elijah trying to get his mic working.
You just looked it up for Sirius.
Go ahead, Elijah.
No, it sounded like he was in another dimension.
We know how far away we are from Sirius, right? So we know the distances, and we can
do
angular size.
Oh, there you go, Elijah. Speak before you lose it.
Over a period
of
time.
He just got dazed.
For real.
So we can
when he was like, oh, no, it's that distance. Oh, yeah, dude, you just got 2 Ps.
Yeah.
8.6 light years away. So Sirius is
really
close to us. So it's easier for us to see the angular size of Sirius.
The angular size of a dot of light.
Because the North Star is much further away.
My God. What an L. What an L.
Polaris moving towards.
I can't believe
it.
This is embarrassing.
Polaris is moving at 17 kilometers per second. Towards the sun at 17 kilometers per second. I found it.
Ozian says no one claims the Earth is a sphere. If they do, they are wrong.
The sun's moving 5 million miles an hour on its own trajectory, and then you're saying that Polaris is moving.
Yeah, I got some more from these guys too.
In rate of motion. So
okay, anything you post, make sure you post like high quality or like zoomed in images of it so that people on the live stream can read it.
Circle appears to not move.
So it's 431 times 3 times. It's 431 times 300 million meters.
He's trying to argue their model with them.
At 17,000 meters. So I'd have to do the math. It's something billions of meters away. It's moving at us at 17,000. So if we remove 3s, it's something like a million meters away, and it's moving at us at like a million.
As if anybody's waiting with bated breath what he's going to answer about figuring it out.
Right.
Large distances.
Nobody gives a shit.
Slow in relationship to the speed. And I did that math wrong. Please fact check me if you want to. I
check me.
That math up. I admit that. But so it's relative. But I was right. It's relative motion in relationship to a fixed point, which we're considering the sun. So these other examples you're using, we're seeing is coming towards the Earth, right? It presupposes the helium.
This is why they ban you over there for the black swan images.
Are moving towards or away, redshift or blue shifting away or towards the sun at that speed. And for Polaris, it is there. I found it. Is 17 kilometers per second.
I just wish they would integrate it into the model every so often.
I'd have to look.
You wanna, if you'd because the other models that I showed, which are the more common
ones. This is why y'all need to. Everybody needs to leave that server and never engage with them ever.
are based on a Copernican.
That's what we did.
Do not account.
I think
for the sun.
only Heretic or Central's still there.
Motion because it's got to go.
And he just does it just to,
it does not account for the
get screenshots and stuff.
Should have some model.
Well, I mean, that's fine, but like,
yeah, we all left. Like,
there's no engaging with these people, honestly. One, and two, they're only going to allow like the lowest common denominator of debater against them, because it's pretty clear modern day debates
are based upon those
wants to put forward the best debaters for their side, and they do have a side, and the worst debaters for the other side. And since they organize the debate,
so
it's completely in their prerogative to do so.
Even though that's like how the history began through Copernicus and Galileo and Kepler. I can't remember them all, but basically Einsteinian theory.
So I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean,
because
technically those models were
very
probably
debaters
closer to a
as well.
geocentric model than they are a heliocentric model.
They have who?
You know,
I mean,
they've had very crap debaters go up against Witzig and God knows who else. You know, many times.
Distance-wise, that's
and then sometimes they're going to have people who know their shit a little bit.
From what I understand, Witzig's not on their server.
Say again.
From what I understand, Witzig's not on their server.
That doesn't sound right.
This is a server. This isn't the.
I'm on the server. I can check.
I'm pretty sure
He's been on there. He was going against the guy who didn't even like present much evidence. He just said his friend works at a satellite company, and that was like his evidence.
For the motion of the sun,
So wait, so this is just a Discord channel. This isn't the modern day debates made like YouTube channel.
You got the modern heliocentric model. You got
Because
the
it's not.
Copernican, yeah.
It's
But
both.
just to
It's a
backtrack,
debate
it's really not-
on the
universe
Discord
doesn't rotate
channel.
around their sun,
That was
so
posted on the
okay.
calling
YouTube
it a
channel for
heliocentric
reasons.
model is inaccurate. Even calling it like a universe-centric model, like we don't know where the borders of the universe is. We don't even know if the universe is a closed or open system. Like our best theories are that it's a closed system.
He just took
matter is eternal, mass and energy.
the nail in the coffin for him and turned it into a positive thing.
Physical process are our best hypotheses. Like, actually, we really don't know what happened before expansion began. Everything is sort of theoretical physics, right? We don't even like get into the expansion point is based upon math. Like all we can see is like the
well, that is kind of true. It is theoretical. What
it is 100%. It's 100% true. Which this guy is lending credibility to his argument by voicing that it is theoretical. He's being honest.
Like I don't know. Like
but he's also being authoritative.
Faster than light.
According to the heliocentric model, yeah, there's a big galactic center that everything should rotate around within that model.
And now he's teaching the flat earther the model.
That's what they say, yeah. So, I mean, I do have,
that's right. That's how it works.
That poke holes in the heliocentric.
A universal center? I don't know.
Yeah.
Back up from your mic a little, Brandon.
Okay.
So you showed. Okay, so you said like the.
You have a good mic. It's picking you up. I promise.
You do understand that's like a.
Okay.
Was it like a 15%?
You other examples? What are you saying like that?
At long distance.
There are many examples.
I agree. Okay. I absolutely agree with that.
So it's fine at close distances.
Yeah, but all the experiments on my page are well below that.
What experiment did you do at 1,000 miles? Just curious.
No, none. That's what I'm saying. Is none of the experiments on the page exceed that. So the calculation being used to determine the rate of
the answer is I never claimed to do an experiment at 1,000 miles. Why ask me that?
Dude, there's some as short as 3 miles going all the way.
Like recognize a trap.
I don't know.
It does. Cutoff is right. It sounds like they're converting the flat earther. What they're doing is this is called demoralization. He's demoralizing the flat earther to open him back up to just accepting it. So he's not embarrassed anymore.
That makes no sense.
They don't. The Earth curve calculator you showed does not use that formula.
I showed 2 of them.
You did. The one you showed? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. That's right.
Not exactly.
Grim's still on the server. I forgot.
Well, I don't use 80
Sorry, Grim.
mile squared as my formula. I use the Earth curvature calculator.
Yeah,
you're trying to debunk.
No, you're right. The Earth curve calculator you use is correct. It doesn't use the 8 inches per mile squared.
No, it's got a few more decimal points in it, but it's fairly similar.
No,
and Well, you can do the math on paper, type in 8 inches per mile squared for a 5-mile distance. It's still going to give you 16 miles. And when you punch it into the Earth curvature calculator, it's going to give you 16 miles. If you do 200 miles squared times 8 inches, and then you type it into the Earth curvature calculator, they're going to be off by a few decimal points, but it's basically, but I don't use 8 inches per mile squared. I use an Earth curvature calculator.
Which is
are
correct.
Those incorrect? Are those
wrong? Those are correct, but they don't use the 8 inches per mile squared.
And that's fine. We don't need to use that. We can just use an Earth curvature calculator.
Okay,
it's
use those. Yeah.
Yeah, they're much easier, and they verify those rates of drop that are contained in the experiments. They're based on an Earth curvature calculator.
Verify they invalidate them.
Everyone who made Earth curvature calculators is lying. They're all
But other than that, notice how now that they're talking about curvature, he sounds more confident.
But you know,
yeah, because it's the place where you always win,
right? Because we based upon, yeah. So it's
because you, yeah.
So we agree. It's close enough to as an approximation to use the Earth curve calculator. I agree. So, but it's only going to really tell. It's like if you're talking about level surfaces, it works. But if you're talking about even roads or mountains or hills or even plains, it's not going to work very well to tell you what the drop is going to be across a plane. Even if it appears flat, it still has ridges, up and valleys, and up and downs just because of the terrain of the Earth.
Yeah, that's where you got to take into account elevation and whatnot and everything else. Which that series of laser experiments, man, they went all out. I mean, they even factored in humidity and they put in the expected rate of refraction into their calculation. So not only did they take
oh my God, conceding on refraction now,
weather conditions for that day, and they also factor in because each laser has a variable amount of refraction that it can produce as well, and they factor that in as well. So it's pretty incredible. I mean, everyone talks about that $20,000 gyroscope, but I mean, these guys developed a $20,000 GPS guided laser system that's, I mean, it demonstrates that the curvature does not.
On the strongest point, he's giving it up.
But it proves space is real and satellites exist.
No, I understand, and I knew that was going to come.
It's not how GPS works. GPS operates off of towers.
System, right? That
it's part of a carrier signal.
Satellites, but
not a satellite signal. Your phones do not connect, and none of the GPS I ever use in construction, none of it connects to a satellite. It's all from geodetic robotic units.
It doesn't go direct to a satellite.
Holy cow!
Cell phone is going straight to a satellite. It's going to a ground-based tower. That's how you're triangulating your position.
You're not triangulating. You're trilaterating. It's a two-dimensional grid.
Existed right before they're alleged to exist. You know.
Yeah, you saw my debate with Iron Horse where I talked about GPS. So I use it for work. Like
and again,
I use it for work. I use it for work.
And I was trying to understand that a little better, but it's one of those things where I can't do your work. I can't verify what signal you're receiving or why that calculation should work or not, because I'm not in your field. I'm not there with you. It's unverifiable. Just like the ISS is unverifiable to me. I don't have a space station. I don't have a rocket ship. I can't fly up there. But what I can do is test the convexity of the Earth's surface. I can use a digital gyroscope to test for pitch. I can use a high-powered laser to test if there's any convexity, if we can see it. We can look at mountain ranges with infrared zoom lenses that should not be visible anymore, and they are visible. I mean, there's just so many things on the page that verify that the curve doesn't exist. And, you know, the other stuff, you know, as far as with your work, it's like, I don't have a way to test that. So I can only go off of what I personally can test, you know? And like I said, there are signals that could be coming from ground-based towers.
An hour before he said what I can personally test.
Satellite signal. I mean, even right now, you're thinking GPS is because of satellites, but GPS is very well known to be based on ground-based towers. Anyone can look it up. Anyone can look it up on YouTube. How does my cell phone, you know where I am, and they'll show you.
How can we use it on Super Hornets in the middle of the ocean? There are no towers.
Yeah, there's a ship.
There's towers in the ocean.
I bet you he's never heard of the Loran system.
They're not towers all across the ocean.
No, not all
for
across.
the GPS to work to tell
My
our
God.
planes and ships exactly where they are.
Well, they drop out in the southern hemisphere, from my understanding, in a lot of places. So it's not like they cover every bit of the ocean. And you would kind of think that if it's satellites,
no, tell them to prove it. Tell them to prove it.
Would be covered, but
No,
it's not.
It depends on where they're located, geostationary.
Yeah.
If there's not
This
satellites,
guy needs to come here. He needs an education.
Water. I think everything is covered. I'd have to look to verify that or not.
Needs a proper shellacking, man. That's what it
Before
needs.
we had
It is, man.
GPS, we had to use things like TACAN, which was like we had a tower that was transmitting a signal with a like a digital part of it. I think it's been a long time since I worked on TACAN, tactical navigation. So, and the aircraft had antennas, and it could only tell them the direction the TACAN was in. So they could go. There's like a story, like a plane that was going 180 degrees away from the TACAN, thinking they were going through that tower, but they were actually flying away from it until it disappeared, and then they ran out of fuel. Anyways, so they made better systems, so they were more accurate. And until I remember when we transitioned from INS and TACAN, we still left them there as redundant systems on the planes, but we added GPS, but we didn't add towers all across the ocean. I was in the Navy.
The boat is the tower.
We don't. There's no towers out there.
The ship is the tower.
There. Like I've never seen them.
Shit.
Maybe in some places close to shore or something there are, but like in the middle of the ocean, I don't see towers. But GPS works.
Yeah, I have seen examples of towers in the ocean, and I've also seen that when planes get their coordinates. Because I watched this a few months ago that there's actually a ping that comes from ground-based towers to tell them where they're located. If you look up, but that's what when I looked it up, even just I think it was 4 or 5 months ago, same thing. That's the most modern way that planes, because I was looking up how do planes know where they're located.
GPS.
Hey Maggie, we listen to these debates. Who are we criticizing?
Send a ping to them as they're flying over certain areas.
That's TACAN.
Listening to the debate.
So it's a backup system.
Yeah, we hear this debate, and who do we end up criticizing?
The flat earther.
The flat earther.
To have redundancy, because if one system fails, they can still navigate back home.
Because I don't care what he's saying. He's full of shit.
Not say
the other guy.
Using satellites.
Yeah.
The flat earther
say they're using
should know better.
He should know better.
Where their position is.
So shame on him, whoever he is.
Older planes probably still just use TACAN.
Well, that's why
retrofitted the plane.
Even in here, people don't like you. They don't like me. When we start talking to other flat earthers that are in here, they're just.
I don't know, but they still have TACAN in place.
There was a guy in here that was talking about arguing from the AE map position
on the air traffic
control. I'm like, dude, you can't do that. He's like,
right.
Well,
as far as I know, they do.
Why can't we? And I was like, because you don't know that the whole Earth,
it's a backup system.
The Earth realm isn't in that orientation, that position, like to
modern commercial flights, and it wasn't speaking of it.
He's like, well, we have to be able to like refute what they're saying. I was like, well, you can, but you just don't need this. Like that's you're trying to say that we know better than they do, and we don't know any. Like it's I don't know.
Imagine all you have is like a cardboard cutout of a car on the road. And you see it
when I'm talking about TACAN,
and you falsely imagine
it tells the direction
what the other side of that car looks like when it's just a cardboard cutout.
You have altimeters and stuff.
Like you don't know. You can't have that perspective.
Too. Like most of the
whenever you get into the thing about what map to use, you can just tell the Glober use any map and then measure angles with a flat baseline. End of discussion.
To determine your elevation.
It's not about the map; it's about the navigation.
That's how they generally do elevation.
Yeah, and a closed system, the air pressure equalizes. It's the laws, the thermodynamics.
That Glober, his voice sounds familiar.
The system we have
it does sound familiar.
Vacuum with space,
right?
The container, you get this.
He even sounds a bit like Sheepdog Legend.
The gravity is different.
That's what I was thinking.
Container as we get.
What a strange name, Sheepdog.
The Earth. The gravity is less, so the atmospheric density.
What's a sheepdog?
Lower. That's how those altimeters work.
A guy who. Well, it's a dog that does what? Rounds the sheep back up and puts him back in the pen.
That's how you're.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Pressure. It is not based on gravity in the center of the Earth.
The shape belt is also a colloquial term used in like the Second Amendment community. People who are willing to carry to protect others who can't protect themselves.
I know. Explain barometric pressure.
It's essentially the atmosphere has varying levels of pressure to it. So
Why?
this thing, and this is my layman's terminology, my best understanding of it. I'm obviously not going to give the best explanation, but there's essentially pressure layers within our atmosphere. It gets less dense as you go higher, gets more dense as you go lower. In some areas that alters a bit, but the way that reads is how much pressure it's putting on this reading device, which is the altimeter, or what do you call it again? Forget the name of it. That reads the altimeter.
It's altimeter.
Closed dynamic, not enclosed static.
Reads the barometric pressure. So that's my.
Yeah, how does the Hornet find its way back to the ship?
But what's causing the pressure gradient? And it's gradual too. It's not like it jumps. Like it's a gradual decrease as you go away from the center of the Earth, which is explained by gravity, by science. That's how it's explained.
If
oh my god, tell him not to explain it, to show it, to demonstrate
back at you.
Yeah, right.
What experiment or what demonstration can you show me where pressurized gas can exist next to a vacuum without a barrier?
The Earth, we have it. A cup.
That's a convenient answer, but I mean,
that's point number 3.
Cup.
Okay, so he does know something about the flow.
Begging the question.
So what's wrong with him?
The pressure will be the same
not
inside
next
and
to
outside
a
the cup.
vacuum. That's not a vacuum. I'm saying
The
take a
second time
vacuum
today I heard that
chamber
one.
and show me within the vacuum chamber how pressurized gas doesn't,
It equalizes in the chamber, except for gravity, because it's a little bit less dense at the top of the container than it is at the bottom of the container.
No way to measure that.
The gravity, and when you flip it over, it does it.
Like this is all just bluffing.
It doesn't stay.
Yeah, he's saying things now.
System.
Yeah, he's just saying things.
Yeah, it's
Flat Earthers not calling him out on Flat Earthers, still taking the L.
Because of the
He's
pressure.
got all these good points and still taking an L.
So if you have it at atmospheric
The guy is
pressure,
giving
feel
him.
like you
He's
build a
giving him
100-foot
openings.
tall, pressurized container, and it's at
So it's his to win.
The
and he
pressure
lost.
gradient in the container is going to match the pressure gradient on the outside of the container, right? If you add pressure above atmospheric pressure, you're still going to get that pressure gradient.
His jugular has been exposed like several times. He's still trying to beat him on the hoof.
The gas down, so you're still going to get that pressure gradient.
The lion getting beat up by a big gazelle.
I haven't done it before. Like I have read about it. It will be less noticeable, I think, because the pressure in the container compared to the pressure in cars.
Jack, you're roboting real bad.
Oh my god, the internet.
That's still using a container to keep the pressurized gas. What happens when you open the container to the vacuum? It's going to equalize.
Yep.
It's not going to stay.
It does. It does equalize. The pressure in the Earth equalizes. So it equals
in the Earth. What's he mean in the Earth?
Vacuum toward whatever that value is, which is
isn't the entire
So it goes up to that.
The entire universe would be the system of the Earth.
Gas a little bit, and we do sweeper.
I kind of feel bad for the next
solar system.
Gas,
but it
Waltz is into this server right now.
If at some point maybe
you're gonna come out. You're gonna come out guns blazing. You're gonna stick like 5 katanas in their body, man, before they even say anything.
Simulate like 11 Tor or whatever it is, but
it's crazy, dude.
Like a lesser vacuum next to where
It
can
is.
stay pressurized.
They have a spherical gradient,
There's no
We'd have to-
spherical line of sight.
Yeah.
So
because we won't have a forced
spherical sight, right?
The Earth does that, so we'd have to go to the moon, I guess. I don't know. Well, the moon wouldn't work either. It has its own pressure gradient, so you'd have You'd have to go to space with some massive thing and some finely tuned device to measure pressure gradient.
For anyone tuning in, we're listening to a terrible debate
gravity to collect
in which our fellow flat earther takes a massive L
where you can measure it, or you could just go to
because
space
he's bad at arguing.
and measure the pressure in space. They can measure the pressure on Earth. They can measure the atmosphere.
Who's the flat
on the
earther?
moon. I mean, we can.
The guy with the very meek voice.
And it's all predicted based upon the mass of the planets to determine what the pressure is, the amount of gas there is available, the mass of the planet, gravity of the planet. You can predict.
He's using bad arguments. He's conceding ground that he doesn't need to concede. He's bad at arguing.
Just as easily as we can demonstrate that
his demeanor is weak.
Denser gases fall and lighter gases rise.
Using words like I think,
Just
I
as easy as
guess.
that, correct?
But that's because of gravity, because denser material is.
Yeah, this Glober has asserted his
volume.
dominance over the
Gravity is
Ace.
space-time bending around
Oof.
an object, right?
Oof.
Of mass.
No,
He has found a bitch.
Gravity is the bending of. Well, if you want to
He's
think of it that way, like
bitch.
the fabric of space
Mhm.
is bending. It's not like
All I want is the booty.
like into.
I need the booty.
But I'm not a
And he got it.
cosmologist either. I'm not an expert in physics, but it is where two masses are coming together due to the curvature of space time. Sure. That's our best theory.
Here we go.
I mean, I guess if space-time is... or,
It's
sorry,
my favorite part.
Yeah, I was just going to inject and just check in with you guys. I don't want you to lose track of what you're talking about. I think we're having a really nice conversation, and I want to
No, we're not.
on the live chat that we got two.
You guys are having a really nice conversation, right? But we're going to open it up to questions.
We're going to move into Q&A.
You're supposed to have a debate, not a conversation. It's not a friendly get together.
I'm cool on time.
Well, that's not what Matthew Learns thinks.
I'm good.
He goes to Flat Earth meetups.
Whenever you want to do Q&A, or we can go.
He can say that you're retarded and cozy up to you the next day.
Whatever you want to do.
Yeah,
I gotta
keep talking for a
I
little
want
bit. If
by Zion. He's been around for a very long time. I'm going to assume.
Open dialogue.
But he has intimate knowledge of the arguments. So I'm going to assume he's been around for quite a while.
Which we'll probably.
How come I haven't heard him on Oakley's, and how come he hasn't been here?
We'll kick it back to open discussion and a reminder to our live chat.
He would be dismembered upon arrival.
Yeah.
So
he'd be absolutely
so much, everybody.
dismembered.
If I could share another example against the heliocentric model.
If I could,
based on,
I could, I mean, if you allow it, if it's
Please clap.
So I'm going to share the.
I mean, is it okay?
It's yeah.
No, you may not.
Example. Let me.
Yeah, somebody's.
Okay, so
Sit down.
here's the definition of a Selenelian eclipse, right?
Oh god.
So let me define it for the audience. The Selenelian eclipse is when the sun.
They're just going to say refraction in space. That's all they're going to do.
So in a heliocentric model, the way a lunar eclipse.
Yeah, it's gravitational refraction. That is the answer to it in their model.
On the moon. Now, the other thing is that an eclipse can only happen. Let me see if I can get this annotation up here, if it'll let me. I guess not. Oh, did that close out on you guys?
Yes.
So sorry.
So sorry. Sorry, guys. You're just ignorant.
So I can't really annotate, but what's interesting is even in this image, like you brought up, Ozian, about refraction, notice where the position they show on this image is. The sun and the moon should be 180
People
degrees
think they have an
around
argument with
globe
this.
model
They
Earth
really
from
don't.
each other
They really don't, because in their model you can stretch anything with gravity.
Selenelian eclipse, they're out of position.
I've
This
been
is
trying
how
to tell
they
people
show
that,
you
like, well, we got the 3-body problem. I'm like, no, you don't.
According to the
These idiots got like a way around. All they got to do is say shit. That's it.
Yeah. The curving of space-time will bend what you see. It's called gravitational refraction.
Lunar eclipse can only happen during a full moon.
Yeah, like, you're not going to argue their magic against them.
Yep. The Earth from
Exactly. Like you can't win against the GM. In Dungeons and Dragons, you can't win against the GM.
Or a lunar
GM will
eclipse
always
is
win.
the complete
He controls the
opposite
game.
side of the Earth.
They're
from the
his
sun,
rules.
Yet in the Selenelian image, they're not. And we have visual proof from this guy in 2014 who recorded a Selenelian eclipse right here, where both the sun and the moon are.
Wait till he talks. Watch.
Making
Watch
it
the magic.
impossible for the shadow of the Earth to be cast on it. This too is
If
another
you have
indication of
doubts,
a regular
watch.
eclipse.
Yep.
This is the again another.
Truly, this is a
lunar eclipse
magical
where, look,
moment.
the shadow is actually on the wrong.
The flat
side
earther
of the
thinks
Earth.
he's got him. I
That
got him right
happened
here.
on the moon.
I got him by the balls now. Oh no, I didn't have him by the balls.
Not only are they both
He
above
just
the horizon,
waved away.
defies the positions that they're supposed to be according to the heliocentric model. How on earth did the shadow flip itself over? Yeah.
After a long, slow explanation, then he can explain it away really quick.
You have two things going on with that one. So you
There we
have the part of the penumbra of the Earth is blocking the moon, right? And then you have light that's refracting through the atmosphere and
told ya.
hitting bottom of the moon. So it's a unique condition. And also with a Selenelian eclipse, it's not 180 degrees apart. That's why it's sort of a unique type of eclipse, right? That's why they call it what they do, right? If it's 180 degrees behind us, it would be obscured by the Earth. So it is a different type of eclipse.
No, the definition.
But it's not the Earth, though.
Eclipses, they do have to be opposite sides of the
I'll
Earth.
get them this time for real. For real, I will.
In your example, they were opposite of each other. They weren't 180 degrees opposite of each other.
But here's why refraction doesn't explain that.
Oh
Our
my
Selenelian eclipses.
You're not going to win him, dude.
I'd have
painful.
to look.
It's painful.
They call out Selenelian eclipses before they occur. So
Okay.
how are they predicting the Earth's atmosphere cyclically? You're saying every time this thing rotates through, whether it's every 50 years or 100 years or 20 years, they're cyclical. How does the atmosphere happen to just pull the sun 180 degrees around the Earth every single time they happen to be in that position? We can
Get ready for the
predict it
magic.
before we know the weather. We only
It's
know
not-
the weather a few weeks out, you know.
It's not 180 degrees, and it's not the weather that the atmosphere is predictable. It remains constant. Like weather patterns are sort of local. We're not talking about the atmosphere,
The Selenelian?
close into the Earth, right? So they are opposite sides of each other.
Is he going to say gravitational refraction?
And it is where that part of the light is refracting
there
through the atmosphere.
But is he saying gravitational yet?
He didn't say gravitational, but he's still
That's
saying
the explanation. It's explained by that model. They have an explanation, we agree. And the explanation is explained by that.
The
explanation is explained by that.
Not 180 degrees.
Correct.
The story is explained by the story.
Degrees.
It
It's
has
just
to, look.
opposites.
Shit
it's
makes
just
sense to me.
opposite sides.
180 degrees
Where
around.
does it say?
opposite.
Where does it say 180?
The flat earthers are still trying to like rescue the point, but it's like 180 degrees, right? Like it's impossible, right? Like
in proximity to the sun. In the
Does he not understand that there's always going to be an answer, because they have to take the question of the sphere and then make up an explanation. So there's always going to be one.
Yeah. All your arguments ultimately to win have to start at the axiom. Is there measurable curvature?
Is like
done
hands on a clock.
This is what happens.
Has to be 180 degrees. If you're arguing a different model, I can go with you on that. But if we're arguing the modern heliocentric model, a full moon can only occur
Spank me harder, huh?
180 degrees away from the sun around the globe model Earth.
Oh,
It's
gobble
the
up the
only
shaft.
position that it can have. That's its own definition. If you're making a new definition, that's a different model. That's not the modern heliocentric model. That's an entirely different model.
It doesn't say right there 180 degrees around the Earth. It just says,
No, it says during a
opposite
full
sides of the
moon.
Earth. Yes. Right. So the full moon just means the entire side of the moon is being lit up by the sun, right?
No, it means it's on the opposite side of it.
It
It's
means
100.
it means we can see the sun lighting up the moon.
He's arguing. He's arguing his model, and he's getting destroyed.
They tell you
I
the
know.
reflection. They tell you the phases of the moon are this.
He's already dead.
Yeah.
They have to be
That's
in
a-
this position.
Right between the eyes.
An example, right?
No, you can look up any child's explanation. You can type in
Any
how did the phases of the moon work.
Child's explanation.
He's got him. Look at
Yeah,
now the
I mean,
ridicule.
I've watched all of them. The moon is the first thing that got me into this subject, and I'm absolutely positive that no
The hell?
astronomer would agree with you that in the heliocentric model, that the full moon can be anywhere but 180 degrees around the Earth. When it's at full illumination, 100% illumination, it's like hands on a clock. When it's a first quarter moon, it's 90 degrees
What
away
is this?
from the sun.
What is this
When it's a
argument?
third quarter moon,
I-
it's 90
what is this
degrees
argument?
away from the sun. When it's a new moon, it's directly in front of the
destroy the
sun. This is
heliocentric
how the model
stars that
has to
can tell.
operate according to its own laws. If you're saying it doesn't,
these
have
were
to
the old
operate
ways
like that,
to
that's
argue.
a different-
These were. This is very 2015.
No.
This is how we used to argue 5 years ago.
Yeah, you remember that?
Yeah, Chris, you're right.
Yeah.
If a full moon can
This is what we used to do. Is we used to sit there and argue with them about their model until we realized, wait a minute, their model's wrong.
Happens around the ecliptic plane.
Why would I argue about something I know is wrong?
Up above the ecliptic plane or below it, but its position is still.
You ought to give them the model, don't you? You ought to give them the ball in space and shit. Now you argue crap with it.
Oh yeah, yeah. This flat earther's taking a massive L on this one.
Yes.
If this is what you
So
really
if it's
want
perfectly 180 degrees away from the sun, around the Earth, we
What's up,
wouldn't
CV?
see them.
Oh, CV's in here. Good,
bro, dude. I got a freaking soundboard.
That's
I'll
where
tell you
the
about it later.
5-degree tilt comes in, which explains the umbra and the
Okay.
penumbra.
Let's
the
go.
5-degree tilt explains why there isn't full lunar eclipse every time the moon moves to the other side of the globe model Earth. It's the umbra.
Bro,
and the
they've thought about and they've made explanations for everything in their model, and he's still trying to argue with them.
And the fact is, even if he doesn't have an explanation for it, he can just make something up on the spot and just say the story explains the story, like he did the last
Yeah,
time.
he did. He did. The explanation explains the explanation.
180 degrees around the globe model Earth. But
How do you retort to that? You don't. You let them have that because you don't have a choice.
If the moon was perfectly 180 degrees on the other side of the Earth every time,
At the very least, you have to call out the reification fallacy.
every time.
He's not called. Notice he hasn't called out a single fallacy.
Because the moon is exposed to the sun during a full moon. So the lunar eclipse is when the
This is
moon
bad.
According to your model,
is eclipsed by the Earth. When it's directly 180
It's a
degrees,
massacre.
sun's here, Earth is here, moon's here. Right?
This
So you
is
get a
this
full
is where you drop the selenium
You can-
right
yeah,
here.
so you can
If
go
he's
like
going to
this.
explain it, then you point out the problem.
no, actually, according to the heliocentric model,
Well, he did it out of order already.
eclipse occurs when it's directly
Yes, I
behind
noticed.
the Earth
Yep.
from the sun. Now, the sun in that model is so
He
massive,
explained it
you see
for
the light
him,
travels
right?
around it. I forgot that point they have. It's on that umbra and penumbra thing right here. Where here, let me go back to it.
How can you
It's got
forget
it on
that?
the image
Oh,
right here. See, this is what it's saying.
What you
That's
do is you
exactly
say,
how an eclipse has.
so then how do you explain the selenilian eclipse?
Position for an eclipse,
And you don't explain it for him.
180 degrees around.
For a lunar eclipse, not a selenelian eclipse.
Selenelian eclipse is a lunar eclipse.
Okay. Is it?
Yeah.
What's the difference
Yeah.
between a selenelian eclipse
He's letting him type in Google
eclipse?
during a debate.
Google will
During
do
what
anything.
modern day debates says we're professional and the guys are Googling.
It's a special lunar eclipse where both the sun and the eclipsed moon are visible in the sky at the same time.
He's downloading
not
what
the
the
same.
answer is right now.
Why is he being silent while he's doing this?
But
He's letting
they
him
have
just.
to be by definition. It's at full moon stage. It's at its full moon phase when a selenelian
It's
eclipse
100. It's on 180 degrees on the other side of the Earth, right behind the Earth. But we can.
That's what they're saying.
But we can see the light that's shining on to the moon. In
You
this
can see
case,
the
we're
physical
seeing.
sun.
In this case, we're seeing the light that's refracting through the atmosphere, hitting the bottom of the moon.
Notice, folks, how he just went
How
from
is the
I have to
shadow
Google
of the
this
Earth
to he's now the
flipped upside
Insta
down?
expert.
How is it on top of the
Yeah.
moon?
Because
I
it's-
just
Yeah, you
Googled
should
this,
definitely point
and
that
now I
out.
know.
the Earth, but you get refraction.
You can see the Earth. The Earth should be setting the shadow on the bottom
But
of
you
the
can't-
moon.
How
So
does?
you got
Why is he
light
saying what it
shining
should be
in a
doing?
straight line
Make
on
him
the Earth. Part of
explain
that
what it's
light
doing.
Is hitting the atmosphere, and that part of the light that hits the atmosphere is getting curved around and hitting the moon, the bottom
It's
of the moon.
flipping the shadow and bypassing the bottom of the moon and sending it up to the top of the moon.
It's not flipping the shadow. That curve looks like this on the top of the moon. It doesn't look
This is
like
a normal. This is a normal eclipse then.
Yeah. Well, it's
So
not
why-
a partial eclipse. Yeah.
Yeah, a partial eclipse. And where's the shadow? It's on the bottom.
So in that picture right there, the moon is not perfectly 180 degrees behind the Earth, even though it's a
'cause
full
you can
moon.
still see sunlight.
even
You can
though
see it's like dusk or dawn.
Yeah, even though it's a full moon, right? But part of the moon is eclipsed by the Earth.
Well, then I have a question.
And the
do you
shadow.
believe-
Go
Do you
ahead.
believe the full? Do you believe the full moon has to be 180 degrees around the Earth from the sun, like full moon phase?
Sure. It's sure.
Okay, well, I have an example where I recorded. I personally recorded the full moon and the sun above my visible horizon, or technically it's a few degrees off, but if you want to check that out, like here's another.
I mean, it's irrelevant. You're not describing the model that they're explaining it is, right? So it is explained by.
Oh my god, it's irrelevant because you're not buying into our story.
Right?
Like it's irrelevant because it doesn't agree with the model.
Based upon
basically what he's saying, and he's not getting called out for it.
Right?
Yeah, but the image doesn't match their model. It's just like when they modeled Polaris and they show a Copernican model because it can't be.
The image does match the model. Like we are getting what we expect. Like you're showing a picture, like that's not what the universe looks like. That's not what the solar system looks like. Okay.
The moon appears full to the eye for 2 to 3 hours. So it, like it says right here, when the moon is exactly 100 degrees opposite the sun, at full moon,
Cub, it's sound only. Cub,
are aligned in space.
We're listening to a very bad debate.
So what's an ecliptic longitude?
Here's my
ecliptic longitude is a celestial longitude measures the angular distance of an object along the ecliptic from the primary. So it's based upon the location of the sun and the moon.
Have to, by definition, be 100. The only way you can have any type of eclipse is when the moon is at its full moon phase. There's no other, if you can find a definition where it's not at its full moon phase, and by definition, a full moon has to be 180 degrees around the Earth.
Around the ecliptic of the Earth.
Well, from the sun. From the sun. Yeah. The sun's
not
on
the Earth, not the Earth longitude, the ecliptic longitude.
I don't. The longitude has very little to do with what its position is supposed to be. I mean, there's a measurable longitude, of course, but what I'm saying is by its own definition, the heliocentric model requires those positions. Here's a Is there any audio on that?
So the celestial equator is tilted compared to the Earth equator. Right, because the Earth is tilted.
Blah, blah, blah.
So when they're talking the celestial equator, the ecliptic, they're talking about the celestial equator.
Yeah, that's the Earth shadow on the moon, and we should be able to measure curvature down here.
The sun's
Come
on
on.
the opposite side of the moon from
on the celestial equator. Correct. So it doesn't mean the moon is perfectly behind the sun.
Miggy would say he's let him walk him off into the weeds with this.
behind the Earth.
Yes.
It has a 5-degree tilt.
Yeah.
Means it's
north or
on-
south of the plane.
Means it's on.
Oh, Miggy and I have been
Gonna
tearing
start
this thing up.
Yeah, from the
I
sun.
noticed you've been doing this for a while, yeah?
Yeah, but
Hour and 53 minutes.
Oh,
that doesn't. How when both
shit,
are
is
above
it
the
that long?
horizon?
Yeah, that's how long
sun
it's
can
been.
be physically seen above the horizon with the moon. It
Yeah.
can't be on opposite sides of
So-
the Earth.
So if we're like this, right? So and the Earth is tilted like this, and the moon is rotating. I'm not as friggin' orbital.
What?
Oh, okay. That's okay. But if you just consider the rotation of the Earth or the moon around the Earth and the angle, the axes of the Earth in relationship to the sun and the moon, you can have the moon exposed to the sun, right, and be behind the Earth.
Oh, it's painful.
But that's way more than 5 degrees above the Earth. It doesn't rise above the Earth with that 5-degree
Okay.
tilt.
I'd have to see what.
It can only. Okay, so all I'm saying is, how would I best put this? So they have to be opposite sides of the globe model Earth, the sun and the moon. They have to be. There's only a 5-degree variance which controls whether the moon is in an eclipse or it's not in an eclipse. Okay, that's the
5 degrees.
umbra and the penumbra, depending on where it is in the heliocentric model, according to the ecliptic plane. The Selenelian eclipse has both bodies above the visible horizon, and they are out of position at that point. And not only that, the shadow is on the wrong side of the moon. It should be on the bottom, like in that other eclipse image.
No.
It has to be on the bottom of the moon.
That's why it's a Selenelian eclipse.
Exactly, that's the name they
Bro, I
gave
had to
it.
Google it
They go,
earlier.
hey, this is
Now
a
he's trying
weird
to
phenomenon.
explain it like an
And
expert.
when you really
Yeah,
examine
I knew all
it
along.
doesn't work within the heliocentric model.
Like,
Same
That's
thing
why
as
it's
when
different.
The moon and the sun have to be opposite each other.
But you know what? That's why he's
Name the
winning.
phenom-
But I've recorded that phenomena 8, 9
Yes.
times where
Yeah.
it's at full illumination or maybe 98% illumination, and both are well above the horizon from my vantage point in Southern California. That means they, by definition, cannot be 180 degrees around the Earth.
No, you showed a picture where they were 180 degrees around the Earth from each other. The one where where the sun, so you had the Earth, and you had the sun and the moon here, and the person sees them up here because of refraction, pulling them up. So it looks like they're higher in the sky than they actually are because of refraction. Right? You showed that image.
There it is
It
again.
explains. And in that image, they are 180 degrees apart from each other on this celestial eclipse, or the celestial ecliptical, which is the sun's ecliptical
People wonder why I'm harder on my side than their side.
of the Earth.
He shouldn't be yelling at you. You just learned this. How are you defending it so vehemently?
Degrees around that
Yeah.
Earth from each
Yes,
other.
they are.
Draw
But like-
a line straight from the sun, straight to the moon, and
It's what I expect from the Globers.
It doesn't have
Right.
to go through the center of the Earth.
So why would I criticize
From each
them?
other around the ecliptical
Around the
of the
Earth?
But no,
solar
you
system.
shouldn't.
Around,
But
it's not
this is always the danger
that's
with
100
quote unquote
that line,
people
that's
that don't
180
understand what they're fucking talking about.
Those 2 points are 180
You will get
think
annoyed
the center,
played
you think the
by these
center of
people.
the Earth is
Yep.
in that line.
No, it doesn't go through the center of the Earth. That's not what they're saying. They're on opposite
Yeah,
sides of each
then
other.
you're not understanding the definition. The
No, I do
definition says
understand
this
it.
sun should
It says
be
it's
180 degrees,
no,
a
it
straight
doesn't.
line from that to that.
You read the definition was the ecliptical orbit, right? The ecliptical orbit was a word, which is the solar orbit, not the Earth's, or the solar plane, not the Earth. So it's the ecliptical.
Yeah, see, he's actually right about this because in their
Not
model,
based
it's
upon
not.
the center of the
It's
Earth.
180 degrees from your perspective, not from the solar
But
positioning.
the definition is it has to be,
ecliptic longitude, which is based upon the sun.
look, when the moon
Don't
and
understand
sun
their
are
model. Don't
opposite
argue it with
sides
them.
of The Earth.
Yes, which they
Opposite
are in that
sides.
picture. They are in that picture. They're in opposite sides of each other in that picture.
Opposites meaning 180 degrees.
One's on the west side.
No, it
one's
doesn't
on
mean
the east
180
side.
degrees.
Yeah, that's not what it's saying. It's degrees around the Earth. This right here.
It's
This
based
is
upon.
where it can't see how this line goes straight. You see how
Take
that
the
line
L.
goes straight from the sun to the full moon, straight across, straight across.
What is the point of dispute right now?
Basically.
It's not though, but
In
anyway.
that picture, the moon would be up here.
No.
What is the point of dispute right now?
Cutting across part of the Earth.
No,
Is-
the sun
is
isn't that close.
what
that's
180
not a good
degrees is.
Drawing to use to determine
And the flat earther
where the line
doesn't understand that in their model, the explanation is the difference
when it
between
said
solar
the
and terrestrial.
ecliptic, longitude, ecliptic.
And so, yeah, it's 180 degrees when you're
talking
standing
about
on
the
Earth. But
celestial
solarly,
talking about
it's not
the
180
sun's
degrees.
ecliptic,
They're not on exact
not
opposite
the
sides.
Earth's. But seeing what's on the opposite side
No,
of this.
the moon is on the Earth's ecliptic plane.
Yeah, and that's how they explain it. This is why you don't argue their model with them because they can. Their model is
It
magic.
exists on the Earth.
It's like arguing with the GM in a D&D
But
campaign.
when you showed the one example you showed, was
He's already
talked
brought
about
up
the
refraction like 2-3 times.
longitude.
So he's just going to get to refraction. That's not the actual sun. That's not the actual moon. Case
Not the
closed.
Earth,
Problem
talking
over.
about the sun.
Yeah, that's it.
But anyways, I think we beat this dead. But
I mean, Gregory, my point of contention is that the flat earther has taken a big L.
I got more examples.
And not
I'm
really-
I'm not an expert on that either. The only thing I know,
Not really
is
made a
how
good
the
case.
sun's being refracted through the atmosphere is why you get that shadow on the bottom. So, but
Okay, I have a question for you then.
sure. One last question, then we can go to Q&A.
Yeah. So the last question I have is Imagine a heat source in front of you, whether it's a massive fire, oil
Imagine.
fire, a giant heat
Oh.
ray that doesn't
God.
exist, whatever you want. Just logically, if that heat
Ego,
source
man.
is
I want my arguments to reign supreme rather
what's
than
gonna
seeking the
increase
truth.
amount of heat, in your opinion, if I lean my head slightly towards that heat force, or if I take a step or two towards it?
At that point, if this is your last question, I don't fucking care.
Distance to the heat source.
This is not a good last question.
I don't even understand where it's going.
As long as there's no.
That's an awfully hot coffee pot.
The amount of heat you're going to experience, or there's something.
There are only 3 questions.
In between you isn't affecting.
You should say, imagine the big source of heat that makes plants
The closer
grow.
you get, the hotter it will be.
Yeah, so we
You like that, man?
right? Like slightly
What's that?
pushing my head towards
The last thing I posted.
Yeah.
The temperature.
Yeah, I like that.
completely As if I'm
That is a very old internet
Depends on the medium.
picture.
If there's any medium.
That thing may be 20 years old, I swear.
involved.
That pyramid?
In general, you would assume that if there's a big fire in front of me, if I tilt my head towards it, it's
Yeah.
not going to increase the heat as much as if I actually step towards it.
But if I put a blanket in between me and I get closer to it, it gets cooler. There's a blanket. So if I take
Oh,
this
that's
blanket,
hot.
it gets hotter.
That's hot.
If I step 2 feet closer, put a blanket in between me and the heat source, the blanket collects the radiant heat. I don't.
He took apart his argument.
Even though I've gotten closer to the heat source. Right?
But I'm just
That's all I'm
saying,
saying.
if there's no blanket there, we can safely assume that the closer, unless there's something blocking the heat source, which would also block if I tilt my head or I step towards it, it's going to block either motion. But in general, if there's nothing blocking or obstructing the heat source, then if I take steps towards that heat source, it's going to be a greater increase in heat than if I just tilt my head towards it. Right?
But if you're moving the atmosphere with you, that they feel that radiant heat. If you're moving your atmosphere, like you have a localized
See? You can't beat the GM.
and you're stepping
take
towards
that
it, and you're
atmosphere.
moving the whole localized atmosphere closer to it, or
The same consequence still stands.
atmosphere has to heat up at that period, in that period of time, right, for you to experience increased heat.
What if I move the air with me? The same consequence still stands.
If that object is closer
No.
to the heat
Conservation of momentum,
it's
sir.
going to experience more radiation.
I ruined a D&D campaign by arguing with a shopkeeper for 20 minutes
closer to a heat source
until I got a better sword.
and tilting towards it. This is the explanation.
No, it depends.
This
If
is
there's
the
atmosphere, if there's less atmosphere between you and the heat source, you're going to experience more of the heat source.
Well,
That doesn't make any
here's
sense
an
whatsoever.
example from the heliocentric
No.
model that doesn't.
Oh, no,
make
it
much
does.
sense.
Like,
They
they're
tell you
just-
that the tilt of the Earth is what changes the seasons.
Two
So a slight
nincompoops
tilt.
now arguing with each
But
other.
when it's 3 million miles closer during perihelion, it has almost no bearing on
Parhelion.
temperature whatsoever. So the slight tilt, which is very minimal in comparison to moving 3 million miles closer or 3 million miles further away, has almost no look. When it's closer to the sun, during perihelion in January, the northern hemisphere gets colder.
Who is debating?
That's what it's showing you. Even though
Mike
it's 3 million miles
and
closer to perihelion,
Ozian.
when it's
Ozian.
slightly hotter. So how come when it's
I have no
3
idea who
million
these
miles
people are.
closer, it gets hotter in the
No,
in
it
the
was
southern
19 hours ago.
hemisphere when it's 3 million miles.
Even though it
closer
sounds like a debate
than
from
when it's
2015.
3 million miles further away.
It really does, doesn't
So
it?
there's lots of
Zion.
involved.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Really related to that.
Yeah, for real. I haven't heard of either of these guys.
Northern hemisphere is 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than the southern hemisphere. So it's about 3 degrees Fahrenheit warmer in the northern hemisphere than in the southern.
What is this? What is this?
We're talking 3. If the slight tilt of the Earth is going to change the seasons,
This is a very
3
long
million miles
moment for
closer
the last
is
question.
drastically
He's
changing.
arguing the
That's
seasons.
because the blanket. You have more blanket.
Assuming that the source of the seasons is the sun itself.
More blanket blocking the heat.
I don't think the flat earther even realizes what he's
I
arguing.
see a blanket in this.
What?
Wow. Suddenly, when
God damn meme. Have they even gone over curve of motion and space?
They went over curves for about probably less than 10 minutes out of this whole thing.
Because of the season, when it's going around the moon or the Earth, you get less sun exposure.
That's just very bad debating skills.
It is. And I think that's why we're letting it play, so that we can just
during the peak of the day is going to be
dismantle it and make fun of it.
If the subject of the debate is whether or not the Earth is a sphere or not, why would you not focus on that the majority of the debate?
And it releases it at
well, that's why I think these kind of debates are pointless, because it's just egos.
It's like
I want to use my argument style, and I want to use my arguments to get my point across in my way, rather than actually be interested in the truth itself as being the ultimate goal.
Even though the atmosphere gets warmer,
which is why we're effective here.
Than the
because we don't play these games.
So
axiom.
So that's because of the
Earth is either flat or it is curved.
Heat into the Earth.
Where's the evidence? That's where the entire debate rests.
It is because of the atmosphere. You get less sunlight exposure, and the sun is coming in at a much different angle, so you're going to have a less heat from that also.
So
and it is warmer in the northern hemisphere, 1.5 degrees.
Is this voice annoying you?
3 degrees Fahrenheit.
Like I said, if the
is it just me, or am I just being?
Both of them are annoying. Both of them have an annoying voice.
Season, and then it's
one is authoritative and nasal, and the other one is nasal and meek.
It's
oh my God, Beam.
0 sense to say, well, there's an atmosphere when it moves.
It is like we're listening to Chad Globe Earther beat Virgin Flat Earther right now. Is what we're listening to.
That's like me saying, "Oh, there's a big
That's
fire
a good way
in front of me."
Because Flat Earther doesn't sound very experienced, right?
Right. He's not being authoritative. He's not being assertive. He's letting
prevent that heat.
He's intimidated, and I think you can tell he's intimidated.
Tilting my face towards the fire. It's just.
That's absolutely true. If you take a miss,
I heard confidence in his voice like only a couple of times during a Stellian eclipse, and then it fizzled out there.
Water hose and you spray it.
Flying, your mic vibrated through a lot of that.
A waterfall. You put a burning, raging furnace on one side of the waterfall, and you're on the other side of the waterfall. You're going to feel the temperature of the waterfall because it's going to suck all the heat down and take it down. So
furnace, waterfall.
Did we have a big ass wall of water between us and the sun? You goddamn idiot!
What is
all
this?
Types of factors involved that impacts the amount of heat.
Does he believe there's water in space now?
Most of it is the axial tilt, and you have less sun during the day, so you have less temperature rise.
This is where my contempt comes in. Like, this is with people like this and arguing like this endlessly, ceaselessly until their last breath. This is where my contempt comes in.
To the sun because there's
well, see, I'm not mad at the Globe Earther here at all. I expect them to be the exact creatures they are. Right?
The atmosphere of the Earth actually.
Well, yeah, he's been given a chance to spout out his story and listen to him talk for 5 minutes.
Of the sun.
Yeah. I just don't believe in this kind of like lame, respectful debate. This is not like some college campus where there's 2,000 people in attendance and you need to have like some structure. This is Discord. Let's be real. This is the internet.
That's incredibly thick. That's 3 million miles closer as opposed to a tilt, a mild tilt.
It absorbs heat from the sun during the day and it releases heat. It releases the heat at night. So you get a flexing temperature.
Arguing the magic of the guy's model with him.
You get a flexing temperature between seasons,
exactly that,
and night cycles of the Earth.
Like you can't win with the GM. I still lost that campaign, by the way.
Let's get moving into our Q&A for now.
Yeah, I got a better sword, and then I got my party killed 2 moves later.
Once we're done our Q&A. Yeah, just want to thank both of you gentlemen for coming out and having this discussion. It's been a lot of fun.
And then there's, of course, modern day debates. For such boomers, they can only transmit on one channel.
I was talking to you a little bit about it, Mike. There, what are both of your?
Hey, what does that mean?
On the
it means it's only coming in on the left speaker.
Oh yeah, I thought it was only me.
I absolutely reject the moon landing for a multitude of reasons. I don't have the content here, but if you watch, if anyone pulls up the lunar rover.
So you're
You
just
can
a
watch the footage of the
conspiracy
lunar rover
theorist.
on YouTube. Pay attention to the driver.
And yeah, he is.
Why would you
holding
even?
the camera on the lunar rover.
Why would you
You'll
even
notice that
talk
his
about
arm keeps
fucking
a
moon landings?
90-degree
Let's
angle
talk
on
about.
his camera
No, you know
the
where I'm
entire
going.
time
This is
he's
why it's
driving
annoying me.
around. You can
There's only
tell
3 questions you need to ask in a debate:
they're claiming they went
curvature, motion,
to
space.
the moon.
That's
Which
it.
one do you want to talk about?
Video
Yep.
footage in
Curvature, motion,
1969.
pressure.
Live
You said pressure
stream
or space?
3-point space spin. Yeah.
I'm going to cut you off there, Mike. I'm so sorry. I don't want to get into the meat of that discussion because I think it's something that you both made me aware you're interested in. So maybe we can talk a little bit after.
Even the moderator stopped him from talking about
Oh
the moon.
man, even the moderator's like, not this shit again.
Talking about the Earth and space stuff. So let's go to our Q&A.
Up so we can get this over with. Shut the up.
Yes. Yeah, it's like it just goes silent in my head because I have my left speaker off because I'm playing Bloodborne right now and I have to hear the TV. So I've only got one ear on, right? And so every time this moderator jumps in, I just hear this
all of the
from like this one ear.
In geocentric labs around the world working 24/7. Why did they pick up that gyro for the experiment?
Christ, what level am I now?
Chilean peso, by the way. Go ahead, Mike. So,
Well, like I said before, having to do with that gyroscope, I'm just really fascinated that nobody else has demoed Bob's gyroscope, that there's not a model number or any way to purchase that. I know that Ozian referenced using calibrating gyroscopes, but he was talking about recalibrating them, not picking up the motion of the Earth. So I would love to see other people other than someone on a hit piece from behind the curve having a gyroscope that can pick up the rotation
my
of the Earth.
God.
You know, that way other people could test it other than just Bob. Because as far as I can find on the internet, because I've looked quite a few times over since I saw that documentary in like, what was it, 2019 or something like that when it came out. There's no model number for it. You can't purchase it anywhere. Nobody else on the internet that I can find is seen using that gyroscope. And if they're thinking that my gyroscope experiment that I referenced in the beginning of the video had to do with rotation, it did not have to do with rotation. It had to do with pitch. It's the same type. It's the same
Son of a pitch.
Gyroscope that's used in modern drone technology and robotics. It can pick up pitch and yaw and roll. It can pick up all those axes of motion. So driving 200 miles, it should be able to pick up its gradual pitch as it progresses over the curvature of the Earth. So that'll be my response.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for that, your old pal Mike. And Tyler, 432, $5 at Ozian. How does everything blast through space, twisting and turning around the sun?
What a stupid question.
The sun inside the clouds on the daily.
Oh my God.
I've never seen the sun inside the clouds.
Inside the clouds.
The clouds.
I haven't
I
either.
actually agree with that too.
This is
I
a
don't
stupid question.
ascribe that the sun. I think when people are thinking in the flat Earth community that they're seeing the sun within the clouds, it's just
They're
brightly shining
retarded.
through
No.
the
They're retarded.
lighter parts of the cloud. So I tend to agree with you on that.
They're retarded. That's the answer.
Awesome. Any last thoughts on that, Ozian? What was for you?
I just want to know how many suns there are. That'd be a good one. But yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, Siggy Sigwald, $50 says, the stars we see with the naked eye are most likely within the Milky Way and moving with us around the center of the galaxy. This is so easy to visualize mentally that asking for a 3D model, which I'm sure you can find in 1 sec, makes no sense.
So presuppose a paradigm.
Well, I have looked for those 3D models. I'm more than willing if someone wants to send it to me on my.
I can imagine it, therefore it's true.
Message me.
Well, no,
3D
why is he answering? Why is he
It's
answering?
easy to imagine the presuppositions.
I show
Yeah.
the North Star when they do model it.
I mean, wouldn't the proper answer be, where's the question?
The sun's motion isn't taken into account.
Yep.
But we
There was
can
no
just
question.
easily say, hey, when I
No, it was just a statement.
It's just
now
a
he's
statement.
decided to.
even
Yeah,
Albert
yeah, it's
Einstein,
just-
Why would the moderator accept
he
it?
doesn't believe that there's any experiment that can actually detect the motion of the Earth. He admitted that himself.
With imagination, I can be anything I want.
Are turning above us, and we're stationary.
Rest his soul.
And to say that we're turning around the sun.
Imagination.
All right, awesome. I'll let everybody know in the live chat. Yeah, I got the left ear sneak going on right now. I'm exporting.
Come with me.
My new interface. I bought a whole bunch of new gear to up the quality. If you haven't noticed,
of pure imagination.
frames per second. Sorry, which is a lot better than what I had before. But there's a couple things that I need to get figured out still, of course, with this new system. So let me know in the live chat there. I'm trying to do what I can here with this stuff. Sticky Sigwell.
I just want to.
Go ahead.
He misquoted Einstein. Einstein said you cannot detect the Earth with an optical experiment. He didn't say you can't detect the motion of the Earth at all.
No, with a terrestrial experiment.
Yeah, like the stars, using the stars as a reference for the Earth.
As long as you're on the Earth, you can't detect
that's an
it.
optical observation, but you're absolutely correct.
You detect it when you're on the Earth, so I'm going to detect it when I'm not on the Earth.
Walled for 666, the number of the beast. I'm sorry, it just triggers me with the Iron Maiden every time. My goodness, I got to keep it down though because the kids are trying to sleep. My God, don't do that to me. All right, Siggy Sigwald 666.
What?
Please tell him the observable universe is huge, like 8.8 times 10 to the power 26 kilometers wide.
So where's the edge?
Yeah.
So they've got,
where it is.
They have dimensions of the universe. Prove to me there's an edge.
Yeah, it's a measurement based upon the angular.
Where's the edge? Where it is?
The objects and
The angular size of the lights in the sky.
I mean, I got a good experiment that
Like, what else am I supposed to say? Where's the edge? At the edge.
Yeah.
Provided from timeanddate.com.
Like, that's supposed to be such a flexing question.
The sun, and it breaks it down all in AutoCAD and shows that the sun can't be 93 million miles
What am I going to say? At the center?
Perhaps some of those updated measurements will get
well, their edge is only a mile and a half away.
Years as things change.
Well, my last interlocutor disagrees with you. He says if there was only one sun, it has to be 93 million miles away. So whatever. I'd be interested in seeing in our Discord if you want to join the Modern Day Debate Discord.
I've never used Discord, so I'm kind of like old fogey on that. I don't even know.
We have a good flat Earth community.
No, they don't.
Good
No, they don't.
So.
No, they
Awesome. don't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have the Discord.
Modern Day Debate has a curated flat Earth community, and they kick anyone mildly intelligent out.
Yeah.
That's literally where the dregs go.
And awesome, everybody. We'll continue on. Cool Lambo, $5. Where do the rockets go?
There's some really good illustrations showing their trajectory dropping off in the Bermuda Triangle when they're sent off.
Claim. Why are you making claims, bro?
You can see that the
I stopped a flat earther from doing that in this server the other day.
Are not going into space. They say that angle and that curve that you start to see is because they got to launch the rocket sort of at an angle, so it grabs onto gravity, and gravity sort of propels it around the outside of the spherical Earth or whatever. But yeah, I mean, you can see footage of it, images of it, where you can see the angle and the arc on those rockets really shouldn't be cruising way out into outer space as is claimed. But I do believe they build rockets, of course. I do believe NASA is lying about a great many things, but you can't embezzle that much money without creating some product. So I don't doubt that they do rocket
So many
launches.
claims.
That's
so many.
though, that since the 1960s, when they first started space exploration, did you know that there's not one piece of time-lapse footage from the time a rocket leaves the Earth to the time it reaches space? Not one piece. You can pull up a time-lapse video of a cruise or a ship sailing around the ocean, and that camera will roll for 30 days straight. You can watch that footage, but there's not one time-lapse piece of, or just even raw footage of a rocket leaving Earth and entering space. The camera always cuts to a different camera, or it cuts out entirely. We don't ever have one single continuous feed in almost approaching a century now, really more like 75 years of alleged space travel. Why isn't there one piece of raw footage of a rocket leaving Earth going into space with the camera aimed at the Earth and it never?
It seems like a really bad argument.
Changing to a different camera. It's really odd.
It's called real good engineering.
The friends I know that work at Boeing and Northrop Grumman, that help build rockets and planes and all that type of stuff, I don't think they're lying about the physics involved in the orbital mechanics.
Oh, he's saying that they could be deceived. Very simple.
Work to get us into orbit. So, I think everything is just a big giant.
Oh my God, bro!
Because you believe it's true. Because
it's
just
a big giant conspiracy.
That's not actually the case.
Here comes the 15-minute ad hominem,
conspiracy theory,
where he slowly reveals that the last 15 minutes is an ad hominem.
Probably not time to go into that right now, I'd assume. So, there's a lot.
Yeah, we definitely, like I said, we can arrange to have you gents back and have another conversation for sure. This has been fantastic.
I don't believe there's a conspiracy.
666 again. I'm not going to be triggered with any more Iron Maiden because we don't want to get copyrighted or anything. I know I sing it so close to the guy. No, I'm kidding. All right, so Siggy Sigwald, thanks again for your support. The Flat Earther talking about eclipses explains why he needs a 3D model to understand star movement. Flat Earthers can't understand 3D. Hail Sagan.
He's taking the same question from the same guy, or the same guy's question three times.
Really
You know that?
Saying entirely. I mean, why would we need a 3D model? I mean,
There are not a lot of questioners tonight.
Models of what we're describing. I don't.
The only guy
see
asking questions.
Benefit to wanting something modeled. I don't see that as a negative. I see that as a positive.
Here's another point. If you're at a point,
the model just means we can predict it.
If the number of questions is ever the same person in a debate,
I think you're talking
when you're doing your Q&A, you don't have an audience.
Model, we can imitate it, and I don't know if there's anything like that. I played games that are like that. I play Elite Dangerous. I stream it, or used to stream it all the time. But anyways,
either you don't have an audience or you're selecting your
ancient cultures. I've read a bunch of papers on it on how they.
I'm actually going to guess that it's
everything how
they don't have the audience because they're doing it through super chats, right? So it's on the YouTube channel.
It was cyclical. Every 56 years, this particular event would happen. Every 25 years, this particular event would happen. So there's zero need for modern heliocentrism to predict those events. You can do it just as easily without it. So it's kind of a misnomer to think you need it to predict those events because you can do it without it, and ancient cultures have done it for centuries, prior to our model.
Yeah, it's just the explanatory power of the model has led us to other wonderful
the storytelling potential
used today, like your cell phones, computers, internet, stuff like that. Well, the internet, maybe not as much as the model, but GPS relies upon theory of relativity to work. I know it does.
No, it don't.
No, it
all
doesn't.
These type of things rely upon that model that we benefit from, including going to Mars and going to Mars and stuff like that. So you are correct.
In your pure imagination.
What are you talking about, man?
Future events, but we didn't understand why. We usually said, well, it was some god or some supernatural entity that was causing everything to stay in motion. We've learned a lot since then. I hope you agree. We've learned a lot that we don't believe Thor is required for lightning, right? Stuff like
I hate this fucking argument so much.
For lightning, I don't.
It is.
The gods need.
I hate it so much, man.
It's embarrassing on it's not even an embarrassment as opposition. It's embarrassing on an intellectual level to hear this 2002 Reddit tier atheist argument.
Yeah, definitely.
God mercy.
We've come a long way as far as technology, and I think that's why you're seeing such a rise in people who question the shape of the Earth, because now the common man has access to so many tools that they didn't have access to, even 100 years ago. And since we have such access to these mediums,
100 years ago, there was a debate about the shape.
I think it's a lot easier for a unified
It's technology that's damned us.
Than it is for a bunch of independent researchers who aren't
it's the magicians and that technology and TV screens and stories.
Different countries, different continents on the Earth. I mean, they're not choreographed together. Why would they? It's easier to understand one unified organization having one narrative that could be a lie than it does thousands of independent researchers all over the Earth testing the convexity of the Earth's surface and coming to the conclusion that the curvature doesn't exist.
Including all the university and college students doing these tests all across the globe, proving
They're not doing
globe.
that.
They do it independently. They do it on their own. They do the Cavendish experiment. They do all these experiments to prove gravity, to prove the Earth is curved. They can shoot.
You heard, you deceived idiot, because they're not being funded by money interests, right?
With Skip and all that stuff.
If that were true,
they don't ground waves. They can
the
go
kids
over
would come here, but they would say, "Oh, I did this and I did that." They have no idea how to test the Earth. They don't even care. So what he's saying is a complete lie.
The witch burns sage in her house, therefore she has truly clean spirits.
You're talking about a subset, a small percentage of people that believe the Earth is
Okay,
flat.
so somebody
Very few people believe the Earth is flat.
put steel balls on a pendulum in their dorm,
Flat.
and now they have proved gravity?
Yeah, so I don't think there's a conspiracy. I don't think you're part of conspiracy. I don't think I don't think science is part of some weird giant conspiracy, because it's
Science doesn't take part in things.
verified by hundreds of
The
millions
scientific method isn't a conspiracy.
They go out and do the experiment.
They love to mock monotheism as being a pathetic anthropomorphism, but they do the same thing with science.
Yeah, they do.
The hypocrisy.
You're always going to worship
You
something.
would say about the flat Earth model, in ancient times, right? You would say we threw that away for heliocentric models up to this point. I would imagine. So, I just think with modern the increase in numbers of people who do question the shape of the Earth in modern heliocentrism is because of
Been more painful than our root canal.
technology, and I don't believe universities are intentionally lying. I believe the heliocentric model does accurately predict certain celestial events. If it didn't, nobody would take it seriously. My argument is not that the heliocentric model can't describe.
Doesn't believe that universities
My argument
are intentionally lying. We have 72 genders.
that model. So
There's
why
Christian
accept a
universities.
model that clearly isn't correct?
They don't intentionally lie.
Because they explain where the holes are.
No.
They tell you where we have issues with the model. Like, we don't have a unified theory of gravity, right? We don't. We seem to understand weak and strong nuclear force.
Yeah, Gregory, the galaxy is flat,
but gravity,
according to them.
We don't quite understand, right? We don't have a quantum theory of gravity. We don't have a unified theory of everything. So there's lots of black holes, but they tell you what they are. They admit it. They say, we think we understand this. We have this one thing that we can't explain, and we're going to put a placeholder in place, like the dark energy and dark matter, to explain theory of relativity.
So he's admitting a God of the gaps fallacy. He's admitting it.
And there's research.
Call him out. Call him out.
So it's not. So they're honest about what they don't know. It's not like they're saying, they're not making stuff up out of thin air. They're saying this is
a provisional truth.
Well, you see me?
There's evidently a lot they can't explain.
What is a provisional truth except the God of the gaps fallacy?
Michio Kaku, that's
Exactly.
astrophysicist.
You have effectively told us they contrive a concept to be a filler for the discrepancy.
Yeah.
It's up now.
Oh yeah, him.
Like anything after that statement is completely invalid because it's derived from a fill in the
You
blank.
might have to go back into the share the audio again on the screen share. Like you did.
That was weird because
But if you're just going to say that we don't understand the fundamental nature of reality because we don't understand what the smallest unit is in physics or something like that, I agree with that. We don't have a unified theory. I understand that. Like
Yeah, so your worldview is incoherent, is what you just conceded.
I want you to hear how far off this astrophysicist says we are on our understanding.
Oh, he's got a pop, quote, a pop theorist, right? That's going to be dismissed.
Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is one
Guys,
with 120 zeros after it.
why is Greg LG muted?
That's me. That's me.
Oh.
that's modern cosmology for you. It's the greatest mismatch.
Don't say that anymore. Just so you know.
He might be exaggerating, so I'd have to see exactly. What
not because of something I would do. There might be somebody who would want to report you for that,
which hasn't been verified. Like
really,
it's a concept of like.
Yeah, technically, it's.
Our current theories only.
I think it's against the TOS.
Well, 3 + 1 if you consider time to be a dimension, right?
It becomes against TOS the moment you have one account that's banned. I'm pretty sure.
Hypotheses, right? It's a theoretical physics, so we don't know if it's true. So he's right. There's holes, but I don't know how he can know how big the gap is.
I don't know.
Okay, so your comment is moot then.
Interesting that
yeah, absolutely.
A physicist who would back the heliocentric model openly admits that we're far beyond accurate in modern cosmology, and we're drastically way off.
Just conceded you don't know how to refute that.
Worse than any other field in science. In history.
I just did.
That's his words. I don't know, like you said, how did he come up with that? But he's an astrophysicist that would support your model. You know.
Anyways, what's up?
Well, because it's local, there's no controversy about the heliocentric model.
There's no controversy about it.
Like
he said it's what? Because it's what?
Like the current best model.
I said, anyways, what's up?
Theory,
oh no, the debater.
Expansion. It doesn't.
Oh, sorry.
Past expansion.
Yeah, we're listening to these two geniuses argue past each other.
On the first Planck time, like the smallest unit of measurement we know there is for time is a Planck time. We can't. If we go beyond that point, theory of relativity doesn't work at all.
Doesn't work at all whatsoever.
So there's problems. Like everybody knows that.
How is he going to say it's not controversial and then point out that it has contradictions?
It doesn't work.
It's not controversial, even though it doesn't work.
Probably like the
my dude
points towards a singularity, but we don't know if there was actually a singularity. We don't know what happened before the Big Bang.
You don't even know how it got started, so you can't know any subsequent supposed events.
Sort of speculative, I guess. I don't know. Not completely 100% convinced.
As far as the theory of relativity, though, I mean, Nikola Tesla, I think we can all agree, was a pretty smart dude.
Engineer.
He was a contemporary of. Well, you know, he put together more things that work in the real world as far as technological advances than I'd say.
He probably changed the world more than any other man in human history did. I totally agree with that.
Great mind, and when he read Einstein's theory of relativity, he said, Einstein's relativity work is a magnificent mathematical garb which fascinates, dazzles, and makes people blind to the underlying errors. The theory is like a beggar clothed in purple, whom ignorant people take for a king. Its exponents are brilliant men, but they are metaphysicists rather than scientists. So, I mean,
everyone's a metaphysicist.
The theory of
everybody is.
Was first being proposed by Einstein. He didn't buy into it, and he's a pretty smart dude.
There were people that were more prestigious than him in physics and cosmology that opposed Einstein's theory of relativity, right? But that's why they challenge it. So the idea behind science is to disprove your hypothesis, is to prove it wrong. They have
no, it's not. It's to test it.
The theory of relativity wrong. They have.
Yeah, in your hypothesis, you either demonstrate it does or does not cause the effect.
Yeah,
one or the other.
Gravity
you're not trying to
really far away
necessarily prove or disprove it. You're trying to eliminate the variables that are not a cause.
Energy and dark matter to explain that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
that's why a failure is a success.
The universe is dark
because you've eliminated a variable.
Exactly, you can't help but prove something.
To explain expansion and all that stuff. But I'm not a cosmologist. But yeah, there's people smarter than Tesla in that field that didn't agree with Einstein. But that's irrelevant to science. People don't agree.
It's not irrelevant. If they didn't disagree, they wouldn't test it.
Tested.
Starting off with no science, it's math.
Yeah. Let me just get back to where I was there because we had a couple chats come in while we were discussing that. If either of you need to get yourself any liquids or get rid of any liquids, I can direct a question to either one of the guests.
Gotta pee real quick.
Yep. All right, take your time. And Zion, I'll just pull this one up here. All right. And a lot of them are kind of non.
I don't say the word scientist in the way that they say scientist. I deliberately say the word scientist in the sense of an ideologue of scientism.
Yeah.
Earlier in the
this
I pulled question from
atheist / agnostic, humanistic worldview.
Is going to get read here. They had said gravity has never been proven. Period.
Because science, I mean, their discourse centers around science.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you. Look.
Quote unquote.
Okay.
Yeah.
I proved it. Look, I'll prove
Pop
it.
Pop science metaphysicist.
Gravity exists. Gravity is when things fall.
I would lab coat on.
The theory of gravity is our attempt to explain why things fall, which is the theory of relativity, general relativity.
Which is unverified.
In particular, is how we explain how things fall. The observation that things fall is incontrovertible. You can disagree with the label you apply to it. You can disagree with the theory that explains why things fall. But if you just want to deny that gravity exists because you don't like the word, well, that's sort of absurd. We observe things fall. If you want to see that's because there's a difference in density or
sorry, this guy's really pissing me off.
Oh my god.
Frivolous comment.
The observation of things falling is gravity? So is that the cause of the effect?
Racehorse.
I mean, really.
My. All right.
First cause fallacy.
No, it's all right. All right. So we'll continue on here.
Is gravity the cause of gravity? I don't get it.
That's the question.
Well, you know, the mass attracts mass, so you figure it out.
Today. I wonder if like 60% of streamers don't wear pants. I'm like,
I thought about that before we did the stream.
I wouldn't want to stand up too quick. All right. Well, excellent.
Somebody did that on stream before. Anyways,
I've seen the videos of some people doing that. Awesome. So we'll continue on here. We're just talking about gravity.
Why wouldn't you just be totally naked with just a piss jar next to you, right?
Tango 44.
Totally.
$1,000.
Efficiency.
So much. Mobile phone company, one in New Zealand. I think that's what they mean. Just did a deal with SpaceX Starlink to provide complete coverage for the country. So that's not ground base.
So a story.
Yeah, it's not something I'm familiar enough with. It's something I'd have to look into. So I'm not just going to spout off
about what they want to do.
Not aware of it. So sorry for your question, not getting a good answer. Apologize.
I just want to point out to people who get these dishes or whatever, you can calculate the azimuth angle and the elevation angle of your dish and go to like different spots at the same elevation above sea level. And you can calculate take 3 points and you can calculate how far away that satellite is based upon those angles.
With the flat baseline in that triangle.
That's what they tell you, the altitude.
Thank you, Gregory. Took the words right out of my mouth. I was too busy yawning.
We'll continue on. Cool Lambo, $5.
So there's machines flying above the flat baseline of the surface of the Earth.
From children, and they're coming at you. That's a little bit of tacky, so we can skip
cool.
that one.
I don't mind. Yeah, I don't mind.
All right.
What was that?
They're being critical about the fact that I think you had referenced something to do with kids' science class, or not entirely sure how it had gotten spun in the conversation. But I think given everything that we've talked about, it might be an unfair characterization of everything we've discussed, because we've talked about a lot more than that one thing. But if you want to address it, you're totally welcome.
What was the whole? It was just that we ditched educational materials as a child.
You referenced children's books for the eclipses.
I was just saying you can even watch a kid's demonstration where it'll say the same thing, that the position of the moon has to be 180 degrees around the Earth. But as far as like ditching educational materials or calling people who are asking these sort of questions dumb, I mean, everyone's just searching for answers. As far as my perspective goes, it's
not everyone.
No, not everyone.
Exploring them.
The heliocentric model's got all the answers. They're not looking at them.
Yeah, they're not. And a lot of flat earthers aren't looking for answers. They're looking for validation.
Also reject.
Yeah.
So I'm in the process of learning, which I'm hoping, like Ozian said earlier, you know, science is the process of testing things and testing hypotheses and sometimes rejecting things, sometimes taking them in. So name calling really doesn't help anybody, you know, and some of the arguments, see what won me over were the arguments.
God.
Digging through hours and hours of experimentation is what ultimately switched me over. I didn't really have
everybody.
a bone to pick with the globe model Earth. I always thought it was a globe. So, I mean, it wasn't until more and more information started compiling that I started seeing holes in modern heliocentrism that I couldn't reconcile, you know?
Yeah, I just want to, like, I think we need to spend more time learning about epistemological justification, why we believe something.
No!
If you're just taught that this is true, but you're not taught why it's true, and there's a problem with the foundation.
He wants to get into the why.
He wants to get into epistemology.
All different types of.
Why do you believe this? Are you mentally
ill?
ill?
Good.
All that stuff. But there's people that don't.
That's a good thing.
But,
that's a good thing you said that.
I do think that it's important that we teach children those type of things to understand why.
How do you justify the inductive principle, sir? How do you do that?
It is a globe, right? So, but if you're just remembering something for a test, you're just regurgitating facts back out for some text in school. You're not really learning the why of it. And I don't think it's possible for any person to learn the why for everything we know. I know it's not possible. So we specialize. So like I
really
specialize in
a metaphysical assertion about what is impossible, right?
I'm too old.
And that we can't be omniscient. Why do you believe that?
Doing these debates, to be honest, they got asked. I thought we were going to do the conspiracy theory eventually on the moon landing, which I would rather do. But anyways, just pointing that out. I don't reject the idea to use the children's book, but children's books often skip a lot of that stuff. They just say this is it. They don't explain why.
And I mean,
we don't skip, and they know it's not accurate, therefore they're lying.
Excuse me that I sat there and only watched like kids YouTube on how the moon works or anything. I mean, when I was first studying the issue of the moon, I mean, I poured through every model I could find on YouTube, everything from children's all the way up to NASA's, to get a better grasp of it, you know. So please don't misunderstand and think I'm sitting at home with children's coloring books to get my cosmological.
They think of you, and you're not going to change that.
For the refutations for claims. So I study the refutations. So if somebody makes some claim, I go to see if there's refutations for the claims. So, and I see what the
No, you don't, dude. You just read from Google for 3
claims
things
and see
that
if
you
it
believe.
relates to other things I believe are true. So I'm a naturalist. I'm an atheistic naturalist, actually. I believe everything's natural. Supernatural is false. So any supernatural claims automatically false to believe.
And why do you believe that? Because if naturalism is true, you can't know it to be true.
I think he's looking for things to debate on. He's searching for debate opponents there.
No.
Well,
What a coincidence. They're all atheists.
Naturalism. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll definitely hit you guys up. If you guys are open to it, we'll definitely.
Isn't that curious?
On the moon landing.
Almost as if that's what happens.
Conversation.
When you believe you're a dot in infinite space.
That you guys are so polite. In your engagement.
I'm mean.
And the cosmic vacuum with no God to be found.
I am mean. And somebody said that. They said I was like angry.
No, I think we're all having a good time. I'm so sorry. You'll have to put on your angry voice. Yes.
Put on the hat. Put on the hat.
Yeah, the hat. This is the time.
Hat.
Yeah.
Boom. Steampunk, bro.
There we go. Let's continue on. You can still hear me there. You got your headphones on?
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
Dial in.
I love that. I love it.
Oh.
I
first debate. Anyways, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, I want to hear your story. I'm so sorry. We'll go ahead.
Oh, in my first debate on YouTube, I wore
Please, they interrupt me. Go ahead.
Fuck outfit. It was a First Amendment audit debate, so I did it like the whole thing. It was funny. I liked it. Anyways.
Well, that's a lot of fun. I was gonna say I've dressed up as some strange things in my rock and roll life.
People accuse me of being a LARPer. I'm like, yeah, my wife has defended me in chat. She's like, he is a LARPer. They moderated.
That should tell you something if people think that you're a LARPer.
I haven't gotten too much to LARPing yet, but I do play quite a bit of D&D on the weekends.
Just better D&D. Go ahead.
It's better D&D, yeah. A D&D walk, in life. But yeah, we'll continue on. So, Rebecca says for 5,500 CLP. I'm just confused on what that currency is.
Chilean pesos.
Okay, thank you so much. On gyros. Yeah, I was going to say, I could have Googled that. I'm so sorry. That's just me fumbling through. On gyros, any ring RLG/FOB gyroscope will pick it up. The ones in all planes do. They get their latitude by turning them on. Your research on them is lacking. You can rent one.
No, my reference was to something entirely different. Mine wasn't to rotation. It had to do with pitch. And that's what people always misunderstand. They always reference that Bob Nodell gyroscope, which had to do with rotation. But this gyroscope wasn't trying to pick up rotation. It was picking up pitch over a distance.
That's the problem. That's what they're talking about. The rotation is pitch. Pitch is rotation. Pitch is a rotation. Yep. When it pitches 15 degrees, that's rotating. The gyroscope is like flat and it spins like this, right?
Yeah.
Pitch is when it rotates around its axes. So you have an x-axis gyroscope, a y-axis gyroscope. You have an axis like this, and an axis like this, and an axis like this. So the pitch of the gyroscope is when you got the axis like this, it's pitching this way.
Yes.
When you got an axis like this, it's pitching. Well, no, I did that wrong. You got the axis like this. Well, you got the axis like this. It's pitching like this. Sorry, I did it backwards.
Yeah, it's
pitching
roll,
like this.
Yeah, the three axes are referred to as pitch, roll, and yaw, basically on gyroscopes. And the rotation wouldn't come into play on a two. If rotation of the Earth is throwing, well, then how are they using it in robotics and drones if the curvature, if the Earth's rotation is going to be throwing those gyroscopes off or adding some sort of calculation to it, how do they stay calibrated when you're using a gaming system controller if the rotation of the Earth is going to be affecting this gyroscope? Because it's a totally different thing. I'm not talking about a ring gyroscope. I'm talking about a high precision accelerometer and gyroscope that's contained in the MPU 6050, which is not designed to pick up any type of motion of the Earth. You can look up its specs if anyone wants to, but it doesn't account for rotation. It's simply, like you said, it counts for the pivot of those axes. That's all it picks up.
That's affected by the Earth's rotation. So it stays level as the Earth rotates. If it's a good gyroscope, as you rotate it, the gyroscope doesn't move, right? If it's a very good gyroscope, but in reference to the ground, it moves. So if you say like the gyroscope's here, so the gyroscope stays like this. As the Earth rotates, the angle now between this middle point and my gyroscope is changed like to 45 degrees. So you're going to measure a 45 degree pitch or roll or yaw, depending on how you move the gyroscope, based upon the rotation of the Earth, right? Because if it's a very precise ring gyroscope, some gyroscopes, they have too much friction that because the Earth is moving so slowly, 15 degrees per hour, that it's not enough force to overcome the friction for the gyroscope, so it won't turn. Like it maintains that force, but it will turn because of that, because it's so gradual. I'm backwards. It's such a gradual force that it causes the gyroscope to pitch with the Earth, right? Because there's too much friction in the gyroscope to keep it level. That friction can't overcome the force with the rotation of the Earth, but it could overcome the force like if you turn it because of the difference in the two forces. So
this experiment,
I probably got it backwards.
This experiment thankfully went on a north-south trajectory. So even if you're saying that the spin of the Earth is going to affect that axis, well, the axis he's measuring is the north-south, which isn't going against or with the curvature of the Earth. So the pitch he's measuring is north-south. So even if you're saying that the MPU 6050 can pick up the rotation of the Earth, which I haven't seen any documentation that the rotation of the Earth affects that type of gyroscope. It would only affect an axis that he wasn't documenting anyways, because he's going north-south, not east-west.
It's still the same problem. If there's too much friction in the pitch,
how the hell do they make the gyroscope
going with is too slow?
Like explain that. How do they make the gyroscope be in lock with the position of the Earth?
Roll
if it's a spinning ball flying through a vacuum,
because he's not going quick enough. Yeah, so with drones and stuff, drones move very quick, right? They're snappy and quick. Well, actually, they're not even that quick, but they don't go very far. They go like 5 miles, right? So 5 miles, the Earth hasn't dropped hardly at all compared to, the size of the Earth. So that could be what he's dealing with, is that he's going too slowly to be able to notice that change of the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, that's not how the experiment is designed to operate. Like, I think it's getting.
Well, he needs a ring gyroscope. Get a ring gyroscope.
Yeah, but that's what everyone's misunderstanding. They're going back to that Bob Nodell thing where it has to do with rotation.
No, unrelated to Bob Nodell. It's not related to that. It's related to the precision of the equipment, because there's no friction involved in the spinning gyroscope with the laser ring gyroscope. So you don't have to account for, I think it's precession or whatever in the gyroscope. You don't have to worry about, because if you turn a gyroscope, say like you take a gyroscope spinning like this and you turn it like this, eventually it will precess to match that. So instead of being here and you spin it, it will. If you got the axis here and you turn it, eventually it will precess to match that, depending on the speed it does that is determined by the quality of that gyroscope.
Yeah, but these are manufactured in a way that it's not designed to recalibrate itself. Like you said, if you put it up at an angle, what he's trying to measure is how much of that tilt did that gyroscope actually experience. Well, so if you're driving across a flat surface, it's not going to pick up very much pitch other than the bumps in the road. It's going to pick up little hills. It's going to pick up valleys, but it should also pick up, as it drastically goes over the curvature, it should pick up that angle as well, but it doesn't.
If you move it if you spin the gyroscope at a speed that's slower than it can precess, then you're not going to know it. It's always going to stay level with the Earth. So if you're going, if you turn it, but the thing moves, the actual gyroscope moves.
These are just ad hoc contrivances. He has not seen this once.
When you first calibrated it to where you go before, because it will precess at the rate that you're turning it. So you don't have that problem in ring gyroscopes, because there's no friction. There's no problem with precession of the gyroscope. I'm hoping I'm using the right terms, but I know that's how.
I'm hoping I'm using the right terms. I hope I know what I'm talking about.
Angle. So if you're going around the Earth like this, and you're going so slow, so you're looking for it to go, I'm going around the Earth like this, but my thing stays like this. Right? But if it precesses at the rate you're going, then you're not going to notice. That's why you have to use laser ring gyroscope.
So justify the first premise that you begin with the word if.
Problem with it,
just appeal to a hypothetical.
As you change, I hope I'm using the right word with precession there. Anyway,
there it is again.
That's what
he hopes he knows what he's talking about.
A ring gyroscope if you really want to be accurate.
Yeah, see, these aren't designed to do what you're describing. It's a totally different product. I think you should look up the MPU 6050 and learn more about it.
Is it a gyroscope? Is it a gyroscope?
Yeah, it's designed to hold a point in space and not be affected by, because essentially what you're saying is what you're saying is that as you
so it's impossible to know your orientation in space.
the Earth's gravity, no matter what speed he travels, if he's going 10 miles an hour, if he's going 60 miles an hour, it's always going to keep leveling that gyroscope back to as if it's level. And I'm arguing that that's not how that product operates. It's designed to hold a point in space, and whatever way that thing tilts, it's going to pick up that tilt. Even if it's over a long distance or a short distance, it will pick up that pitch. So that's how it's designed to operate.
Yeah, it's
precisely.
What I'm describing might be a different style of gyroscope, but the one in the MPU
it's all of them
would not recalibrate itself as you're driving around the Earth, or whatever word it is.
It's not recalibrating itself. It's precession. So, and every moving gyroscope is prone to precession because of gravity. So if you're moving, they're going to be prone to.
So the magic ubiquitous force is distorting its position, thus distorting its indication of your orientation. So you can't know your orientation.
Perfectly without friction, right? So over
a laser
time,
gyroscope.
Yeah, that precession is what you're saying. But this, again, he's only going a 200-mile distance, and he's doing it within a.
Just a bad debater, man.
1 day of time span. I don't remember how many hours he drove across.
It's too long.
It's designed. These things are highly precise.
I'd have to look at the specs.
To not be. Yeah, that's the thing, is you got to understand the specs a little better. I've watched in-depth breakdowns on these because I was going to start experimenting.
You have to know what you're talking about.
But if you're saying they're not prone,
in order to demonstrate that you know what you're talking about.
Wrong. Like they are. So the rate that's prone to it would depend on the type of gyroscope, how quickly it processes.
That's my point, is that there's no way that it eliminated the entire amount of pitch that should exist, because it's going to process in that exact amount of time just to it. What level of coincidence would that be, that gyroscope was manufactured in such a way that his exact speed and his exact distance left him at the end of his journey as though the Earth was level? That means it's processing perfectly as though the Earth is level. It
means he's going slow enough that it can process at the rate he's moving.
That's what I'm saying.
That's so asinine.
No, it's not a coincidence. He'd have to go faster.
So the plane is distorting the gyroscope.
So if
the motion of the plane is distorting the gyroscope.
If you travel at 50 miles per hour or less, let's just say that. I don't know what it is.
It's in its position. The gyroscope is in its position because of the plane.
Maintain it level to the center of gravity. And to
let him tell it.
Overcome the precession due to gravity, you'd have to go faster than 50 miles per hour, let's say. I don't know what it is for your thing. And even then, you still have to subtract the torque, that portion that's due to the 50 miles per hour that's causing it to progress, and calculate that as an error in your overall measurement. So I'm thinking the error of his overall measurement was greater than his measurement, the time he did it in. So I'm not saying that it didn't accurately measure. I'm saying it accurately measured within that tolerance, but his tolerance was 100%, plus or minus 100%.
All right.
So
that question was for your old pal Mike. So we'll let him close out on that one. We'll give you a couple seconds there just to close that, and then we're going to continue on out of respect for the people that submitted their questions here, because we do have a few more to get through, and we've been going for 3 hours. So I do want to respect your fellas' time and also get through the super chats as well. So I'll let you close that one out there, your old pal.
Yeah, I would just say that that's not how the MPU 6050 would be affected in that distance. And I would say for it to go 200-mile distance where over 26,000 feet of drop should be
holy crap, they're still going?
That's a pretty coincidental speed that he would be driving for it to process at the exact rate
they are.
would make the Earth level.
Nothing
So
really
that's my
coherent and on point over the last 20 minutes, mate, but yeah, just gyroscope.
Jeez. Blanker 420 for $10. I'm an astrophotographer, and I take pictures of the rotating spherical planets,
which are presupposed
exposures of Andromeda, a galaxy, with optical telescopes. Are my photos fake? Why would our planet be different?
Well, I don't think the photos are fake themselves. The explanation for what they are, we might disagree on, but I don't think the photos, are fake. What was the last part of that question? I'm sorry. There's one little thing
the last part was, why would our planet be different? And
because it was made to be different.
My comment to that is, if we're going to judge what we see in the sky, because
it's not a planet.
They begged the question.
Is a sphere.
Why would our planet be different? What do you mean our planet? How do you know you're on a planet? What are you talking about?
For judging the shape of the Earth, like what we see in the sky, then we should also conclude that there's no plants here.
You don't live on a wandering star.
Here, there's no people here, because we don't see any of those in the sky either. So to say that we see spherical objects in the sky, therefore what we're standing on must be a sphere, then by the same reason,
that's not it. That's not an inductive argument. That's not even an abductive argument.
We don't see.
I don't know what it is.
Why are you giving them that we're seeing spherical
stuff? Criteria for the shape of the Earth, rather than actually testing its convexity, I don't think is a wise way to come to a conclusion.
It's also a fallacy composition, is saying what's true of a part is true of the whole. So you can't necessarily say because it's true of all other planets, it ought to be true of the Earth. But I think he
helped them out.
No sense to say that.
Your Occam's razor.
He helped them out too a little bit.
Different types of shapes due to gravity and stuff like that. And we have tons of other explanations for why the Earth is a sphere, other than just appealing to what we see.
We have tons. We just know so much. We just know so much.
When you want a simple explanation for everything, to think all other planets are.
We can't really know anything.
Any close out on that? Towards you, or do you want to continue?
All other planets.
I did have something to say, but I brain fart, so just go ahead and go forward.
Oh yeah, that's all right.
I was agreeing and disagreeing.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no, that happens. That happens. I know all about having brain farts, and I've been in people's left ears all night because I forgot to take OBS out of stereo mode and put it in mono mode, and that'll have to get fixed post.
Oh, people were complaining about that. I saw that.
I remember real quick. I just did want to make one comment on gravity, is that pretty much everything can be explained. This is the tricky part, because you have to accept that there's just a universal up and a universal down. Just like we can't fully describe what, say, gravity would be, right, or what electricity is. We can describe it, we can measure it, but we can't say precisely necessarily what it is to the fullest extent. I know there are detailed explanations, but I would say that everything we see that rises and falls can be explained with the simple explanation that this material or this gas or whatever is either more dense or less dense than the medium that surrounds it. Outside of electromagnetism, everything that rises or falls, like a balloon, it doesn't rise from the surface of the Earth because it's anti-gravity. It rises because the helium within it is less dense than the air that surrounds it. And I believe that everything on Earth outside of electromagnetism can be described with that. Maybe Ozian hasn't a testable example that defies that. I'm just curious on that.
Maybe they don't have to appeal to something. We can't just simply say we don't know.
Or falling outside of electromagnetism.
We can either say we simply don't know, or it is just the inherent law-like function of things.
Everything like buoyancy requires
contingent upon their properties.
The calculation.
It just is the case that
so if you're appealing to boiling,
the God has made things to fall down,
to gravity,
given the medium that they're in.
How is that
correct? The formula for buoyancy includes gravity. How buoyant something is determined by the gravity and the relative density between.
No, it isn't.
So if
I understand the calculations within the heliocentric model require that, but I'm saying as a visual observer of the things around me, is there an object that you can say requires space-time to bend around it to make it rise or fall? Or do these objects that fall, are they always more dense than the medium around them, would you say?
The objects that fall are typically, it depends on the shape. So planes are not more dense than the air around it. They're using thrust and they're using lift to maintain.
A plane is less dense than air.
That's different.
Well, I know. I'm just explaining. That depends. Like birds and stuff. But if you want to say that.
Does the air fly through the plane?
With buoyancy. So
birds and stuff.
We learned this in school. We measured the volume is something. We measure the mass is something. We measure the density of things. We measure the weight, which is different from the mass, right?
So the curvature of the Earth.
We do all this stuff in
I do have to say the second part of this debate has been very
we
bad.
measure buoyancy. We calculate what
I can't believe they're still going.
all these differences between all these measurements is explained by this weird thing.
Pete thinks he's doing well enough. No, Pete, he's doing terribly. The flat earther is taking a massive L in this debate.
That's caused by buoyancy. You got to circulate.
Everyone is taking an L of this debate.
Yeah, we're all taking an L.
Is causing buoyancy.
You get an L. You get an L. You get an L.
But that's not the case.
I'm saying any material that's less dense
Representing
than the
us.
medium around
That's the thing,
it
innit?
will rise, and any material more dense than the medium around it will fall. You can say that that's caused by gravity, but every object either falls or rises that I'm aware of without the explanation of gravity, just by being either more dense or less dense than the medium around it. It doesn't need space-time bending around it for that explanation. It can just simply be more dense.
Somebody get this
And
man a link to our Discord. I swear to God. I swear to God.
Gravity for these
Get him a
to
link.
operate.
I swear to
But on
God.
the geocentric Earth, there's no need for space-time to bend around anything. It's just
I am no longer asking.
fall, less dense things
You're
rise.
correct.
If you could put an
You don't have
OIV in there,
to
man,
appeal
that'd
to
be brilliant.
space-time. You can appeal to
If I could do what?
in physics. You can
If you could put an OIV in there, that'd be
physical
brilliant.
interactions of
Oy
things.
vey,
And
I
you
am
can
no
use
longer
gravity
asking.
to
Get this
calculate
man a
the
link to our
gravitational
server.
constant and all that stuff to calculate why we get 9.8
No
meters per
refunds.
second squared. Why the formula for gravity is
No ifs, ands, or
You can do
buts.
all those calculations, but
Capiche?
that's irrelevant. The concept you're describing of buoyancy, why things rise, why helium rise, embedded into that is this force.
That's not a
that on
concept.
Earth
Yes,
is
dumbass.
measured as 9.8 meters per second squared. We can drop things from high altitudes and they accelerate, and we can put accelerometers on them to measure the rate of acceleration as it drops from high altitudes.
Well,
and
I don't want to.
that is.
I don't want to interrupt
Go
too
ahead.
much. Just because we're going down the rabbit hole of gravity here, and we still have a few more super chats to go through, and we
Thank
don't want you to be
Christ.
throwing your cords around too much there, Ozine, because you don't want to break them. We don't want you to whip out the cords again. We'll try to continue on here, but if you guys want to, I'm sure that
Even though you're clumsy.
talking about the moon landing and stuff like that, we'll definitely get on the topic of the similar things. So hopefully we'll be able to expand a little bit more at that time. But for now, we'll continue on. We have another perspective for $10. Thank you so much. Says, what does waking up from the Matrix mean to both of you? Think about your answer. Oh my.
So I recently think I've had an epiphany, like where I realize I'm probably a type physicalist, so everything's reducible to simples like bosons and whatever the smallest unit of things are. That means there's a problem with understanding of psychological states and understanding of emergent properties that I have to deal with. That could be the case that some of the things I think are true are actually sort of like fictional things that we evolved to believe. So that's one thing. Go ahead.
The concept of, obviously, I don't know the questionnaires definition of waking up from the Matrix, but when I hear that phrase, it's not one I've really commonly used or been familiar with. But to me, it reminds me of just waking up from deception. Anytime you see through deception, I would correlate that to waking up from the Matrix, I guess. But again, I don't know the questioner's, definition of the Matrix. So I'm sure that can vary from person to person a bit. But I would say it's just waking up from deception. As soon as you, it's really eye-opening, and it is almost like waking up when you see something that's such a broad and blatant and huge lie. That maybe you've believed in for even most of your life, and suddenly you realize it's not true. It's pretty weird. I guess our host.
I know. I don't have.
abandoned us.
There he goes. We finished the question just as you showed up.
Perfect.
Can we call you James now?
I
realize that label.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say that's from logging into the other Zoom account there. Oh, that was my mistake of earlier. So I'm not a racehorse, so I had to do what I could there to get back to you fellas. I'm glad that I got back just in time. So let's see. There was actually an extra on that question. It said, what does waking up from the Matrix mean to both of you? Think about your answer. And then the other part of that was, I just want to see where y'all at existentially speaking when it comes to our reality of things, which I figure you guys kind of expounded on. Probably, yeah.
I think I explained that I'm a non-skeptical realist type physicalist.
Non-skeptical realist.
Got that all out. So,
I am boring.
Balthazar 228 $5 Nest controller pillow OP. Oh yeah, you like that. There's the old Nest controller pillow there. And then if you look up there, we have the
we heard
posters.
We heard something.
Yeah. There's all kinds of fun.
When was this getting recorded?
That's my wife.
We're coming up on 3 hours.
3 hours ago.
Well,
so
it tastes.
Oh yes,
it's like
alrighty. So
one guy says, "What is waking up from the Matrix?" Probably some kind of deception. That was like obviously the most non-retarded answer. That's like, well, yeah. And then this guy is like,
understood.
You know what I mean?
The gravity.
You got to make it like a rap battle thing, saying a whole bunch of nothing.
Okay.
Well, it's just the same thing over and over and over and over again. My God.
Definitely. Not so much a question, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
Thank you.
We can continue on. Thank you so much for your super chat there. Balthazar strikes again for 228. This time not about the pillow. So for $5, you could even win a Nodal, I think it means Nobel Prize, for trying to prove the flat Earth and end up proving the opposite.
Okay.
What?
I'm not exactly sure where to go with that.
Yeah, we can continue on if you're not sure what we can do with that. We just had a couple more super chats come in.
Straight to the garbage can.
Sorry, I had to set my mic down because
God, their audience is retarded too.
Flew in while we were having that talk there. All right, back over here, Balthazar 228 again for $20. Thanks for your donations and your super chats. One of the best parts of all the globe proofs is you can do all the experiments yourself to verify. Who knows? If you do an experiment, you too can prove a 15 degree per hour drift and a globe Earth. Thanks, Bob.
Yes.
As far as that was one of the things that made me leave the globe model Earth was the complete absence of experimentation. Every time I would look up what are the best experiments to demonstrate the globe model Earth, they basically siphon through kind of the same examples. You can watch a boat going over the curve.
Not an experiment.
They like to use eclipses as the shadow of the Earth on the moon as one of their things. They love to bring up Eratosthenes, and the sticks and shadows that he conducted over 2,000 years ago. But even Neil deGrasse Tyson admits that same calculation can be used to prove that the Earth is small and localized as opposed to distant and massive. So to me, it was
it's not happening, Elijah. Can't understand you.
Globe model Earth, as opposed to the flip side where I was finding laser experiments, high altitude experiments, infrared experiments, gyroscope experiments, a whole plethora of experiments being done from
none of them.
They're
all tests.
The Earth,
they're all just tests.
Sometimes a single researcher, sometimes a group of researchers. And when I weighed the amount of experimentation I could find that demonstrated that the curvature didn't exist against the articles and videos telling me that all I have to do is watch a ship go over the curve, or Eratosthenes sticks in the ground prove it, or technically it was a tower and a well or whatever, from Cyan to Alexandria in Egypt, that he actually paid a guy to calculate the distance by walking. But, you know, it was the massive amount of experimentation showing the curvature didn't exist is what convinced me, and the complete lack of experimentation. And that has to do with convexity. You
It's
know,
a minor category.
rotation is a totally different subject. I'm just talking
Same
about
measurement, the same
convexity here.
experiment.
Meme, why are you so hard on flat earthers?
Collider is expensive to use, but you can do a lot. Anyways,
This is why.
I only have a few more minutes too, so I don't know how many more super chats there are. But
Yeah, we can blast through these right quick.
Yeah, I only have a few more minutes. Please send more money.
We got a little bit long there,
My
Zion,
goodness.
but we do appreciate you guys being here.
I mean, they only got what, 10 super chats?
$5. All previous models could predict things but not explain them. Yeah, we already read that.
Well, it's obviously
probably not do
about
that
the
again.
money. It's not about anything. It's not about any exploding old stuff. You know,
says when the students
Like modern day debate has been around for like eight years, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are they only getting 8 super chats on a flat Earth debate?
Gravity, refraction, and dark matter to
And they can't operate like their audio correctly.
I didn't really hear the question. I'm like tired, I think.
Oh, okay.
Oh, now he's tired.
Yeah, they're just asking.
I'll be honest, I kinda zoned out on that statement question.
While presupposing a ball,
It's enough to make you fall
they
asleep for
not
sure.
invoke things like gravity, refraction.
Oh my
and dark
gosh.
matter.
They can do whatever they want to. It doesn't mean it's going to be correct.
All right, and we'll try to get through this last one here. Mark Reed, $5, our last super chat.
With the sleeping bags where you can prescribe this.
YOPM, your old pal Mike. Sorry, YOPM. I don't know why I read it that way. If density is the cause of downward acceleration, then why do objects of different density fall at the same rate if you eliminate air resistance?
The only thing you've manipulated is the
You
atmosphere.
eliminate the air resistance.
All
I mean, if there's no resistance there, what is there to fight against? Couldn't
No.
to me, that
What's the cause? The
better
cause
explanation for why these
of
things would
drop
fall.
rate is no
Nothing
longer
resistant
gravity.
against it.
It's
There's no pushback.
atmosphere.
The density almost.
Oh my God.
I mean, there's no medium around it.
Oh my
So
God.
these things fall
It's
at
the
same
easiest
rate.
one.
I don't really
Turn it into an experimental piece. Jesus.
Want to say Mark Reed is in the Discord chat right now. If you want to talk to him, come to Discord. He'll debate you on that too. I have nothing to say else.
All right. Any closing thoughts from either of you gentlemen?
Thank God.
Anything?
No,
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
I appreciated the conversation. It's respectful. I got really angry and heated a little bit. I interrupted you a couple times, but I think that's sort of natural as part of the dialogue. Anyways, moving the points along. But I appreciated it. Thanks, Ryan and Mike.
Yeah, awesome, and thank you, your old pal Mike. This was your first time coming out here. Thank you so much for coming to Modern Day Debate. I think this was fantastic, and we'll definitely see about having you guys back on to talk about the moon landing there. I think that would be a lot of fun. So we'll talk about that later, because I know Zion's getting tired there. Because it's been going for a little bit. It's actually past 12 here. Everybody's in bed, so. Your old pal Mike, if you want to just tell everybody what they expect to find at your link there, where you're brand new, and then we'll close out.
I would just say, like I said prior, live debate isn't the best place to go in depth on this subject. If you do go on Facebook to the Flat Earth Archive page, you'll find a lot of videos, a lot of resources to help you dig deeper into this subject, since it is a little harder to find these days. And I did appreciate Ozzy, and I totally appreciate communicating with you. I've been in a couple other debates that were much more insulting in nature, so I do appreciate this time with you, man. It was good to talk. And Ryan, I appreciate all our correspondence prior to this, hearing your lovely singing
Thank you,
voice
sir.
and
May I
your
have
rock
another?
star talents. That was pretty
Yeah.
cool. And just a good time of discussion, so I appreciate it.
Awesome. Yeah, that's why I don't turn up my vocal game very high naturally. I'm not used to that because I'm usually screaming into this microphone. So thanks, guys, for coming out. We're going to close out for the night. Just remember, everybody, DebateCon 3.0, Fort Worth in Texas, April 22nd, just $1. And you can watch that live from wherever you are. Or join us live. That's cool, too. Have a great night, everybody, and thank you so much for coming out.
Just $1. Just send me money.
For just $1 we do. All right, we can turn it off now. Jeez, what a cluster. Ugh. Gracias nada, no más.
It just never changes. Is what it is. It's the same thing over and over. Same bullshit over and over and over. Like they, I don't know, like they think it means something.
It reminds me of a certain debate night that I was banned from. Oy vey.
What was that?
Yeah, what was that?
Meme was banned too, so.
Really?
Meme?
What? What did I do?
What is he allowed to talk about?
Those are the chessboard.
Apparently, you got banned somewhere. Just wondering where and why.
Yeah, I think that was a chessboard.
No, Meme and I are like the biggest like sideline cheerleaders. So there's.
Oh yeah. Yes, during a lot of Friday nights, Elijah and I painfully sat by.
Well, you got a high pain threshold, I can tell you that.
We were degraded to not even typing in the chat, so we were just like.
Right, how long has that flat earther been a flat earther? Does anybody know? Does anybody know this guy? He's just been debating for the last 3 hours and said fuck all. Anybody know who he is?
Well, that's you could be a flat earther for 20 years, but if all you do is watch, flat earthers explain the flat Earth model, that's what you get. When you don't know shit about the fundamentals, that's what happens. You could be here forever and still.
But when I jumped in, which was an hour and 40 odd minutes ago, it sounded like a debate from 2015. It sounded how we used to debate in here 5 years ago. That's how it sounded to me. That's why I asked how new he was, or how long he'd been around the circuit, or if anybody knew who he was.
Yeah, that's the same reason I just was saying just the same stuff over and over and over, over and over and over. They just never come up with anything of substance or anything new, and it's just it's so sickening and tiring, and just gags me, bro. Sorry.
Well, like Meme said earlier, right? We can expect this from the Globe Earth side, right? They're not going to change their narrative. They're just going to keep talking within their stories and their models. That's fine. But the argument itself, from a flat Earth point of view, is moved along a lot. So this guy didn't need to be talking about half of the stuff that he was talking about. I asked Meme earlier if they even mentioned curvature. And I was like, yeah, for about 10 minutes. 10 minutes on curvature, and you were debating for 3 hours, and we're trying to figure out if the Earth is a ball or not. 10 minutes on curvature. Fuck off. Not good enough. Not good
Verdict.
enough.
Fuck off.
Yeah. Any mention of gas pressure without a container? I didn't hear anything in the last hour and 45 minutes. I heard a lot of talking about gases going up and down, but not the necessary antecedent for pressure. So where was that argument in this debate? That's 2 out of the 3 fundamental things, right? Curve, motion, and the vacuum of space. And 2 of those things he didn't spend any good time on.
Yeah, I'd say I was disappointed, but honestly, from the opening, I expected all of this. Flat Earth took an L on that one for sure. I mean, Visually, no, I don't think anyone really won that because nobody proved anything. It's just two stories going at each other. And I think there was maybe in total about between 8 and 11 minutes of actual, tangible things that they spoke about, but it instantly got lost every time.
I mean, in one sense, the guy didn't end up getting banned. So, I mean, in a way, that's kind of a win. You know, the globalists didn't trigger out completely and just started going into batshit land about, like, his mother doesn't love him and pineapple on pizza and...
That would have been something, though. That would have been the other guy getting triggered and having to resort to ad hominems and shit because maybe the Flat Earth was making points that he had no rebuttal to. So that was his last choice. Hey, I mean, look, guys, not coming from any type of pedestal or anything like that, but we know better than that. And I think that's the disappointing thing when this guy goes out as a representative of us, the Flat Earth community, right? This is a Flat Earther. This is what Flat Earthers say in 2023. Fuck me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd never heard of the guy. I've never seen him in the channel either.
Jeez, we're at 8 years. How many of us have known each other for 8 years now? Holy cow.
Yeah, anime.
Well, unfortunately, I'm only a four-year guy, but that's still a long time.
I said to Meme earlier when I came in, it was like an argument from 2015, or more to the point, it's how we used to talk about the Flat Earth 5 years ago, back in, say, 2019, 2018, whenever. Yeah. I remember spending ages talking about selenial eclipses, mate. Remember taking an observation of it out of my window.
Yep. Yeah, just look at this drone from this elevation. I'm like, and I remember early on, at least some of us were realizing that we were spinning narratives to try and counter narratives.
Yes.
And I think there was this aha moment we all collectively had where what if we just ignored all the derivative and just attacked the actual curvature? And from that point on, it was just gangbusters. And that's when we saw all of our growth.
As soon as the black...
very, indirect meme. Yeah, we all decided to stop talking about my rainbows, right?
No, see, that's why we've got Sundays now. But see, no, you can every Sunday.
All right. Cool.
Every Sunday, people can speculate. No one gets to be attacked, right? So people get to present their ideas and talked about on Sundays, essentially.
I wish a Glober would come here and talk about how the Earth is a globe, but they'll be like, okay, so since it's Speculation Sunday, I'm going to prove to you guys that it's a globe. Okay, here we go. There's no way it can be flat because...
I want people to appreciate how asinine that argument is that Eli just reiterated from them. When you say something is impossible, that is beyond saying this is not the case.
Yes.
You're saying that either it is not possible given a certain set of parameters, or it's not even logically possible. The very supposition is incoherent.
The moment you say impossible, you are making a claim.
That is a metaphysical claim. It's beyond just a mere empirical factual question. So every time they say that, that is a metaphysical assertion. So if they really want to argue that, justify it.
Yeah, I don't want to fix Globers. I just want to fix flat earthers. I need them to understand that.
Yeah.
Because you can't fix the people who are asleep. They have to fix themselves.
I'm starting to think that there's something more to it than just asleep. There's something that's gotten into these people's heads that through the indoctrination that has just made it impossible to penetrate their thinking. Think something different. They're just so stuck.
It's their ego.
Yeah,
well, again, human depravity is evident once again. A self-deception.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably is.
We see it all the time in here, don't we? It's honest people coming in for honest questions, and they have to lie because what? It's that pride and that ego fucking with them. And now we've got people that are in forums that have been there for 8 years that have got gangs of people on these hills who are willing to die on those hills because they got gangs of people. Because they've all got the same ego and pride. They couldn't have been lied to, right?
Right.
Oh, no, yeah. They're way too smart, way too good to be caught being lied to. Yeah. And pride,
I mean, for instance, you see at the bottom of the text chat, right? It's a very simple argument. Like, the concept here is not high-minded and difficult. So why not just follow the implication that is so patently evident? If it is the case that the Earth is moving, but we see this helicopter sitting here in one spot, no matter how long it hovers, it therefore necessarily indicates, it therefore necessarily indicates that the Earth is not moving. Or at least very strongly indicates. Now, the implications of their paradigm, why not just accept them? You see, the reason they don't accept them is because they don't want the truth. They don't want to understand themselves. They don't want to scrutinize themselves, and they don't want to be critically consider the alternative. They just want to defy anything that defies them.
Well, when you talk about the helicopter hovering and the Earth not moving, well, they're going to say it's obviously because the atmosphere is
moving with the Earth. Yeah.
So the atmosphere supposedly is moving the helicopter with the Earth,
which immediately contradicts Coriolis.
And it violates gas law as well. Gas laws, gas does not bond to anything. Period.
Like, what gas is that strong that it works the same as a mammoth being encased in ice?
Right. But yeah, that violates gas law to me. I mean, gas does not bond to anything. How can it bond to the Earth? It doesn't. But they ignore that. They say, oh no, after time, all these millions of years, the Earth's been rotating. It's got the atmosphere spinning, and so it's bullshit. It's still violating gas laws.
Just as RTM Zavi just said at the bottom of the text chat. So wind doesn't really flow. Wind doesn't blow. It just rigidly stays in lockstep with the Earth.
Yeah.
That's a screw up for hurricanes and tornadoes and cyclones and all that shit.
Or is it a dynamic system? Huh.
Well, not only that, generally speaking, the wind goes from west to east. That's the rotation direction as well. So how's the wind going faster? That's what I want to know. You get up in the jet streams, it's like 150 miles an hour going from west to east. It's going faster than the Earth's spin. I mean, how is that happening? They don't even address that. It's just ridiculous.
Well, here's another example. When we show them this. This is an irreconcilable horns of a dilemma.
Oh, I can't tell you how long I've been using that argument.
Pick one.
My earliest screenshot is of a guy. It's a 3-minute. At the time it was a 3-minute record, right? In 3 minutes, I got this guy to contradict himself. He says, there's a place in Saskatchewan where you can literally see the curve of the Earth. 3 minutes later, screenshot, the Earth is too big to see the curve. Like I said, the best debate tactic is not to win. It is to find the contradictions. And those are the points where the glitches come together that you can squeeze through and destroy it.
Point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint, point, counterpoint. Let them talk long enough. The truth cannot be hidden. Yes, I said cannot be hidden. Because the reality is what it is. Falsehood can't refute truth. So the truth will win. It's inevitable and absolutely necessary.
And can you tell me when that might happen?
Truth doesn't refute truth, and falsehood certainly can't refute truth. So truth is irrefutable.
Yeah, right. I agree 100%. But man,
the truth has no contradictions. Zero. If you have a contradiction, it means you've misunderstood some data somewhere. Misinterpreted data. Or you don't have all the facts. Or you're just plain wrong.
Bingo.
In all of those cases, you are just plain wrong. Because if you do not have a fully cogent explanation that is derived from actual data, then you're just plain wrong. If even a part of it, even if a tiny part of it is contradictory, the whole thing is wrong. You may be on the right track.
We're on the right track.
Oh, that was a fun debate reaction. I guess we could do that every once in a while. Throw a debate on here and just react to it.
Folks got too much time on their hands. Except the one that listen to it.
Yeah. Just need multiple eyes on a debate every time. Like, let's talk about what we did wrong. Analyze what our side did wrong in this debate. I don't even want to say our side. What this guy did wrong.
Yeah, what this opponent did, what this interlocutor did.
Yeah, that's a good question. Who was this guy? You know what I mean? Who was he? Nobody.
I guess he's a YouTuber, or he's a Facebook guy, right? So if anybody knows who he is on Facebook, message him. Give him the link to the Discord, please, for God's sake. He needs
education.
He needs
a gut sake, man.
Yeah, he needs a gut check.
Yeah. Yes, he does. But I think Speculation Sunday yesterday was one of the better things you guys have done for this server for a long time.
Well, yeah, it's that catharsis for everybody at the end of the week, including me, right?
Yep, I enjoyed myself yesterday. I thought it was great.
I mean, what of the day do you get to talk about crop circles and domes?
Exactly. Yeah, it was a great. I think it was a good thing for sure. It brought me back, is what it did. As a matter of fact, because I haven't been here too much, over the last few months. But this Speculation Sunday was like, hey, wait a minute.
Well, just
talk about stuff that we normally can't talk about. That sounds like a good time to me.
Yeah, as long as it doesn't violate TOS, you can basically talk about it.
Yeah, I get that.
Yep. And we've been trying to rein in the live stream for 2 years solid. We've been trying to rein in the live stream as far as what do we present, how do we present it, and I lost my thought there. And what its operation should be. And so scientific facts, logical arguments, no claims. And that's what it should be during the week. And so that's why now Sundays are for anything goes, basically. Talk about Bigfoot.
Did you say even Bigfoot?
Yeah, whatever you want.
Yeah.
One of our. I wonder why my headphones don't work on this phone. So weird.
I want someone to tell me about the modern atomistic paradigm again. Well, I say again, but I want someone to tell me, like, what do they teach and what is their justification?
For like atomism?
Their atomism.
I mean, they're moving away from the atom as that into an informational piece of vibration, a string, right?
They're both, aren't they? Because they call them atoms, but they are vibrations, oscillations, perturbations.
Yes.
Of what, fill in the blank.
Yeah.
Well, wait. I mean, why are they? Oh, you can't hear me. I forgot. Hold on.
Oh, I can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh,
you are live.
Oh, I'm so tired. There must be. But what oscillations though? What?
Right, exactly. What is oscillating?
But who's saying something is oscillating?
The theory is oscillating.
So these scientists.
Well, the thing about it is those electron microscopes do not show a real image. All they show is some converted, like some vibration or whatever they show. It's not an image of an object. It's just
it's an interpretation.
Interpretation, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Yeah.
And it just kicks the can down the road. So you have to use some supposed machine to detect it. How do you know the visual data on the screen on the machine is accurately portraying the thing as it really is?
You don't. That's just it.
Like that. So my point was right in the first place several months ago. Because I was talking to, what's the name? What is his name? Zanuck, right? I took a picture, right? I know the picture is accurate to itself, which I took a picture of because I can see the thing itself. And then I compare the thing itself with the picture, supposedly, of the thing itself, and I see there's a identical resemblance. So it's accurate. But if you haven't seen the thing itself, how do you know the supposed picture is accurately representing the thing itself?
Well, that's a good point. But I was over on another server the other day, and one of the Globers was very adamant about saying, no, we can see it. We can see it. That electron microscope shows you that what they look like and what they are. And I mean, he was just going on. He was so adamant about saying that it was an actual object and actually that's what you were looking at. It was what it was and this and that. I'm like, I tried to say something to him, but arguing with him over there, talking to him about it's just futile, completely crazy, just bonkers.
The futility of their mind, professing themselves to be wise, they became fools, having a zeal without knowledge, running their mouth with vain, profane babblings falsely called knowledge.
Did you just nail it? Yes.
What I reckon is that someone is trying to tell me something versus say, hey, this is my claim. Is there anything wrong with it or anything that you have that can refute it? I'll listen. Like, you know what I mean? It's more so, the reason that you're wrong is because you think this is your model and this thing is wrong. That's not a conversation. I'm not even going to have it. Oh, explain to me why time zones and sun things and explain. Actually, no. You can just stay where you're at. It's all good.
Yeah, unless they're critically, look. I'm just going to say this right here. I'm just going to say it like this. two things. Okay, so number one, boom, and then I'll find it. I mean, so there you go. The summation of the ethic that I emphasize repeatedly, and that is so incredibly lacking, especially in these controversies when the debate is had. Just devoid of the virtue of critical consideration and self-scrutiny. You can be critical without being considerate. You can be considerate without being critical.
And devoid.
But if you do both, then you're quote-unquote open-minded. You're critically considering the alternative and repeatedly, perpetually scrutinizing yourself, not just being invincibly ignorant.
Right, but wisdom is the key. You're right. It really is. I mean,
shake a sieve and the rubbish remains. Start an argument and a man shows up his fault, and a man's faults show up. As the work of a potter is tested in the kiln, so a man is tried in debate. As a tree's fruit reveals the skill of the grower, so the expression of a man's thoughts reveals his character. Do not praise a man until you hear him in an argument, for that is the test. The Wisdom of Yahushua ben Sirach, chapter 27, verse 4 through 7. When I just read this passage,
where can I read
a couple of nights ago.
Which book?
The Wisdom of Yahushua ben Sirach, or aka Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus. Not Ecclesiastes, but Ecclesiasticus.
Can I message you?
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Okay.
I mean, this is the summation right here. Unless you do this, a attempt from me or anyone else like me to genuinely put forth the effort to edify you is rendered futile and vain.
Can you post the name of the book in the live stream voice text?
It's right there, right above the screenshot.
Where? Let me see. The Wisdom of Yahushua ben Sirach.
Yahusha.
Yahusha ben Sirach.
When you look it up, you'll see they render it Jesus or Joshua, which are the common English xenonyms that erroneously transcribe that name.
Is this a Jewish book?
Yes. It's so-called apocryphal or deuterocanon, as the Romanists, the so-called Roman Catholics, call it.
Okay. Oh, so it's a book of ethical teachings.
Yeah, primarily. Yeah.
Okay.
Another more poetic wisdom. Oh, so as we were with atomism, so it's not empirically verified yet again. And yet once more, as they ridicule the ancients as being, just inferior in whatever way they want to specify, they just continue the same ancient pagan humanistic superstition. For instance, like Democritus. Everything is atoms. especially the special fire atoms, which are the substance of our intellect. And you observed this, Democritus? You observed this, Epicurus?
The Epicureans were probably the dumbest of them all, philosophically.
The swerve which has no identified cause, or some impersonal cause that preceded it to cause the swerve. But he didn't say that. It just happened that a swerve, an effect without a cause, just manifest, and that provides the illusion of volition, of free will. It's no better than what the scientist says to us today. Well, it's just the way. It's just the chemicals in your brain. Is that right?
Well, oh boy, philosophy, no good.
Vain philosophy, after the rudimentary principles of the world, not after the Messiah, is no good.
Exactly.
Right. So the laws of logic, right, are the chemicals in your brain. So there isn't just one set of laws of logic, because the chemicals in your brain is a distinct set of particular substances from my brain. So we have two different sets of laws of logic.
Right.
And they're also changing within themselves. And they're not universal.
Hey,
they didn't always exist, and they don't apply everywhere.
I get to make my own laws. Why not?
And they're not even law-like, because they don't change. I mean, because they don't remain immutable. They change. What's valid in this moment could be invalid in the very next moment.
Yeah, that's very, very true. If it's a real law, it does not change.
It's so asinine. Furthermore, let me get a bottle of soda. Let me shake it up. You see the bubbles? Are those bubbles true or false? Are they valid or invalid? Are the bubbles valid or invalid?
Well, as far as I can see, they are, but I can't. I'm not quite sure.
Valid regarding what? Like their existence?
Yeah, that's what I'm.
Nope.
Well, I couldn't say if they're valid.
The question is so asinine.
Yeah, it's
people. You see?
Yeah,
are the bubbles true or false? Are they valid or invalid? That's an asinine, categorically erroneous question. Why? Because to suppose that the chemicals in my brain are valid or true, right, which are my beliefs, because they identify my beliefs, my thoughts, my lines of reasoning, the laws of logic, as being the particular substances in my brain. So the brain fizz is true or false, valid or invalid, sound or unsound. That's like calling bubbles true or false, valid or invalid, sound or unsound.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I was.
Are the bubbles metaphysical? Do they have feelings? Do they have goals and dreams, desires, identities? We could validate that.
Well, that also is a categorically erroneous question. I mean, metaphysical is an area of knowledge. Yeah.
Right.
You're getting at, are they sentient? Are they intelligent?
Yes.
I once interviewed a swimmer for the Olympics. Her name was Bubbles, and when she answered,
that's cute.
I know, it was something I did in school when I wrote for the newspaper. Did an interview for Bubbles. She was a Olympic swimmer. We did it live.
She was an Olympian, all right.
Yeah, well. That's how she spoke. So it was just a skit, little comedy skit that I did. All these bubbles we're talking about just brought back memories. That's all.
So if it is the case that the scientists have not empirically verified the supposed existence of these so-called atoms and the subatomic particles, then all of their suppositions about all these particular details about them are also unverified, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm just checking if that follows. You know, all those numbers you see below the two-letter acronym that represent the element. And all this talk about the protons and neutrons.
They're following a pattern, right? They're following a pattern of behavior of stimuli that they've put in. But ultimately, in the end, at the very bottom level, what the stuff actually is, they don't know. Like, nobody knows what stuff is. At the supposed atomic level, they don't know what it is.
It's the same fallacy that the ancients committed over and over again, where there is an essential homogeneity of all substances, meaning at the very essential, most basic components of everything, it's all qualitatively one thing. So with the modern day scientists, everything is just atoms, so-called.
Yeah.
Right, which is also an asinine reification of all abstracta. And just like the ancients where they said all is water, all is air, all is fire, all is apeiron, just this undefinable, unidentified, undistinct substance. So not everything is essentially the same. There's a plurality of things, and not everything is essentially the same. There are different essences of various things.
Well, yeah, you can take the water. For one, its essence, it can be fluid, it can be solid, it can be ice, it can be steam, it can be clouds, it can be many different things, but it's still just water.
Yeah, it's essentially water in different forms.
Yeah.
And different modes of flux.
Yeah. Which makes me wonder if there's even more modes of flux that water plays a part in that we don't even know about. It's already got, I don't know how many, 4 or 5 different states that it can be in. I think it's one of the most versatile in that way.
All right, y'all, I'm going to be off for a while. I'll be back on later, though. Y'all hear me?
Yeah, I don't know if I'll be here or not, but if I am, we'll see you then.
All right.
Stay blessed, man.
That's why when I was asking about atomism, that's why I asked the question, are atoms, or, you know, as they make it even more categorical subdistinction, right? Subatomic particles, are they solids, or what state of matter are they? And that's the intuitive question that follows with the supposition of atomism. So everything is composed of these very, very tiny, figuratively saying, building blocks. Well, what state of matter are these building blocks?
They have to be solid if the end product is solid, and they are the glue, right? And the puzzle pieces as well.
That's a logical implication.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So that doesn't account for things that are not solid. Because to suppose these suppositions, everything's composed of these atoms, subatomic particles, and these subatomic particles are themselves solids or liquids or gas or whatever, what have you, then that doesn't account for everything that is not gas or not solid or not liquid. And it renders it absurd when we encounter non-solids or non-gases or non-liquids.
Or just some sort of a consolidated vibration. Who knows?
or non-light, because I think light is a different state of matter altogether.
Yeah,
it's not a solid, liquid, or gas.
But it's a vibration, though, isn't it?
Yeah, that's not a state of matter. That's a motion.
Right. I'm just using that as a some way to I guess
elucidate the point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's that. There's the answer to my question.
I think atoms, the subatomic particles in atoms, very well could be some form of light. I don't know. Why does it have to be solid?
Well, that's why I asked the question. Let them answer it. Is it solid, liquid, or gas, or what state of matter is it?
Right.
Well, God bless you all.
I reckon that's enough of a moment of silence for the globe. I think that this Phil guy should come and chat in the VC. The text is so cold and uninviting. You become humanized when you chat. Why don't you join? We can get you VC verified, Phil Connors.
Your mic is kind of a little bit low. I don't know. I just turned it up all the way, but I don't know if you're just away a long ways from it or what, but I can barely hear you.
That's weird. Let me try some. All right, that should work. Is that any better?
Yes, much. Thank you.
I had to adjust some settings.
Well, it snowed another 2 feet on the mountains there last night, adding to the total of 17 feet to 19.6 feet.
Well, that's cool.
Not cool. It's gonna bad.
It's cold.
It's gonna flood.
It's cold at least.
Yeah, there's we got about 8 inches right here in my front yard. We got about 8 new inches last night. So it's never snowed like this before this time of year. It's never happened.
I hate when it ends up as a slushy mess. It's like it'll be snow just for a minute and then it's just muddy slush for like days. And yeah, that's kind of weird that it's snowing this late.
Same here. We never get snow in April, but right now they're snowing, so it's super weird.
Where's that at?
In Europe, Latvia.
Oh. And what's even weirder is that, like, I talked to someone that lives in Chicago yesterday, and they said it was unseasonably warm over there. And I'm like, what? That's even further north than where I live, a little bit, as far as longitude and latitude or whatever goes. And it's unseasonably warm there? Like, what? It's like it's 33 degrees here right now. 33. It was down to like 27, I think, last night. It's supposed to be springtime. It's supposed to be like the sun shining and, you know, warming up. And people are supposed to be planting their crops. And ain't no crops being planted now, I'll tell you that. And it's snowing right now again. I just looked outside. It's actually literally snowing right now again. Unbelievable.
Hi. How's everybody doing?
Just chilling. I'm surprised that guy hasn't replied yet. Kind of got steamrolled by everybody in the chat.
Oh yeah, Phil Connors. Like suddenly it was me, and then we've got Nathan, Lord Racer, Habanero, and then who else did we have in here? Oh yeah, Tarot 3006. They all just jumped on him. He won't come into the VC so that I can.
He just got steamrolled.
Yeah, well, he keeps wanting to divert to the sky. Look at the sky. That'll tell us about the ground every time. Every frickin' time. And when you ask Waterhill Phil the shill a question, he doesn't want to answer it. He'll come back and he'll answer it with a question. And he'll twist up your words from your question and put it into a question as like an answer. And I'm like, no. And then he wants to cry that other people aren't answering his questions. Well, that's you honestly don't know how it works, Phil. Like, I asked you a question and you wanted to answer that question with a question and get my words twisted, but he doesn't want to sack up and come into the VC and talk about it. He's like, why can't you answer my question? I said, I told you, Phil, if you want to come into the VC and talk about it, we can talk about it. But I'm not going to do this here where I only have a limited amount of space to put a frickin' answer. Fuck you, Phil. Sorry, no. Phil wants to ask me questions on YouTube. Why don't you come into the VC, Phil?
It's way quicker. May as well just talk. Typing slow.
Yeah, it is
Talking
quicker.
Fast.
It is way faster. It's a lot quicker. It's a lot more efficient. It's a lot more effective. I can get out what I need to say instead of having a limited number of characters that I'm allowed to type at one time. You know, and he was going on about the moon. I was like, no, fuck that. You want to explain to me why, like, I could only see half the moon in the sky at the same time the sun was in the sky? This was like yesterday, day before yesterday. I was like, dude, the moon's over there on one side of the sky, and the sun's over there on the other side of the sky, completely opposite from each other, right? But the moon is like a half moon, and like the shadow. Well, I said the shadow.
You cut out.
Yeah, that kind of cut out. Either way, that's a false dichotomy. You can't point up and then say down is like up because up.
Weird. Every now and then my phone likes to boot me from Discord. But yeah, Phil doesn't want to talk about the moon. He doesn't want to understand what I'm saying. He just wants to...
Your phone detected you were too excited.
Something.
Booted you off. You need to calm down, Jen.
Calm down.
5 minutes.
Look, I'm calm. He doesn't want to understand. He doesn't want to learn. He doesn't want to really understand what I'm saying, because people like Phil already are thinking about an argument before they even get a response from you.
That dude created that account like a week ago or so. Maybe a little bit longer.
Probably like one of his 100 sock puppet accounts.
Sure. Respawning clowns.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Tio Sook, I already told him that he was here for entertainment, especially when I showed him Professor Dave's 10 challenges for flat earthers that a flat earther completed. He was like, "Oh, thanks. I'll be sure to watch that. It should be very entertaining." I was like, "See, that's the problem with you globe believers, is that you seek entertainment over true knowledge." That was just proven by, "I'll watch that for entertainment." Yeah, see, that's the point. This whole NASA stuff, it's entertainment to them, and they think that it's real. So sad. Some people might never wake up. Some people don't want to wake up. Some people just aren't ready.
Some people don't deserve to wake up.
That might be true too. That might be true too. He doesn't. I mean, like, he's like, "You didn't answer my question. Answer me." No. Why do you think that you deserve that kind of respect from people? You know, when you want to twist their words, you don't want to answer their questions. You want to answer their questions with questions. And I mean, like, look, cussed him out. Okay, I was like, no, fuck off, Phil. We're not playing your stupid merry-go-round games. We're not doing this again. And of course, he's on his shit trying to do it again. Look at the sky. Up and away. Can't prove that 3959, can you?
Matthew Learns told me the other day he proved it by using the stars and angles. He said he proved the radius. I thought, oh, what an idiot.
It doesn't prove anything.
I know.
Yeah, we can tell that water curves around a spinning ball by looking up at the frickin' stars. Yeah, that's how you do that? Okay, all right.
I know, it was hilarious.
Damn, dude. Like, we can tell that, we're seeing way too far across water, which really, no pun intended, happens to cause the globe measurements to fall flat.
Refraction.
Why do they do that? Like, it's funny because they cry refraction, and it's kind of funny because, like, that's some flat Earth shit right there. Like no. Like, you're using a flat Earth argument like against a flat earther in the wrong context. Congrats. That's what they do.
And they totally misrepresent refraction. 100%.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, that's the point I'm making.
Yep.
I just feel like putting Phil in timeout every time he pops up until he comes into the VC. I think I'll do that. Bye, Phil. Oh, Tio Sook, his last comment said, "How do you explain seasons on a flat Earth without observing the sky?" That's Phil Connors. That's Phil Connors' question to Tio Sook. Look, I think we need to make Tio Sook a mod here in the YouTube chat, because Tio be in here boxing. Straight flat smacking these fools.
I don't have the patience to type to these people. I can't do it. Too much work.
Yeah, I don't like the whole typing thing either. I'd just, like, I only have so many characters that I'm allowed to type out any damn way. So it's like, just come have a conversation in the VC where you can get out more words than just,
he's
50 characters or whatever. Yeah.
He's scared. He's not coming.
No, I know. He's got low T or something.
Or no T.
Or no T. Flat Earth took all the tea and the tea.
Oh boy,
it's pretty funny. Yeah, keep looking at the sky, Phil. It'll definitely, it'll definitely confirm or deny the physics of water being level on its surface. Yeah, that'll help ya. And how can we even, I don't know, like the moon, how can we even assume the moon to be a 3D object?
Well, it's certainly not balls because, I give this example. If you put a basketball up on the ceiling in front of you a little bit, and you go to the right, you can see the right-hand side of the ball. You can see the right side of it. And then you go to the other side of the room, you can see the other side of the ball. You don't see that with the moon. You only see one side, period, and it's not, you can, as it moves through the sky, if it were a ball, you would see the side coming toward you, and after it passed you, you would see the other side. So that never happens. That's proof right there. It's not a ball. I mean, period. It's just pure observation.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is by observation, it doesn't look like a 3D solid object. It's almost like this two-dimensional, like light, like a light projection, isn't 3D, but I was trying to explain to Phil how it made no freaking sense that the moon was a half moon and that the other half was completely invisible, could see pure blue sky through it, and the sun was in the sky at the same time. Now, the light rays that go in supposedly every direction from the sun should have been hitting the moon, causing the whole moon to light up if the moon is a solid. This is what Phil was not understanding. Did I make sense?
Yeah, but they also claim refraction on that as well.
Oh my gosh, they can't fucking cry refraction for every damn thing.
They do.
God, Santa didn't bring you the fucking MacBook that you wanted. It must be refraction.
I'm so sick of that word. I cannot stand it. As soon as they bring that word up, I just unplug. Sorry, you're done.
Are you having a refraction relapse?
They are. They do.
It's been 10 whole minutes since I cried refraction.
It's like this pre-recorded response that comes out of their mouths. It's just pre-recorded. As soon as something comes up, refraction. It's just a.
You can't help it.
It's just a pre-recorded loop. Is what it is.
Because gravity is my favorite answer. When they give that one to me, because gravity, I'm like, oh, really? Really? Can you tell me about gravity? Can you tell me what it does? No, they can't. But then I go on to tell them what their problems with gravity are, what the problems are, period, with gravity. Like a 600-pound person, I guess they just have more gravity on them than like a 180-pound person, right? They're experiencing more gravity.
Yeah, you'd think their feet would be smashed.
Yeah, I'm telling you. And if you think about it, if you think about the weight of the amount of volume of water on this place, how many pounds is that? Like, how many pounds per square inch? How, you know what I mean? Like, and how much gravity would you need to hold that much frickin' water down? That amount of force that's allegedly equally distributed on Earth to hold the ocean to the ball, it should crush every single one of us. No birds should fly. No bees should fly. We should be like fucking crawling on the ground like cats. Belly crawling. We probably shouldn't even be able to really move that much frickin' force. It's all right. In the Bible, in the Book of Enoch, and all of these other texts that depict that the earth has been filled with water, right? Like, how do you fill the outside of a sphere? Any takers? Anybody want to tell me how you fill the outside of a sphere? Oh, maybe Phil can tell me how you fill the outside of a sphere. Let's check. Hey, Phil. Hey, Phil. How do you feel the outside of the sphere, Phil?
Well, when you say just the weight of the water, that's one thing. But then when you got the centrifugal force of the Earth spinning, we would be throwing it outward, which would make it even heavier.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't forget that all that refraction will be also attached to that spinning.
Oh, shoot. Hey, Sasha. Hey, Phil, you want to tell us how water fills the outside of a sphere, Phil? Phil, how does it fill?
That's easy.
I think I'm just going to sit here and continuously put Phil in timeout until he joins the VC. Phil, I know you can hear me, troll. Yep. Hey, Lord Racer, I'm sorry. I put him in timeout, so it's going to be a while until he shows you where NASA put the sticks. Shoot, he's going to come out of timeout. He still won't be able to tell you where NASA put the sticks.
He's a trill, is what he is. A trill.
Yeah. He's a shill. I swear he gets paid. I swear he's getting paid to troll the YouTube chat. And that we might recognize his voice if he joined the VC. This is probably just a different account, and that it's probably somebody that y'all definitely know and would recognize their voice. It's probably why he doesn't get on the VC. Right, I want to get paid to hang out in here. That'd be great. People ask me all the time, how much are you getting paid for this? I'm not. I don't make a damn dime, yo. He might get paid per comment or reply. I kind of want to search his stuff down. I could get the full scoop on him. Don't doubt me. I've got better investigative skills than the FBI. The moon. What do you say? How would you expect to see the shadow side of the moon, the dark side of the moon? I said, I never said dark side. I said the shadow side, the side that's shaded by supposed Earth, which is not the dark side of the moon. Word. Oh yeah, Tio, you sent me some stuff in Discord, didn't you? No. Sasha claims. Yeah, and Fallacious Phil loves to do the reverse burden fallacy. Well, teach me about flat Earth. Prove the flat Earth. No, you haven't showed me anything about the globe that proves the globe. Positive claim is Earth is globe. We're saying no, it's not. So the person saying no, it's not doesn't have to prove shit. Invisible side of the moon. Yeah, Wave. I don't know what causes a solid to go frickin' invisible like that, and the sun is in the sky at the same time as half of the damn moon is invisible. Kind of weird. Like I said, Phil doesn't care. He doesn't want to understand. He just wants to protect the balls in his brain. Oh, shoot. Maybe I should have just asked Phil if he thinks that the moon is a rock. That probably would have ended that a lot quicker. Do you think that the moon is a rock, Phil? He'd be like, well, yeah. I'd be like, then we're done here. Because it's not a frickin' rock. Like, my brain goes, okay, the sun is hot light. Okay, simplistically, the sun is hot light. The moon is cold light. Each are their own light. You know, the greater light to rule the day and the lesser light to rule the night. Oh, so they both are luminaries. And he tried to argue that too. Both are not luminaries. Phil, can you hear me? Are you looking at the VC live stream right now? Are you looking at it? Look at it. Look with your special eyes. Invisible in the day, but can be seen in the darkness. Actually, Lord Racer, for the past couple nights that I've been observing the moon, I have not been able to see the other side of it at all. Not even in the dark sky. Not even in the dark night sky or the daytime sky. It's just kind of doing that opaque, disappearing, reappearing moon thing. Shut up, Phil. Don't fucking talk to me. You're going to time out again until you could join the VC. Ha ha. Yeah. Oh my gosh, Phil. I never said that the shadow side is the dark side of the moon. That's you putting words in my mouth, Phil. That's you putting words in my mouth. I don't know about the dark side of the moon, Phil, because we never frickin' see it. I'm not even sure the moon is a 3D object, Phil. You know, I'm gonna go look at what Teosuk sent me. Because I like Teosuk. Teosuk has a brain. Oh, I bet. Oh, Teosuk, what you just sent me, I bet you're right. I bet you're right. Yup. That makes sense. There's no other reason why these trolls would spend this much time on a flat earth server just dogging it, you know? Wow. That's interesting. So kind of like the ADL. I see. I see you, Phil. Probably exactly who you're working for, JIDF. Yes, I see what you see now, Tio. Oh my gosh. Like, Phil is a shill. Like an agent. Like, I've been calling this out. Phil is a freaking agent. Phil's getting paid by somebody to be here for this many freaking hours a day trolling in the server. Waterhill Phil. Waterhill Phil the Shill is his full name. Slow-mo Moonbuggy. Ew, would you eat to be an astronaut? Why? Get out of here. Wow, yeah, Tio, that's crazy. I'm like looking over this, contributions, new posts, quantity, the amount and the payout that you get. Yeah, I know they got people paid to literally be shills on stuff like this. So it wouldn't surprise me if Phil is getting paid to be on here to troll for a few hours. It's the only thing that makes sense, that there's trolls getting paid. I think I found out exactly who you work for, Phil. Waterhill secret agent shill Phil. Damn, his name just keeps getting shittier and longer. That's fantastic. In fiction we trust. Would you eat? Ooh, eat poopy to be an astronaut. That's nasty. That's so nasty. Yeah, like why would you want you're literally getting paid to be an agent of deception, to be an agent of disinformation. Like you're getting paid to lie. And I think that Paul Curran is also being paid to lie. That's why he's on this concave earth crap. There's no freaking way that you guys are here this much time a day with your nuh-uhs and your it's concave if you weren't a paid freaking shill. That's just all there is to it. I really think that you're paid shills. Prove me wrong. Come into the VC, talk about it. It's the only way I'm going to believe that you're not, like, I don't know, paid by Jews or something. I shouldn't have said that. My bad.
I wonder how many people realize that the astronauts that supposedly went to the moon have Hollywood stars on Hollywood Boulevard. Only actors get.
Yeah, I know.
Only actors. You can't.
Yep.
That just proves right there.
I know.
That was a production, and they got.
Yeah, they're actors, and that's what Buzz said. That's what Buzz told Conan O'Brien. Buzz was like, you did. You watched a production. You watched an animation. There wasn't really TV going on like that at the time. You watched a production. So they had to make this production and then release it on TV just, 3 days later?
Oh, I bet they filmed it for longer than 3 days. I'll bet they put quite a bit of work into that. Probably months, I would guess, but who knows? I could be wrong, but yeah. They got Hollywood stars on Hollywood Boulevard. They are actors, people. Wake up.
Yep. Actors. And I'm just wondering, like, how many times does Buzz Aldrin have to say, well, we didn't go there, or it didn't happen, or no, you didn't see a moon landing, you saw an animation. Like, he said all of these things, and then he looked like he was about to frickin' pop when Trump was like, we couldn't have done it without space. And he's like, oh. Oh, yeah. Hey, Phil Connors, why don't you jump into the VC and prove to us that you're not a paid shill?
That might double his salary.
Right? It probably could. Probably could. Something tells me that he's paid. I actually just, let me see if I can get this from, Tio Sook sent me this, and it's rather intriguing. Save the image. Did it save? And nope. Didn't save. Save image? Maybe? Hey Tio, what does that GIDF? What does that stand for? Something. Well, I mean, I can only guess what the J stands for. Yeah, I think Phil's getting called out for being a paid shill. He's working for some sort of company that's actually paying him to be on this server spouting nonsense about shit that he doesn't know about. It's just, he's been given instructions to do the best you can, do the best you can in those flat earth servers to cause a rumpus. And we're on to you, Phil. Ah, yes. Yes. That Internet Defense Force. Like I said, Teosuk, it's really no different than the ADL. And it's kind of interesting that there's a lot of defamation that comes out of the Anti-Defamation League. It's the same thing with these people that are working for this Internet Defense Force. They're not defending anything. They're making matters worse. Goodness. It just doesn't end. This is the crap we're up against? Yeah, this is the crap we're up against. We're up against Merriam-Webster changing the definitions to things like level. We're up to a bunch of frickin' shill organizations. We're up against shill organizations and groups that just want to come in here and, create confusion and, little disinformation agents, little disinfo trolls. I mean, every time we ask Phil to show us that physics is wrong about water being level on the surface, he just goes, "Look at the sky." Yeah, no. Sorry, Phil. Hey, Teosuk, I think we did him in. I think Phil's done for the day. He could have been out of timeout a long time ago. 300 seconds done came and went, pretty sure. 8,200, the openly brag. Do on LinkedIn. This is 77th. One of the other alphabet companies. All aspect of Richard. Oh, yeah. That's a good point, dude. Tio, I remember you said something about you don't usually mic up in the VC, but dude, you should. You notice as soon as we called Phil out, I mean, I'm pretty sure he could have messaged back by now. 300 seconds came and went. Well, no, not yet. What I'm wondering is how sometimes when I time these guys out for 300 seconds, they're back before 300 seconds is over. It's kind of weird. a notorious flat earther that lives on a military base. What's crazy is like most of the Air Force, like these guys that are up in the their fast jets, they know that the Earth can't be a spinning frickin' ball. Man, their trajectory would be so effed off. Not to mention the way radar works for scanning. It doesn't scan for things below, curvature. Oh, also, I was listening to this interesting thing about a Navy sonar technician who was a flat earther, and he was like describing how it all works. And I'm like, that's pretty freaking cool, man. Navy sonar tech, I imagine they know, like, probably better than most of us. Radar and sonar technicians. Uh-oh, yeah, you don't lie about your status while serving. That is a big no-no in the military. Kind of no different than, like, stolen valor. It's crazy. There's a F-16 pilot, retired Air Force pilot, that people were accusing of stolen valor. And I was like, really? That's kind of weird. Like, you got these anti-flat earthers who are, like, legitimately out there stealing valor. And then when there's an Air Force pilot, they're like, it's stolen valor. Are you faking it? Okay. One day, Teosuk, one day you'll mic up on the VC. It'll be pretty cool. Get to flat smacking.
Wow, you just really made me think of something when you said F-16. I live right by Hill Air Force Base, and every day these, I think they're F-35 Raptors, they go over all day long. I'm right in the landing path. Just one after another, just are so loud. It's incredibly loud. I haven't heard one for 2 days now. I wonder why they're grounded. It's really weird.
That's kind of weird.
Yeah, very weird.
Like, in the past 2 days, like right on the heels of Trump's arraignment or indictment or whatever the hell, it's kind of, I don't know, some weird shit going on. Every now and then I hop onto MonkeyWorks and I watch the live radar, the flight tracking. But I've got an app that I can just look it up for myself and see what's going on, what's flying over. Sometimes there will be stuff that flies over that doesn't even show up on the radar. I'm like, but I see it physically in the sky, but it's not showing up on my radar. On my live track.
Stealth.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's usually at nighttime. It's usually always at nighttime. Like, they're doing some stealth shit, flying under the cover of darkness. Like, they had to have been Black Hawks or something. And there were 4 of them kind of flying in a formation, and it was dark as shit. These definitely look like helicopters because they had this they have the red light near the tail. It's really hard to tell when you're trying to look at something black in the black night sky. But when I pulled up my radar, I didn't see shit. I was like, where are these 4 things that are flying together and they're not showing up on the radar? So yeah, not everything shows up on the radar. Some military craft does show up on the tracker, but apparently not everything. Some things definitely, you definitely have them fly in covert. Hey, guess what? Phil has not shown back up since the last time I put him in timeout and called him out for being paid by people that rhymes with news. womp, womp. Ever since I called him out and I said, I bet you get paid for this crap. And then Tio sends me what Tio sends me. And then I'm like, oh boy. Yep. He's probably paid to troll. And now he's not saying anything. That's good. How do we block him, ban him for good? Like this Phil Connors guy. I want to block him. I want to ban him indefinitely because he just pisses me off.
I don't know. I don't think I have banning terms, but I've never banned, never even tried.
I can hide him from the channel. Hide user on this channel. So, I mean, basically he could be typing stuff and end up talking to himself because, nobody would see what he's typing. Which is kind of it's like shadow banning, I guess. I've got the option to kind of shadow ban on my side in the YouTube live chat, but, Yeah, Tio6, right? Yeah, can't do it, unfortunately. He'll just make a new sock account and come back. Tio6, what happened? You had your name, Tio's UK? Because I was calling you Tio6, I should just call you Tio. You have a dash now. When did that dash happen? In just a few seconds, you had a dash between the S and the UK on your name. Why would you change it? How much are they paying you for forcing sea level? Sasha. Look, I want to know about this concave Earth. They got this Paul Kieran guy, and he won't come into the VC and tell us about concave Earth. I think he's another paid agent that is trying to get people confused and away from the truth because he follows people like Lord Stephen Christ. Okay, anybody that calls themselves Lord anything, in my opinion, has issues, has an ego problem, has a pride that just needs to be stomped out into the dirt. So yeah. I kind of figured that's what triggered it. I'm just gonna call you Tio. Go back to. Is it okay if I call you Tio? Tios. Rectal lineator. Moon buggy. Rectal linear jokes. I can't help but laugh at it too, dude. Cool. I'll call you Tio or Tios. I've been calling you Tio anyway. Yeah, moon buggy. You probably know as well as I do all of the perverted jokes that really surround NASA and, balls and probing and Uranus and all this stuff. Yeah, black holes, give me a break. Wonder if Phil has gone to collect sticks from the forest. Oh, gosh. Oh my gosh, Coriolis, Gloriolis. I can't. You guys are on it. I want to probe those supermassive black holes. You know what I love? Think about it for a second. How many different shapes have we been told that the Earth is? Like, how many different shapes have we heard about? You know? Oh, it looks like a sphere from space, but it's really an ellipsoid. But it's a pear, but it's a spheroid, but it's concave, but it's flat. The only one of those options is measurable, observable, repeatable, testable, and verifiable. Only one of those options. Well, Paul Kieran, you're a concave earther, and you have yet to jump in the VC and show us your truth. Oh, Blake D's Flat Sabbath. Blake, don't stop believing. Don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Instead of street lights, just say space lights. Paul, I really want to know about this concave Earth of yours, buddy. Because, like I said, you're getting this information from Lord Stephen Christ. He's as shilly as they come, dude. Like, how in the heck? Lord Stephen. What a blasphemous name, Lord Stephen Christ. So freaking blasphemous. Just so wrong. Anyone that wants to call themselves Lord anything they've got some ego problems, for sure. Moon buggy, stop it. Rectilinear. It's rectilinear. What does that even like? I've heard this terminology before, but I mean, it just sounds so silly to me. Rectilinear. Does that mean that the sun shines on my ass? Rectilinear. We had a globe clown. All of us flat cats were smacking him around. It was Phil the Water Hill shill, agent of deception. Yeah. He's our ball-loving mouse, and we're just like batting Phil around. And then I put him in timeout, and I haven't seen him back because I put him in timeout, and then me and Tio started calling him out that he's an agent, that he works for a certain company that's literally paying him to spend this much time on this place. And yeah. Now he don't want to say nothing. Okay. It's like there's people working inside the Matrix to keep the Matrix going, and then there's us, where we're standing outside of the Matrix trying to pull people out, and then the people that we end up trying to pull out end up being those agents that are working inside the Matrix for the Matrix, trying to keep people in it. And when here we are trying to pull those people out, no. Best we can do is call them out. Phil will proverbially die on his water hill. Agreed. Slow-mo Moonbuggy, I agree. I think you will too. His last words will be like, but what about the sky? Like, there, Phil. Shh. Looking at the sky doesn't tell you anything about the ground. We've been through this. We've been on this merry-go-round before. Do you remember? Shh, it's okay. You can die on your water hill, Phil. Paul Curran. We can chat about it when you go get the basic layout. Paul Curran, couldn't you just join the VC and be like, boom, here's the layout? Yeah. Earth is glob because lights and sky. Yeah. They love that. Like, okay, so I don't know how anything in the sky is going to tell us about the ground. Does anything in the sky deny the fact that water is going to be level on its surface? No. Nope. Nothing in the frickin' sky can debunk level water. As 444 usually says, shout out to water. Oh, yeah. Teosuk, I noticed that too. That Paul is Phil and Phil is Paul. When Phil goes off, Paul comes on. It's like a tag in, tag out. They're probably both working for the same damn company. They're probably both working for the same shilly mother. You know? Yeah. You know? It's kind of crazy having these eyes that can like see through the matrix, like, and see what the hell's going on, like, even beyond my screen. I can't explain it to you really, but I can see who's doing what. H2O! Gatorade! H2O! Preoccupied, didn't want to confuse matters too much. That's all well and good, Paul Curran, but if you could please join the VC and just be like, boom, here's the layout for Concave Earth. You know, since you swear up and down that Concave Earth is the truth of truths, so why don't you help us out? I mean, come on, jump in. You could shut down the server. You could, dude. Can you imagine? Oh yeah, we had this. We shut down the server. Concave Earther just came in and blew the lid off of everything. So yeah, that could be you, Paul Curran. You could definitely. Oh, Tio, you know what's also weird is the Phil Connors and then the Paul Curran. It's like some sort of like PC and PC. Like, is it a coincidence? I don't know. Paul was preoccupied doing something else at the time. Tio, you know what he was preoccupied doing? He was preoccupied being Phil Connors. That's what he was preoccupied doing. And he was like, shit, they're on to me. And so he had to switch accounts real fast when he got put in timeout. Like, it was literally when I got put in timeout, or when I put him in timeout, and then Paul Curran comes in, and it's like, I just want to know about this Concave Earth, Paul. Why can't you give me the layout? I do not understand. Sasha, Jenna try to be like good auntie. What are you talking about? Yeah, well, Paul, every time I go to look up anything about concave Earth, I do get a lot of hollow Earth stuff, comes up. And, I went and looked at the sources that you gave me, and these are all people that I've looked at before. And when I had dropped everything I had ever known, and I went exploring the globe, I went exploring hollow Earth, I went exploring for concave, I went exploring for flat, and the only one that rang freaking true every time was flat Earth. Flat Earth. Out of every freaking shape, out of every reality that it could be, the most observable, measurable one would be flat Earth. Because, yay, physics isn't wrong about water being level on its surface. Paul Kieran, join the VC and show me Earth with concavity. Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul. Paul Kieran. I bet that Paul is actually Phil. No, I wouldn't actually bet. But it just seems really sus. Like, Tio called it out, and I noticed it. Paul Kieran pops in when Phil Connors pops out. There's no measurements. Nobody can measure. Where's the radius? 3959? Where'd they get that assumption anyway? Well, that's just it. An assumption. 3959. Is there anybody that has some interesting globe proofs? Anybody with some globe proofs? Because just about every globe proof I've seen has been obliterated. What if I told you that Earth is Earth-shaped and that we don't exactly know what shape that is? But that also flat is not a shape, it's a description. But the Earth is freaking flat, man. Sasha, I got proof. I got this picture. That's what I want. Dude, I want some Polaroid pictures of Earth from space. Why didn't they do that? That would have been pretty freaking convincing. Oh, we said we took some pictures through the window of the shuttle, Polaroid pictures of Earth through the shuttle window while we were in space. That would have been proof. A Polaroid picture, bruh. We don't even have Polaroid pictures of a globe Earth, man. That would have been more convincing than anything. Oh, snap, I just got a message. My friend has more freaking eggs than she knows what to do with. She's like, eat more eggs, please. Come get them. They're free. Dude, free eggs in a time like this? Oh, I can't even pass it up. Fantastic. Did somebody call him spin? Yes, Tio's calling him spin cycle earther because that's what I call him. You got that from me. I was like, so do you live in a washing machine? Like hot point, whirlpool? What are we talking about here? Like, does the water in your earth concave? And I believe I've asked this question to Paul Kieran before. He says, yes. Yes, the water in my concave earth concaves. I'm like, well, if it doesn't convex for a globe earth, then how does it concave for a concave earth when the physics, observable physics of bodies of water is to be level on the surface? Oh, shoot. Oh, Kieran. You could give me a layout of concave Earth and, like, maybe present a case in the VC, but I think that you've probably been banned a couple of times before for some BS, and you just have a few sock puppet accounts, so that's why you won't come in. Come on, call in, Kieran. Let's go. Come into the VC, dude. Like you swear up and down that concave Earth is the truth of truths, right? That it's not a ball and that it's not flat. That everybody's wrong. Everybody's wrong about everything, and that it's concave. Now, if that's the truth, and you can prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt, then maybe you should jump on the VC and give, the first steps, the first layout to concave Earth. I'd really like to know the physics behind that. If you could come in and explain the physics behind your concave Earth, if both sides are wrong, Oh yeah, Sasha, we can't forget about the wavy crane. But you have a bendy crane. Why do they always fucking do that? Every time. Like, look at the oil rigs. Look at the base of the oil rigs. Now, where is the horizon, the water, and the sky touching? Is it behind the furthest oil rig? Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is. Visibly, observably, and measurably behind the furthest frickin' oil rig horizon can be seen. Water and the sky touching, coming together, that convergence line can be seen behind the furthest oil rig. My good golly gosh. But, Benty Crane. I think every time, I've heard it so many times now, with that Black Swan, and people go, well, why is the crane bendy? Why is bendy crane? And it's like, that's not the focus. That's not even the issue. But why bendy crane? I don't know how many times I've heard it. It's not what we're looking at, kids. They're like, because of refraction. Now move on. Yeah, are the oil? No, they're flying oil rigs, Sasha. Oil rigs are not in the water. They're floating. They're flying. Just BS in here. I still think it's pretty funny that every time you show that Black Swan and you're like, do you see the water, the horizon line behind the furthest oil rig? The correct answer, if you have functioning eyeballs, is yes. Yes, it is. Absolutely, yes, it is. But as soon as they're forced to be intellectually honest, they go after the bendy crane. Every time. What? Remember when Katy Perry asked herself, the Earth is flat when she Reprogramming? No, but I got this really cool video of Mike Tyson. He's like, Diamonds on Mars. Or was it Diamonds on Jupiter? He's like, that's so stupid. He's like, for all we know, the Earth could be flat. I was like, yeah, Mike Tyson. Ooh, I should post up the video in the chat. Diamonds on Jupiter? That's stupid. For all we know, the Earth could be flat. I'm like, heck yeah, man. How many of you have seen the Mike Tyson says the Earth is flat video? It's so good. I love it. We don't actually know. Joe the Shill Rogan. Joe Rogan's kind of a shill, but I think that, like, he is getting pilled. Like, the shills are getting pilled. Hey, for any of you in the YouTube live chat, I just dropped the Mike Tyson thinks the
someone is in VC1.
VC1, check in. Now let's see.
If you guys can go up there and just let me know, I'll do the verification, but I just can't do it at the moment. But just send me a message if you want to go up there.
Yeah. Now, I don't know if I can interact with people in check-in. I don't think I have those permissions.
I think Sasha can.
I do believe Sasha can, yeah.
Yeah, I can. You will struggle with my language, but okay. I will say, read the welcome and go in.
Yeah, Sasha, you actually speak very well. For English being your third language, you speak it well, dude.
I will go.
Is water behind oil rigs still ocean? Yes. Yes, it is. But Bendy Crane. Oh, that meme that Helio posted the other night. Bud Light, Bendy Light. Freaking funny. I had somebody trolling in the YouTube chat by the screen name of Bendy Light. Re-owned scientific thinker Mike Tyson. When you serve up random fucking words to me in a word salad, I don't know what you're saying. Re-owned scientific thinker Mike Tyson. Please translate this, because it doesn't make sense. Renowned. I'm sorry, I was reading it wrong. Renowned scientific thinker Mike Tyson. That's your rebuttal. Renowned scientific thinker Mike Tyson. So, because he doesn't believe that there are diamonds on Jupiter, because he doesn't think that we've ever been to the moon. Like, I don't believe we've ever been to the moon. That shit was a production. That shit was a production, Wombat. Renowned scientific thinker Mike Tyson. It's amazing. It's like, if you're not a scientist, like, according to a Globe Believer, if you're not a fucking scientist with a PhD, you don't have the ability to scientifically think. Huh. Really? You believe that, Wombat? Do you believe that? Do you believe that people that don't have PhDs in physics and science and shit like that they just don't have the ability to scientifically think? Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Wombat? Would you like to tell me that? So, do you have a PhD in physics? Mortal Wombat, do you? Is that what it takes to be a renowned scientific thinker? Mortal Wombat? Is that what it takes? Do you have a PhD in science? If not, then sit down and shut up. I have a telescope and a lab. Anybody could get a telescope and a lab coat. Anybody can get a piece of paper that says PhD on it, but it doesn't equate to intelligence.
Hello?
Hello, hello.
Cool. You can hear me? Alright, nice.
Hey, what's up, Brandon?
I'm doing good. How you doing?
I'm hanging in there, keeping the trolls at bay. You know how it goes.
I'm not one of those, so you don't need to worry about me. You know that.
I know. You just want everybody to get along.
I do have some observations, though, now.
Yeah? Are you starting to see things differently, or what's going on?
Well, first I gotta ask you a question. On your model, would the sun change in angular size?
Okay, what do you mean by model?
Well, whatever you think the Earth is. You haven't told me yet. Didn't you say, I don't know?
No, I'm saying that Flat Earth doesn't, we're not trying to present a model. The whole thing is about falsifying the globe. Yeah, so what were you asking about? What were you asking about the sun?
Do you think the sun changes in angular size throughout the day?
I've seen it change in angular size throughout the day. You got to think, I've traveled all over the United States, and I've seen many sunsets from a lot of different perspectives, and I've seen the sun all kinds of different sizes.
Well, I have a video of the sun not doing that, changing, being the same size, It's taken through a solar filter, too.
Okay, and then I have a video showing the sun to shrink to a pin dot into nothing. So what does that say?
Okay.
You've got a video where the sun doesn't change size, and I have a video where the sun does change size.
Well, I can send you mine, and you can send me yours, and I'll show you mine if I show you. I just messed that up.
All right.
I was being goofy, alright? Let's show it.
I know.
Don't get mad.
I ain't mad. I just thought it was funny.
Alright. You're roboting, by the way.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Okay. Sometimes I robot if the phone goes too far away from my face. So, here is the sun shrinking to an itty-bitty little pin dot. Do you have permissions? You don't have permissions to post anything in the chat, do you?
Nope.
You'll have to send it to me via...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. DM.
Yeah, go ahead and send it to me via DM. Are you able to at least click links in the chat right here?
I think I can.
Okay, you should be able to. So, this one was an upload from Indio, Flat Earth Shrinking Sun in Africa. So, here we have an interesting phenomena where the sun looks very, very small, very tiny. And it's above the horizon. It's very, very tiny and above the horizon line. So, give that a watch real quick, Brandon, and it's gonna puzzle your brain. I promise you.
I just sent you my video too.
Okay. So far, I don't see a message from you. Firmament lensing.
It looks like it's moving in two directions, back and down. You see that, don't you?
That's what it's going to look like because of its angle, the way something moves further from you, like the convergence. Hold on, I'll show you. Shoot.
It does look like it's getting smaller, though.
Yeah,
I'll have to look into that.
Just watch it a couple more times if you need to, but it shrinks in its angular size. And let me find...
It's definitely what it looks like.
I'm also going to show you, according to your field of view, your perspective, why it looks like it's shrinking. Hold on just a second. My Bright Observations playlist. Let's give you a shorter one.
But it does look like there are clouds. It does look like there are clouds above the horizon, though. Clouds or mist, or it's definitely clear.
Yeah, that's not the important thing. Here, check out this another quote unquote sunset. This one's interesting because you can actually see how the sun doesn't just go straight down. It's actually also moving off to the right. Like as you're looking at it, the sun is moving off to the right.
Alright, cool. I had to change my voice settings from push to talk to voice activity.
Oh, there you go.
Let's see. Mute it.
You're going to see that sun go down in between the two lines, and then you're going to see it go to the right, to the line on the right. You're going to see it moving in a path that isn't just, straight down.
And this time it's not really shrinking, though. Not really.
It shrinks.
Not as much as it did in the last video.
I know. You have to understand the magnification from the atmosphere.
Yeah, there were more clouds in the last video than in this video. There are less clouds in this video.
There's about as much haze and atmosphere in this video as there was in the last one.
Not really. This one is lower. It gets thinner at a lower height. Yeah.
It was on Sleep Sky. He will come again. He is interesting. He wants to research and it was interesting.
I'm gonna keep looking into stuff.
Not you.
Oh no, I'm willing to do my research and shit. Yeah.
I've got a whole playlist. There's like over 63 videos of.
I'm not a stubborn ass about it, That's a perspective video. Okay.
This is good because this is your field of view. This is awesome because this shows how when the sun is moving it hits that convergence line in your perspective, in your field of view, which makes the sun to appear to be setting, but it's not like actually going down. It's just going further away.
What does the wooden structure represent? Are you using that to represent something?
Right, it's that wooden structure represents like your line of sight, your horizon, your level plane.
Represents how far you can see. I guess. I mean,
well, what you're paying attention to is the grid.
Eye level if you're at a specific height. Yeah. Okay, I mean, it's a little below the edge, but yeah, it's I don't know.
But you understand what's going on there.
Still, okay, I mean.
This is a weird one, too. Shadow under the clouds.
I paused it in an area where I think eye level would be, and I'm going to take a little snapshot of it and show you. There we go. I gotta save it.
Shadows in the clouds prove that the sun is local, because I don't know how in the heck you can get a shadow of a mountain underneath the clouds with a sun that's supposed to be like way far away. It's kind of weird.
I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, maybe not. I don't know. Hold on, let me send this.
Hey, don't forget to like the stream. Yes, Flat Sabbath. I have seen the video of the sun vanishing due to distance and not the horizon.
That is what I think is eye level on that other video. With the wooden structure, that would be eye level, I think. Shadows in from cloud.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Flat Sabbath. It's called atmospheric lensing, where the atmosphere creates a lens, sort of a lens that magnifies the light that you see from the sun, which can make the sun look bigger or even smaller. But I've seen a couple different, sunsets. I've seen some incredible videos of the sun. It doesn't even reach the horizon line. The crazy thing about it is that the sun completely just moves. It just moves. It shrinks to a pin dot, and it disappears, and it's gone into the atmosphere, gone, bringing about dust.
In that first video you sent me, it definitely does. I mean, in the second one, not so much. But yeah, in the first one, I guess it was good. It shrank to a pin dot, it looked like.
Well, that's not the only video out there like that. That's not the only time that's not the only time that phenomena has been captured. And it's kind of brain-boggling, when we're taught that, well, the sun it's setting, it's moving underneath the earth, or the way we're moving, and, causes the sun to appear like it's underneath the earth. But there's some sunset phenomena that just makes you go, what? How does that even work? Because you watch dot, and then you're sitting there go, well, it just disappeared. The elephant just disappeared. It didn't go under the earth. We didn't spin or rotate in any kind of weird freaking way that makes it to where the sun is shining underneath a globe Earth. shrinking sun, the sun shrinking to a pin dot, kind of, well, a lot actually disproves the whole spinning Earth thing going, what is it, 66,616 miles per hour around the sun, trying to keep up with it, going Mach 80 frickin' 8, a warp speed, an unquantifiable warp speed that we have never been able to actually calculate, and we don't feel that? You're going so fast, you don't feel it. But
it is constant speed, though. It's not like, and you don't really feel constant speed.
It's a constant speed of the sun. The sun is always referred to as the object in motion.
What? Oh,
you didn't know?
I don't think.
That's news.
I thought they said the sun was stationary because it was a lot bigger. It had a lot more mass, so it just stayed still, static, except for a spin. It spun, but that's the
because
only way
even
it
with
moved.
the sun's gravitational pull, you got to remember that we got the supermassive black hole at the center, bro, with the massive gravitational field throwing everything around.
Oh.
And nothing collides. Nothing
Just the right orbits, I guess.
Well, see, here's another problem too with the sun. Let me see if I can pull it up.
Well, on the stored one, I wish it was clear. It's a TikTok, but I wish it was a clear video. You know what I mean? You can't really see the sun. It's like kind of glary. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Check this out, dude. There's a problem. Look at this. Look at the problem that the globe has. Look at the problem that these balls have when it comes to the sun, the moon, and the earth. Because science teaches us that the sun's rays come in parallel. They actually come in at multiple different angles. Except on an eclipse, when somehow the lines focus in like a frickin' laser. Somehow the lines to the sun, the light rays from the sun, just focus in like a laser shining on the moon, and then that's how we get an eclipse. Like, that's, can you see the pentagram right there? Do you see the star? Do you see the pentagram right there?
In this picture? I don't see pentagram.
You don't see the pentagram on its side? On the side of the earth in this picture? On the bottom one? Do you see it? The moon is directly inside the middle of the little pentagram.
The religious thing? I don't know. It's.
Do you see it though? Do you see it?
Could have built only that annual. Well, since you bring it up, yeah, because okay, that's whatever.
Kind of creepy. It's kind of creepy. It's kind of weird.
Well,
why?
If I say don't
how does that even work?
Well,
what?
It doesn't actually make a pentagram. It's just
no, it does.
It looks like it.
No, Brandon, it's not just a coincidence. These people know what the hell they're doing. The ones that are, making up all the school curriculum, they know what they're doing. They've known what they're doing for quite some time now, and they put their symbolism in everything. So just keep that in mind. It's true. They put their symbolism in everything.
I'm sorry, I just thought about Masons right now. Do you know what a Mason is? An actual Mason? Instead of a Mason? A Mason is a stone wall.
Yep.
That's what it means.
I know.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah. You're good. I know all about Masons and Freemasons, buddy. I know all about the false. I know about the false reality that was built by Freemasons. Okay, Masons and Freemasons ultimately like a mason somebody who works in masonry is, clearly a stone worker. But a Freemason, they're they're the guys that are working up in the higher levels of, government and politics and all of that. So I know the difference.
Yeah, secret society, Masons alone. Yeah, it's not. Yeah, they're not the same thing. It's Masons aren't Freemasons. Okay, all right. Sorry, all that.
You're good. The Freemasons. That's why I don't say Masons. The Freemasons like to put their symbology into darn near everything. Let me see if I can find.
It's mathematical.
What's mathematical?
I'm pretty sure the square and the compass, that's mathematical. That's not religious at all.
You want the square and the compass?
Oh, the square and whatever. And think of the straight edge.
Think about that though. Think about the symbolism in a square and a compass. A compass can draw a circle and the square can find level.
It's mathematical.
So, what do they know about the Earth?
Because if you measure the circumference and the radius or something of a circle, you get a number, a rational number pi. That's math.
Yeah, but that's a circle. Okay, and circles aren't spheres. I can draw circles all day and never make a sphere. I could draw all these circles with a compass all day and never make a sphere.
And that's how shapes work, definitely. And I don't think you can draw a perfect shape either, because the hand isn't that precise.
What do you mean? You can't draw a perfect circle with a compass? The heck you say? Yes, you can. You can draw.
Freehand.
With a compass?
I mean, not with a compass.
I've seen some people that can freehand. I can freehand a pretty perfect circle. I mean, like.
It's really hard.
Freehand.
Okay. Well, I didn't mean you personally. People.
Yeah, no. Here's the square and compass for you. There you go. There's the square and compass.
It's a joke. But actually,
such a great diagram.
You can draw that comparison. It definitely could.
Did you see all the other stuff that I put up here? The cult symbolism in NASA. Did you see their little Baphomet in this stuff? It's pretty crazy. Like, I could point out the symbolism all dang day. I really could. Con, I could show you how the what was it? The shuttle that blew up in the 80s. I could show you how none of those mofos died. They're all still alive. They didn't die, but everybody in the damn 80s thought that they died. Nobody was in the shuttle when they sent it up and blew it up. Okay? That was all fake. It was all staged, and everybody believes it. Well, not everybody, because clearly I don't fucking believe it. And there's a reason why I don't believe that any of those astronauts died. Oh, shit. Just kicked me out of... No, there it is. Okay. Oh, my goodness. My neighbors are so loud. Yeah, and every single one of those people is a Freemason. They have some sort of Masonic background. Look at that. That astronaut that died didn't actually die. He's now a CEO. That astronaut that didn't die, she didn't actually die. I'm about to mute out here in just a couple minutes because I got somebody coming over. But what'd you think about that, Brandon? What do you think about all these astronauts that quote unquote died? Man, you can see that they didn't die. They just got older. What do you think about that? You think that maybe we're being lied to? You think that maybe everything that comes through the television is just it's a play, it's a theater, it's an act, it's all bullshit. Everything from the presidents, the politicians, your senators, all of them. Every face that you see coming through the TV, astronauts, all of that, they're all actors. All of them. Every astronaut, every politician, every president, everything that comes out of the TV is theatrics. It's not real.
Nuclear nuts. I might have to. I'm gonna have to respond to us. Well, wait a minute.
Might want to take your microphone out of your mouth as well. Well, oh my god. Yeah, let's not forget about all the trauma-based mind control as well, especially the kids wheeling that video set in there with the, with everybody at that as well. Not to mention last couple of years, by the way.
Yeah, trauma-based mind control.
Where's mommy's?
I was just gonna say where these traumatic events come up and they force feed it to you through your news feeds, and people eat that shit up like cattle.
Yeah, kids want to look up and see mommy's face.
Why do you think we get called cattle?
They don't see it behind a mask.
Yeah.
Well, everybody's cooked now, so.
What was that?
Everybody's cooked.
That's so true. Oh, dang. Sad times. Sad times. Yeah, what Andy's talking about with all that trauma, 9/11 was traumatic for people. And it didn't even happen the way that, they showed us it happened on the news. And there's a lot of instances like that I can bring up, a lot of instances where the media traumatizes people and at the same time gains their trust. And it's so narcissistic. It's like being in a really bad relationship with a bad narcissist that just gaslights you and lies to you and just, and then you believe it. These people fucking believe it.
Yeah, most of it, by the way, we're not even allowed to talk about on here, which is quite sad. That's the way it is. They'll shut the server down. They'll shut the YouTube channel down. It's just sad state of affairs we find ourselves in, I'm afraid. And it's been happening a long time. They took on the emotional heartstrings, and then they pulled public opinion in one way or another, and then they changed legislation how they see fit with outdoor theatre.
You know what really woke me up to the fact that it's all theatrics?
God, Jesus.
And it's an older movie. Look, it's Wag the Dog. For all of you other people who haven't seen Wag the Dog, go watch Wag the Dog. It is the most in-your-face movie there is. It's a movie that is made to seem like fiction, but it's actually about some real stuff. It's about what they really do in politics and media. It's all theatrics. Oh, now we have to spend this much more money and we gotta, shift it this way, and it's not going as planned. Well, the show must go on, and it's very traumatizing for people indeed. Watch Wag the Dog.
Hey everyone, how you guys doing?
Evening.
Hey.
Doing it?
Yeah. I've been listening to you guys for a while. I used to come in here a while ago, but had some shit happening, and then had to get offline for a little bit. But I'm back, so now people can talk crap about me again. No, joking. How you guys doing?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. First bit of sunshine I've had for a while.
Sunshine? Oh, it's been raining all day here in Tennessee.
Oh.
And I don't think your accent doesn't sound like you're from Tennessee. So
no, I'm from England.
Yeah, I got that.
And yeah, I've been waiting for the sun for like several months, like a kid waiting for Santa. Is he here?
Yeah, didn't the Doors sing a song about that, or was that the Beatles? Yeah, that was the Beatles. Never mind. No, it was the Doors. Waiting for the sun. Yeah, but anyways, yeah, it looks like spring's starting to come here in Tennessee, but it's cold and hot. During the day, it's hot. During the night, it's cold. I interrupted you guys. I'm sorry. What are you guys talking about?
No, just nothing in particular. Just shooting the shit. And by the looks of it, most of it we're not allowed to talk about. So
yeah. Those are the best things to talk about, things you're not supposed to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, it won't quite alter my social credit score system yet because it's not quite here, but it will be.
Oh, social credit score. That's like the Black Mirror. Like, what was that one episode where you'd be out walking around in town, and then everyone had like a medallion on their chest or something on their wrist, and if you did an interaction and it was negative in any way, they'd give you a negative point, and then they would go on your tag and it would pop up and take points away from you, and that's how it's going to be here soon. Everyone's going to be judged on fucking some kind of moral score.
Well, it's already kind of here, like a credit score at least. So it's already kind of here, but yeah.
But okay. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, you go.
But a credit score is more like you have control of your credit score. Well, I guess you have control of your moral score too, I guess. Yeah, it's the same, I guess. Yeah.
It's one step, isn't it? That's the thing. This is how they do it. This is like David Icke used to say, the totalitarian tiptoe. They can't just push it in like they did in China. They have to do it a bit more, slowly with us.
My phone's going to die. Wait, my phone's going to die. God damn it. What they need to do is make it better phone chargers. Damn it. Yeah, China's crazy right now, man. They got a dictator trying to think he's not a dictator. He knows he's a dictator, but I don't know. It's crazy.
Who?
Ping.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if this outlet has a little more juice to it. I'm living out of a camper right now, so life's a little energy-wise is a little harder to deal with. I need to get some solar panels. But all right, so what's going on? What are you guys talking about? Moral status. I feel like arguing, but like not negatively, just kind of like.
Definitely not politics.
Yeah, I got a politics channel that I go to, but yeah, here I'd like to talk about other shit.
About media deception. How everything that comes through the TV is theatrics, like 100%, all of it.
That's true. I could definitely go on with that. Like, yeah,
have moon landings and all that.
Oh yeah, that was all bullshit. I mean, we could have. I think we might even have like a base on the moon, but what they showed us was not what really happened. That was bullshit.
Look, I just want to know why they haven't put up some sort of like big observable thing on the moon for us to look at through our telescopes.
Well, I mean, that would let us know that they're up there, and I don't think they want us to know that they're up there.
They don't want us to know that they've never been up there.
I think they've been up there, and I think they have shit going on up there, and that they're not letting us know about.
Nope, sorry, but the moon's not solid. You can't mess around on a thing that's not solid.
Oh, okay, all right. I can't argue against that. I mean, like I've never been up there, so I can't argue against it. I mean, I just look up there, and when I look at the telescope, I see shadows in the craters. But you know what? I saw Tupac. He's dead, and he was singing up on stage. So I cannot say if it's real or not.
Yeah, some things are weird. I mean, some things are weird like that. But here, let me show you these interesting images of the or pictures of the moon. How there's this interesting thing that's going on with the moon that makes you go, wait a second, what? Huh? That a solid object would not go Houdini like that. Hold on.
So wait, are you thinking? I'm sorry. Are you thinking it's a hologram, or what's your? Well, no one can ever really know, but what's your idea? What it might be?
Simplistically.
Yeah.
Simplistically put.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that. Yeah. Simplistically put, I'm going to say that the sun is a hot light and the moon is a cold light.
Okay, but is the light coming from that source, or is it being projected to that area?
That's what we don't know. It appears to be self-luminated. It appears to have its own light.
Okay, so we need the actual electrician that hooked this shit up to come over and tell us. Who's Jesus' electrician? Would that be? No, that would be Josephus. I don't know. Someone's electrician. Anyway,
I am.
You're. Me too. I am too. But I'm definitely not.
Nice.
The electrician.
Do you do commercial or residential?
Nah, I just do handyman shit right now. I used to do for condos and apartments and other things. I would rather not say, but yeah.
All right. What, marijuana grow ops?
No. Well, okay. Well, like one of those, and then like I was just in prison for a while, so I did some electrical in prison and plumbing too. So, and I said I didn't want to say it, and I said it. I'm sorry.
You're good, dude. So, this was some stuff that I was trying to show. Where is Phil the Waterhill Agent Shill? Where is that guy? Because
Phil the Waterhill Agent Shill? Is that a real name? Someone's name is Phil the Waterhill Agent Shill.
No, that's what we call him.
That's a fucking genius name. That's a beautiful name. Who the fuck came up with that name?
Professor Phil.
Between me and Moonbuggy, we call him Waterhill Phil. I added on to Moonbuggy's name for Phil.
That's pretty good, actually. That's pretty good. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to get off for like 5 minutes. I've got to give some bad news to someone that just pulled up. I'll be back though. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, dude. So yeah, Waterhill Phil, the shill, the Agent Shill. I haven't seen him back on here since I called him out. Not once. As a matter of fact, after he got off, Paul Curran comes in, and I'm really suspicious about that. Who tagged me? But this is what I couldn't get Phil to understand, is I was seeing the sun in the sky. The moon looked like that just a couple days ago. And I was seeing the sun in the sky at the same time, the other side of the sky. Okay, and if the moon is a solid rock, then the light from the sun should be lighting up the entire moon. There shouldn't be half of the moon completely invisible. And, yeah. Waterhill, the shill Phil couldn't understand.
He's around. He DM'd me yesterday.
Really?
Yep.
As soon as I called him out for...
We were talking about the moon. And I was speaking with Hoss. And we could both see the moon. And the sun had just gone down in Australia. And it was 5 o'clock in the morning in the US.
You know, there's a.
And it was totally the upside down, and we couldn't work out why. And Professor Phil goes, "How high is the sun?" I was like, "Mate, come on, I'm not answering it now. You're an idiot."
Yeah, there's this one of the first like checkmate to the globe was when I saw this post between these two buddies who one of them was living in Australia and the other one is living in the United States, and they were like, boom, checkmate, we're both looking at the same moon from the northern and how are you viewing the same moon from the north and the south on a globe? Because the position of the moon at that time shouldn't have been visible from.
Yeah, and the other problem is like I'm south in Australia, and I'm only 40 degrees south. Yeah, so like it's not that far down. So, and we were seeing. So if you go directly east, if you go directly northeast, you end up in the US. But it's only on a 90 degrees difference, so it's not full upside down thing, you know. So, but he sent me a photo of the moon, and there was a chunk missing out of the moon. Mine was at 2 o'clock. Mine was at 4 o'clock, the chunk, and his was at 10 o'clock. So how can it be totally upside down for only 90 degrees difference on a globe? You know what I mean?
That's so trippy. That's such a trip. I love that. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense for a globe at all. At all.
Because we're looking at the same moon. He's not looking at the moon from upside down. It's just a different angle.
Yeah.
Mimas, you're hot micing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm pressing controls on my. I'm playing Bloodborne, so.
Oh, word.
What, Bloodborne? Is that like a marijuana growing
It's a video game. No, it's a Souls game.
Video game.
Is it the TV or the buttons you hear?
I don't know what I heard.
Was it screaming? Did it sound like screaming?
Yeah, kind of a little bit. Like
I'll just turn that down a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
There we go.
It was like, it got like really intense.
Yeah, it sounded like if a gerbil was on like steroids and then started screaming.
It was a crow. Like There's a demon crow.
It was, yeah, that's good. It sounded like a roar. I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, a big gerbil.
A big gerbil. Like, never mind.
Like a bear.
So one that Richard Gere was.
A burble.
Was it a gerbil or a hamster? Anyway.
Oh, it's definitely a gerbil because gerbling is a thing. It's just you have to dip them in like paraffin wax so it doesn't scratch up inside.
All right. Let's not get into it.
All right, sorry.
It's all right.
How in the heck, Wave Mixer? A 2-hour trek home, 20 miles? Okay. All right. Look, sometimes Google Maps is lying about like the time over distance ratio of things because I'm like, there's no way that it should take me this freaking long to go this far at 80 miles per hour. That's all kinds of screwed up. It's a weird phenomenon that I noticed. Aww. I was trying to pull up that moon picture for Timbo Because I saved this years ago from Facebook. I still have stuff from years ago. Oh man, I was like, there's no knowing how long certain things are going to stay on the interwebs with all of the censorship that happens. So like, I'm always taking screenshots of things and being like, oh nope, I got it, it's right here, probably in my plethora of things that I yoinked off of Facebook. And it's a big conundrum. I know I have it somewhere. Oh, yeah, I found it. There it is. This one for Timbo. Nuff said, Ballers getting destroyed again. Just did a moonshot from here in Utah. My friend in Australia seeing the moon at the same time. So they were in communication with each other, and they were like, I'm going to go out and take a picture of the moon and the sky, and it's still kind of daytime. And then his buddy in Australia was like, well, I'm going to go out right now at the same time as you, and we're both going to take a picture of the moon. And that's amazing. The moon seen from Australia and Utah at the same time. How do you explain it, ballers? How do you explain it? How do you validate that for your spinning wet space 8 ball? I'd like to know. You see that? Hey, ballers, do you see that? The moon seen from Utah and Australia at the same time. Same time! Paul Curran, I really would like a layout of this concave Earth from you. Anytime. What's the excuse you gave me? But I'm banned. You realize the amount of energy that's being pushed towards the center is actually, it's flattening things out. It's making this level inertial plane scientifically demonstratable, accurate, provable. I don't know about that concave Earth, though. That concave Earth crap really sounds like some disinfo agent stuff. Like, oh, you're getting it from Lord Stephen Christ? Yeah, that's some disinfo crap if I've ever heard it. I want a baller to chime in and tell me how they can validate this moon in the sky at the same time. That's so cool. So cool. Oh, Kieran, I want to see some concave Earth stuff, buddy. Oh, here Paul Kieran goes with there is, you want sources? He's just gonna give you Lord Stephen Christ, the blasphemous, egotistical guy. As a disinformation shill. That's the problem, Paul. Like, you don't have the level of discernment to know about the disinformation agent shills. Paul?
No, don't everyone be so quiet now. No fair. I just got in my car. I'm ready for my drive home. I'm going to mute my mic. But I'm ready for listening.
Okay, I'm gonna put a video in live stream. You guys watch it. Tell me what you think about it, okay? If you guys, you've heard of Trevor Noah, or Trevor, not Trevor Noah, Trevor Moore. Sorry. It's okay. At first, it's gonna be you're gonna think this is lame. Like, what the hell am I watching? But you got to watch it the whole way through. It's only like 4 minutes long. You guys will laugh your ass off too. Or don't watch it. I don't give a shit. Just joking. My phone will not go above 1%. What the fuck? Can you guys hear me? Wait, can I do it live? Can I just play that live and you guys can... How do I do that? How do I do that? Here. No video permission. Okay. Right here. What's this? Live streams, YouTube. Watch together. Oh, okay. So if I go to that little rocket thing at the bottom and I go press YouTube, and then I tap to view voice controls. I'm sorry, I'm doing this like vocally out loud. Napalm, so you can demand certain things. Okay.
I think mods only have video terms in the live.
Oh, okay. Well, the video I just put in is pretty good. So if you guys know Trevor Moore, he's fucking hilarious.
I got 4 minutes. I'll watch it.
Yeah, please. Thank you. It's great. It has like 9/11. It has Vietnam War. The Bush is fucking killing Kennedy. It has everything in it. It's great. And he died. He got somehow he fell out of like 3-story building out the window.
This Moore guy?
Yeah, Trevor Moore. Yeah, you gotta look it up. It's crazy.
Wow.
Yeah. He's a genius though. It's great. I mean, he did the Whitest Kids or something like that. The show. What is it called? The Whitest something. But it's fucking hilarious. I mean, F-wording hilarious. Well, I already said fuck, so I guess I don't have to say F-word now. All right, I'll be right back.
Has there not even been one Glober in the room today? That is so strange. Not even one. Seems to be a real shortage on Globers wanting to come into the live stream. But then again, which one of them is worth talking to anyway? I can't think of one, to be honest. Still snowing in Utah. The most unbelievable thing I've ever seen. My goodness, we got so much snow. I mean, it is going to be something else to see it all come down. I mean, you'd have to see it to believe it. It's so crazy how much snow we have. And to see it snow this time of year, over every day. It's just, wow. What is going on? You know, yesterday I mentioned this and someone said, welcome to HARP or something, I don't know if that's a thing or not. I guess possibly, but they sure seem to be concentrating on Utah very, very heavily, if that's the case, which is very, very strange to me. Very, very strange. I've lived here almost my whole life and never have I seen this much snow. Over 800 inches. 17.6 feet is what that amounts to. Yeah, global warming. I'm not a global warming fan. Sorry, don't buy into it.
All right, I'm back. Who watched the video? I'm sorry if I interrupted something, but anyone watch that Trevor Moore video?
I didn't see it in the live stream.
Oh, not live stream. I just put it into live. Okay, let me do it again. Sorry, my bad. Sorry to interrupt. I put it in again right there. The red pill. Wait, but was the red pill the good pill or the bad pill? I don't remember.
Well, red pill's supposed to represent, awake.
Gotcha.
Or awake information. Who knows? Trevor Moore is hilarious, but he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he fell out of a window.
Yeah, I heard you.
It's weird as fuck. Yeah, well, he did a lot of drugs though, so he could have been like, "Oh my God, look, there's a bunch of gerbils out there, a bunch of frogs or something." Oh my God, I have an obsession with gerbils. Oh my God, sorry, I say gerbils too much. I know. I said Trevor Noah at first, and then it's Trevor Moore. I meant, yeah. Yeah, he's dead. He fell, quotation marks, fell out of a window of his house or something.
Are you sure it was pushed?
Yeah, exactly what I'm saying. He could have been pushed, but in reality, he probably just was on like a bunch of acid, and he was like, "Oh my god, I can fly." But he has his parody songs are great. Then the Gays Got Married. That's a great fucking parody song. High in Church. That's a good one. But that one right there is the best, I think, conspiracy theory fucking song I've heard, because he has it down. He tells you about the Bushes and how Vietnam War was made to make money for the president and his wife, because his wife had stock in the helicopter company that provided helicopters for Vietnam, and he dissects the whole thing. It's fucking great. And then it stops at 9/11, you know? So it goes through everything. It talks about the Bushes. It talks about Bush having his kids overthrow the Florida election to get, George Bush elected. Well, whoever saw it, you'll see it and you'll see it. At first, you're like, what the hell is this? This is kind of lame. But it gets good. No one in here watched it? No one watched it? I want to talk about it and talk shit. So I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. I didn't know there's new terms of service. So I apologize if I don't think I did anything to the point where I should have been like muted or anything. Someone should have said something.
There's when you get the welcome note, you got to read the rules.
I've been here
just for the moment. Hang on, just for the moment, we're just trying to keep it on flat Earth until we can actually work out the rules. So if you start going into politics and stuff like that, it's no good. I mean, it's not everything is not everything is off topic, but just we've been warned about politics and things like that. So anything to do with mass casualties, like you guys were talking about 9/11 before, it's not really on the table either. So,
are they? I haven't been on here for like a while. Are they cracking down on that now? Like, really?
Yeah.
Like they're like shutting down rooms. I didn't know that. I apologize. I did not know that at all.
Oh, good night.
Because I've been here for like since you guys started this room. I was here, and I took like 2 years off. And I just came back.
Yeah, no, it's just there's new terms of service, so we want to keep this server. So we've got to kind of knuckle down.
So they're cracking down. Like, so who owns Discord right now? Never mind. I won't talk about it. Never mind. It's kind of who owns Discord though. What is Discord? I'm gonna Google it. Never mind. Because that's bullshit. You should be able to talk about it whatever you want. It's crazy. I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about like why would they do that? It started off as a gaming platform. People like, I'm going to play Zelda and we're going to talk about Zelda. And now you can't talk about Zelda if Zelda's going around killing a bunch of people.
Yeah, well, you can talk about that because it's just a video game, but I'm talking about the other stuff. You know what I mean?
Hey, you guys know who owns Discord?
Yeah, it's a Chinese company, I'm pretty sure.
No, it's Jason Citron. He's a friggin' gamer. Jason Citron founded Discord in 2015 after previously having founded OpenFront, or OpenFaint, another social gaming platform. 2016, Discord raised $20 million in funding and included investments from Warmer Media. And Discord owned by company. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the platform. Mobile gaming. How does Discord make money? He's just like, you see him in the picture of him. He's just like some dude that liked Zelda or fucking liked Smash Brothers a lot. He's got millions of dollars, and he's telling people to be. He's silencing people. That's great.
Pretty sure he sold it.
No, he still owns it. He didn't sell it. He still has it. The government hasn't quite realized that Discord is a place where people are gathering. I guess I think they have though. He's probably like Biden's the second uncle or some shit, or second fucking cousin or niece or nephew or whatever the fuck he is. Crunchbase person pro. Ooh, wait, Microsoft has a stake in it too. Discord CEO on Microsoft bid. We did receive a lot of offers. Okay. Oh, he's a co-owner. Can't talk about it. He's under non-disclosure agreements. But he did tell CNBC on Tuesday that meant something else, and then it goes off. But Jason Citron, that's a cool name, Citron. That's a good drink. I mean, it's a good mixer. I'm gonna see how many people are on Discord. How many people are? Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. God. Jesus. Holy shit. Did you guys hear that? I didn't have it out loud, did I? $14.7 billion. Holy shit. This Citron guy is living life. I'm probably muted though, aren't I? God damn it. Citron muted me. Oh, no, it didn't. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Citron. You know, the more I'm on Discord, the more I realize that fucking I'm just a fucking... There's... Like... I must be insane. Every time I talk, no one's like, you know what, I agree with you. It's all like, mute him. or he's a fuck... Who is this guy? God, no one in here. Oh my God, whatever.
I think he got annoyed with us for not agreeing with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Sasha. So what now? What now? What are we going to talk about now? Silence is golden.